So,
you tell me. Oh yeah, we're in. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're live. We're live. We're live.
Before you were
Hello,
ready.
everyone. Yeah, before I was ready. Damn it, you
Exactly,
asshole.
I was going to leave in 3, 2, 1.
Nah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So anyway, yeah, hello everyone. We're back again. Intro music working this time. Hey, Ellie, intro music's working.
Yeah, it's a pain because it only works when I'm out of studio mode and go in, transition into it and then exit, then have studio mode again and don't touch it because when I touch it, it doesn't work again, so I can't do any other thing, etc. It's annoying.
Yeah, Ellie's setup is like a million spaghetti wires.
But it's only like the thing is right. It's only the starting thing. You just wait and ending all just work except the starting. Kind of the most important
another
thing.
Topic on hypocrisy, maybe because today we are going to be covering an old pal of the show. No. We have covered Explanation Point before. Right, I know Ellie probably won't remember it because of his amnesia, but
yes.
I believe what video was it? It was a long time. I think wasn't it the economics of isekai one or something? It was something about economics.
I don't know. But to answer our mushroom friend, I did see it, and sorry I didn't comment on it. But
Ellie's very busy, and I only really access the channel when I'm doing clips, and I actually haven't been doing clips. I've been busy this week myself, so I didn't see it either. So I'll have to.
No, mushroom. I wanted to say, but I didn't want to hurt your feelings in that sense. That you don't have to go through all that effort just for us.
Is he planning a gift? Is he planning a?
Nah, he went through Dress Up Darling and timed how long there was fan service in the episode.
He pulled in me. He pulled in Fire Force. Good on you. Nah, good on him. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have to go. You don't have to go for that way, but it's a nice gesture. That's great. I'll have to read that. I'll read that comment when I get around to looking at the channel. But yeah, no. Yeah, mushroom the goat. Yeah, mushroom the goat. Mushroom the goat. But yes, yeah, Explanation Point. I vaguely recall we covered a video from him a long time ago. It would have been years ago now, and it was something. It was. I swear it was an economics one. It was something about economics. I can't fucking remember.
I remember one on economics. There was something like
it was isekai related. I know that much. It was something isekai related.
I can look it up, or I can. I go. I know the thumbnail I made for a semi-economics one. Need to find it.
Oh fuck! I can't even. Yeah, actually, it would have been like way in the past.
No Heroes Without Capital. Was it?
Yeah, maybe it was that one. But anyhow, yeah. So
it is this one. I'll throw it into the chat to cross promote my own.
A classic episode of Critical Critique. Yeah, a very classic episode where we and the boys we covered Explanation Point in the past. Man, that was a long time.
Here's another one. On lollies, I think, even
4 years ago, almost 4 years ago. Hot damn. Classic episode yet to clip. Yeah, yet to clip. Yeah. But yeah, no.
I bet you doesn't have to make clips of ancient episodes.
I mean, hey, it could be a new show. I mean, I've got a few of the old shows saved already because I used them in the intro. So maybe I might go back and do some of that because I do need like new content to clip because not every show has super good clippable moments. Like,
like the reminder that you, the audience, can recommend stuff. You can recommend episode stuff to cover. You can recommend clips you want to see highlighted.
Yeah, we're always we are definitely in need of new videos to cover. I guess we should get this out the way now as it's part of the preamble, right? I mentioned on Twitter that we are struggling to find videos that we can cover in a reasonable amount of time and still do stuff like anime talk, right? Because you know, by the time we get done with a video, that's like, what, close to 2 to 3 hours already, right? And then we have like another hour or so for anime talk. That's like 4 hours. It takes us quite a while, right? It's a long show now. So in order for us to cover those longer ass videos, we kind of have to make a decision on what we're going to do, right? And we were thinking we're either going to separate anime talk and make it its own stream. That
I'm
was
not a
one
big fan
suggestion
of that myself.
Yeah, Ali doesn't like that. That was something I came up with. That was a possible idea. The other idea is that we 2x videos, or we cut videos into timestamps and we do them like as parts, like we did with the really long fan service video. I'm not personally a fan of those either, because I do think that, you know, I don't know about that, but yeah, we're working on it, right? But in the meantime, if people can find us videos that are shorter, that aren't going to take us 5 hours to do, right? Then we can do those while we set up for bigger streams, because there is that one video from that leftist guy on Twitter that I definitely am aware of. And I have had my eye on that Stellar Blade video for a good while, right? And if people know about that video, they know what I'm talking about, right? I am very keen to cover that one. However, because it's 30 minutes, we have to be kind of, you know, we have to figure it out, basically.
Also, quick through the comments. Yes, we know we have seen a Helldiver thing.
Yeah, we might talk about that. We may or may not talk about that later, depending on if we've got time. Because, you know, we want, you know, we'll see if we've got time at the end of the show to maybe talk about that. Option free gank me every time I pause you for half a second. Look, listen. I try, okay? Sometimes people say things that are just that dumb that I have to keep pausing because I'm like, God damn it! But yeah, there are solutions to the problem that we will investigate, and we will.
Yeah.
We will,
also, since Semu asked, I'll make a new community post, or Unaratsu, where you can say, you know, post your video recommendations and otherwise suggestions here thing.
Yeah, and I have to keep an eye on that a bit more, but I'll still be posting Twitter posts, right? Because I'm basically the Critical Critique Twitter account at this point. So.
Yeah, you are, and I'm the video editor, producer, and whatnot.
Well, video editor. Well, I'm the one editing the clips, so that would make me the video editor.
Well, they have so, clip editor, right? You're not
clip editor,
a lesser form of editor.
Oh yeah. But anyhow, yeah. So I guess that kind of covers the preamble stuff that we kind of wanted to talk about. Just let you guys know what's going on, right? We were at with the show and what we kind of want to do, because we are going to figure out something eventually. But right now we're just going to take it chill. We're going to take it chill. We're going to do a nice short 23-minute video. a nice short video today, I guess, because fucking hell. But yeah, let's switch over to explanation point and let's have a look at what we're talking about, because it could be any explanation point video, because he's been getting a lot of heat lately, Ellie. I don't know if you know.
No,
this,
I don't.
He had a video come out about Mushoku Tensei about a month or two ago, right? And he was getting trashed by, I believe, Natalie Hunter. She had a Twitch stream where she was doing basically what we do to that video. So, and I vaguely recall that it was your classic Mushoku Tensei video. It was Rudy bad, Rudy problematic, Rudy do bad thing, he bad, but he got a lot of things wrong about the show, about the series, because Natalie Hunter is fucking isekai. No, that was that's water. I was sipping water. Because I've got water, and don't worry, Samu. I do have the conditioning can right next to me. It's coming.
The conditioning can. I should make a graphic
the conditioning canister. Yeah, it's there. It's just I had a dry mouth this morning, so I had some water. But yeah, basically, Natalie was going over how wrong he was in that. So he's already copped heat. And now he's going to cop more heat. Now it's our turn, Elliot. It's our turn to be mad at explanation point for something. So the title of the video is the problem with problematic media. You probably aren't a bad person. Now, you know how much I love that word, Ellie.
Problematic.
I love
yeah,
that.
It's your trigger.
It's my trigger. I love that word. It makes me very happy, right? It triggers me in a happy way, right? It makes me never get mad about people using that word ever, right? Yeah, no fun allowed. Yeah, no fun allowed. Must be comfy, safe anime in this house. There will be no fan service, no morally dubious acts happening in my anime, right? Problematic media like TikTok. Yeah. Oh man. But anyway, right? Because otherwise Samu's gonna probably lose his mind if I don't do it. Let's crack open a cold one. And we'll take a good long sipperoonie of that. Oh yeah, that was a good one. And let's get right into it. Let's see how triggered I get.
Some time ago, on a Thursday, my two friends and I plopped down on my couch and we readied ourselves to consume our weekly
right off the bat, using Crunchyroll is cringe. Cringe.
Oh,
already fucked up. Listen, we don't condone piracy on this show, Ellie.
I do.
We've never. I was gonna say we'd never do it. We'd never condone piracy, would we, Ellie? We'd never do that. But no, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Anime. A new season had just started, so we went down the list, sampling a little bit of every new offering that Mr. Anime decided to throw our way. We had a taste of Dungeon Meshi, a smattering of Sasuke and Peeps, and a full course of Solo Leveling. Honestly, that season was pretty stacked. And then, while we were digging through the dregs and enjoying a nice...
Hey, don't you call it's time for torture drags.
I was gonna say, I knew you'd love that. See, even you get to be mad at this video. Like, I don't mind him putting Chained Soldier in there because, I mean, I had my criticisms of that when we talked about it. But
I do have to say that.
Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't even watch the Princess Time for Torture show. I didn't watch that, and you talked about it, and you thought it was good, right? You thought it was all right, and so putting it in the dregs is kind of. This is kind of setting up we're getting the setup, right? We're getting the setup. It's coming, right? And don't worry, Samuel. I know. I like I said, I watched like the first minute of this, and you'll know when I'm triggered. You'll know when it's coming.
Aperitif straight from Chez Garbage, our eyes crossed over a menu item entitled Gushing Over Magical Girls. Its flavor was described as uncomfortable, with an entree consisting of 3 questionably aged heroes put in compromising positions, garnished with sex crimes and misogyny, and topped off with 22 minutes of unrelenting silence while each of us waits for the others to break down and say that the bit has gone on long enough and we don't have to watch this anymore.
In the first
episode, said I
guess. Like, I'm
not buying this.
So,
he's setting up a funny scenario which never happened, but I don't buy the scenario.
Yeah. Bro, yeah, like what is it? I'll take that didn't happen for 5 times.
Yeah.
Because look, I fucking the irony the irony poison detector is broken. It's it's like a Geiger counter that goes over its limit, right? It's fucking.
It only goes up to 1,000, so it's only 1,000.
It's broken. It's looped. The fucking gauge has looped back around, right? we've looped back around because I want to keep going before I really get into this rant because it's coming, right? I'm building it up. I'm building it in myself. I have to compartmentalize. I have to chill the anger so I can make a salient point, right? So let's a little more.
This is going to be fun. And to my abject horror, it was fun. It was so much fun that we watched a second episode and a third, and we kept watching as the sexual situations got.
Episode 4 or something.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
Got more deviant, and the girls got younger, and we continued smiling and laughing and realizing with increasing dread that gushing over magical girls had become the show that we were most looking forward to every single week. That somehow, despite being clearly awful in very important ways, we
So
seems a little bit judgmental.
This is my first reaction, right? Because I'm sorry. What do you mean? Oh, it's so bad it's good. Is this the angle he's taking? Like what
I don't know.
what are we doing here?
I sneaked a peek at the Annie chart list for the last season, right? And Gushing Over Magical Girls is the one show that I find the most interesting in the end, because Solo Leveling is only real competitor of that season. And I mentioned like a bunch of times that I thought the pacing was really off, that they spent a lot of time going back and forth on decisions and then, oh no, I'm not, oh yeah, I'm actually going to do it. A lot of felt like a lot of meandering. So, Gushing Over Magical Girls, something happened every episode. Something changed every episode. And the only other thing that I was looking forward to was It's Time for Torture.
And there's interesting things, and I mean, because we, obviously, the supercut's out now, so, the supercut's out, you can see every single time I or Ali talked about it, right? There was always something to talk about, right? We always had like an interesting discussion about what had happened in that episode and what that could mean for the future of the series and what that meant for, the character development and whatnot, right? But I feel like this is very performative, right? This is a very performative, because I'm gonna psychoanalyze here, because this is something I've noticed a lot with anime fans, at least modern anime fans that are around my age. Around that 20s range, right? Well, I'm late 20s now, but in that 20 to 30, right? Like, there is this weird insecurity, right? This very weird insecurity around admitting that they like something that is a bit weird, right? Or even just liking anime in general. There's this insecurity around just being like, Gushing Over Magical Girls is just a good show. Right?
Yeah.
And not having to do this whole, well, it's a good show, asterisk, right? It's a good show, asterisk, but it's got all this horrific, horrible shit in it, and it's about, it's literally CP, it's literally CP, and it's literally disgusting, gross, evil, disgusting, ooh, like,
it's easy to blame the Americans, but it is a weird.
It is easy. Well, we do that every show, so I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to do that. I want to kind of like try and hone in on this, right? I want to try and hone in on this because I think it's detrimental if we are going to consider anime art, right? If we're going to consider anything art, that means that you have to show it at least some level of respect, right? Because things that you don't consider art, you typically don't respect. Right? You wouldn't respect, like, people don't respect the banana sellotaped to a wall that costed $5 billion, right? People don't actually respect, like, a lot. Obviously, the money launderers do, but the people that are like looking at that a lot of the time don't respect that as art, right? They mock it, they make fun of it, they joke about it, they treat it like it's a meme, right? So why do that to anime? Right? Why would you spend your time watching a show like this only to turn around and essentially just shit on it and treat it like it's disposable garbage, right? That it's kind of like chewing gum, right? The way that these kinds of people treat anime. They'll put the chewing gum in their mouth, they'll consume the chewing gum by chewing on it, and then they just spit it out and put it in the trash.
Yeah, maybe because it's a thing media is to be consumed and not really dwelt on. I find it hard to put
finish.
a condition, the condition of, you know, the condition of the modern age or some. I won't put something that grand on it. In the end, these are individual AnyTubers.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. But, well, I feel like the problem is this is a sentiment that I've seen shared amongst a lot of the quote-unquote anime community, quote-unquote, right? That, like, in terms of minutia, right? This whole irony bro, irony poison, can't just genuinely enjoy things, have to quantify their enjoyment with... And, like, you know, with this whole, I know it's trash, but I'm trash too, and I like it because it's trash, right? That kind of thing. But to get back to the kind of the topic of, you know, art, right, and talking about the how you view art, I do think that there is. I mean, we've talked a little bit when it comes to video gaming, right? There is this like debate around viewing games as a product versus an art form and that kind of thing. And we've, you know, you've talked about your definitions of art. And
yeah, to remind the people, because
to remind the people, yeah.
I'm weird. I define art basically as anything you've put an effort in. So if you
I'm not necessarily in disagreement with that definition, because defining art is hard, right?
Yeah,
it's actually a very debated question even within art circles, right? But I typically tend to think that there is a difference between treating something as art and treating something as a pure product, right? And I think that the people like Explanation Point are treating this as less of an art form and more as a product. And the reason I say that is because they don't have this respect for it. And to qualify, right? I'm not saying you can't criticize things, because obviously we criticize art all the time, right? Art is there to be observed and criticized and talked about, and it invokes emotions and feelings in people. That's the whole purpose of it, right? So clearly, you're allowed to criticize things. However, I don't like this kind of hypocritical, I'm going to completely trash this, right? But it's still good though, right? I'm going to, because if it's good, there's clearly something about it that you like, right? There's clearly something about it that you find enjoyable. There's clearly something there. So why do you have to put it down? Why do you have to put it in this box of being, you know, this degenerate trash?
I think
right?
it's maybe people want easy moral answers. I mean, because the morality of because sometimes in some settings, the morality of what you do is completely separate from the message that it had, which eventually, you know, comes across. Because you could say Helldivers, you know, big discussion point. The more what you do in Helldivers is very morally questionable, objectionable even, you know. Being a tool in a fascistic empire that only really makes problems only worse and worse. The good ending is actually for Super Earth to be destroyed, but the moral message, that's of course the kind of the superficial thing. But the message then, what it has is, this is the propaganda of being in a part of this society. Beware. Beware when you say, when the mission accomplished and they hate our freedom, their hatred of freedom is pre-programmed in their code or culture or whatever. That those are the words of the fascists. Beware.
So yeah, I think we'll probably get into it more as we go through the video. This is about where I tuned out, because I was kind of like, I was like, nah, yeah, we got to cover this. I was like, yeah, no, we got to cover this, because this is pretty much like the encapsulation of everything I fucking hate about anime enjoyers, right? Where it's this, I feel like the issue I have is there's a lack of respect, both self-respect and respect for the artwork, right?
Yeah, because the media that I trash, I can say interesting stuff, you know. The greatest example of them all is slime.
Yeah. The meme of slime, yes.
The
yes,
meme of
that's true.
slime. I think slime is they're terribly boring, but yet I can say interesting stuff about it, even though it's more negative stuff. But it is a thing that the art is communed to me about it. That's a level of respect that I give to slime.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and I don't feel that here. I don't feel that level of respect, both for the artwork itself and for for them, right? Because again, if you're meant to be an anime fan, you're meant to enjoy this stuff, or at least you're meant to enjoy anime, right? You're actually meant to like anime, right? And I don't feel like he's what's that fucking meme? It's like they like it for the wrong reasons or something like that. I don't know. I think I'm having a hard time kind of compartmentalizing my thoughts.
Yeah,
so
because he's kind of slippery
on
his positions most of the time, from what I remember.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at the old chatterino, because I can see you guys having a fun time over there. It's self-consciousness that eats into it. The strange guilt tripping is odd. Yeah, the guilt corner and the guilt tripping and the guilt stuff is really where I kind of draw a line about it, because I don't know why he has to kind of tie it to like, it's CP and no, it's totally sexual. I think the awful part is about torture and harassment. I think the awful part is about the torture and harassment, which are morally bad or borderline bad. I mean,
maybe he'll object to her tying them up constantly.
I mean, the problem is then how do you like compartmentalize that with, because it's obviously meant to be a parody of, or at least somewhat a parody of the typical magical girl shows where the characters do get the living shit beat out of them sometimes. So, or they get captured and they get tied up, or they get captured and put in devices, or they get whatever. So it's just taking that to its logical conclusion. So I don't know if I would agree with the idea that it's the torture / harassment. Like, you have to look at it within the context of the show, I guess. You can enjoy things that are morally questionable, just can't be anime. Yeah, apparently. No, that's not what they actually. Yeah, that's not what they actually mean, but that is a sentiment I see a lot. If treating all media as fast food, there is no standards. Hence, why vids like this happen, because it tries to be kind of conscious in the moment of there even exists. Yeah. I'm just having a quick skim through.
Yeah,
you guys are making some good points. You're very animated today. It's good to see.
I mean, Retsu, if we ever get an active chat, we can't do this anymore. This is the time.
We can't do this anymore. Yeah,
keep us small, keep us from growing.
Yeah, this is the joy that you
guys
get.
Make us
the special privilege of being our core audience, our team viewer core audience.
When we're still
having
small.
seen this video, could be summarized. Yeah. Playing devil's advocate naysayers like this person is actually good for moderation if only the kind of voice. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not necessarily saying that, we need to silence exclamation point or whatever, right? Like, I just think that his ideas are annoying and should be countered, right? Because the best way to counter bad ideas is with good ideas, right? So, free speech for everyone.
They don't like it the way I like it.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Does he?
No, Naretsu, we need to get the Switch. We need to get the Switch.
It is still the goal of this channel.
Oh no. But anyhow, let's see what he says to get me triggered. Let's go. We're stepping into unknown territory now. I haven't watched past this point, so let's see what we get.
Had silently committed to watching every episode and to enjoying the experience. Now, yes, a good portion of that enjoyment was coming from sheer bafflement. The show is made with a surprising amount of love and care, which kind of makes my brain short-circuit when I remember that I'm watching, and I cannot stress this enough, literal fetish porn.
I don't see a contradiction in that, but
I mean, it's literally porn. I mean, my problem is he trying to make the point that porn, like fetish porn, can't be made with love intended?
I don't know.
Like,
He sounds very
no,
American
like, has
right
he
now.
ever? Yeah, because like, has he ever like? Because Ali, you know about Japanese shibori, right? The BDSM, big ropes, big red ropes.
Shibari, I believe.
That I've seen some of that shit that I would honestly say is art, especially like when they're doing these really complex, suspensions where they have these girls in these like fucking giant rope webs almost, right? Like fucking, it's crazy. If you've not seen that kind of stuff, like that shit's just art.
That's a craft.
It is 100% a craft. That shit is like insane. Some of that stuff looks really cool, right? Even without like thinking about it from like a fetish and porn aspect, that shit just looks cool, right? It looks visually appealing. It's like it is obviously on some level porn, because obviously naked woman and tied up in the middle of this web of red ropes and stuff, and there is a lot of complexity within BDSM and that kind of stuff, right? And the knots look sick, as Gouda says, the knots look sick, right? So this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like this idea that sexuality, like sexually related content, can't be good, right? There's like because he's shocked at the idea that a show about sex and sexuality is good, right?
I mean, the reason
because
to repeat myself once again about interspecies reviewers, I didn't really end up ever really finishing the manga, if it's even still not, if it's finished anyway, or really watching the anime. But the question of how do all these races actually have sex in a world where they exist together is an interesting one, and it's a view on that, and it's not all often explored. Just like how Dungeon Meshi kind of explores how you eat in a world with monsters. It's interspecies reviewers is how do you have sex with all these different races in a world where they all exist. That is an interesting.
Do you fuck a slime? Yeah,
that's an interesting question. No matter how do you live in a fantasy world, and all the various aspects are all interesting if you make them interesting, regardless of the subject, sex included. So that explanation point can't imagine sex ever being an intellectual stimulating nature. That's on him.
Yeah, I agree. It's there's a lot of interesting stuff around sex and sexuality that hardly gets explored because of this mindset, right? Because of the mindset of people like Explanation Point, where they just cannot separate I've talked about before the separation between porn and porn quotation marks, right? Because there's a difference between going onto Pornhub and watching two people fuck and gushing over magical girls. These are two completely different fucking things, right? And I feel like what happens is a lot of the time people like Explanation Point and other people online, they don't see this difference. They don't understand the difference. They think that all sex is just the same, right? Oh, it's just two people fucking, right? Well, what's the context behind the two people fucking, right? In Gushing's case, why is Utena doing the things that she's doing? Why does she feel this way? How does she combat her have to reconcile with her feelings, right, of loving the magical girls but also getting off to essentially abusing them, right? How do the magical girls feel about this? And in Azura's case, right, she ends up being into it and wanting that love, right, and seeing it as love by the end of the series, right, and having to and using that as a form of power, right? There's interesting stuff there to talk about. But I don't think Explanation Point is going to talk about any of that, or is even capable of intellectually thinking about it, right? Because he has that. No, I'm being mean here. I'm being mean. I know I'm being a bit mean, but if you can't see this difference, then I don't think you're capable of even thinking about it until you remove that mental block from your mind, right? You got to remove it. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish up, and then we might read a bit of chat.
Yeah, no, it's mostly sex can be interesting. Sex can make you think, and it's you're doing yourself a disservice. Not talking to chat. Chat knows over here.
Yeah.
To any future viewer, sex is interesting. There are thousands of books on sex, so there's somewhat interesting.
I do want to hone in on Moeshroom's point here that visual novels should prove that porn can have a good story, right? Don't see how someone can be part of the otaku fandom and not know this. Yeah, exactly. Visual novels are the prime example.
The thing is, right, Noretsu, the it's too big, right? Even any tuber is too big of a label to I really say that if you're an otaku, if you're an anime fan, you should know X. Unfortunately or fortunately, the label anime fan is way too wide to actually encompass a single culture.
I think the real issue is I don't think this necessarily has I feel like this is just a mindset problem, right? And my biggest issue is that people like Explanation Point perpetuate this mindset, right? They kind of because they have fans, their fans listen to him,
Yeah,
as an authority figure.
That's kind of more of a.
And then they repeat the same points, right, that he's making, and they start going out.
I don't really think
like
it's
this.
it goes a little bit back, but I don't really think it's a problem of a wider culture. In a sense, it's more of a collection of any tubers that kind of think like this, but that doesn't really have to reflect.
Yeah, but my problem is it's not just the anti-tubers that think like
yeah,
this.
But also, including the fans of these anti-tubers, they will generally follow the same thought logic of the people they watch.
They parrot the same opinions, and that's bad because I want us to move towards a more sex positive culture and not a sex negative culture, and stuff like this leads to a sex negative culture. But anyhow, let's continue.
Yeah. And the utter confusion that was caused by the show's existence, along with the morbid curiosity about exactly how far this blight on humanity was willing.
Again, I know, don't pause every 5 seconds, but he describes it as a blight on humanity. Now, I get the joke. I get it. He's being hyperbolic, right? And he's trying to do a haha funny, right? I don't view it as a joke. I don't view it as a joke. I don't think the people that are out there calling it literally CP are joking, right? I don't think they're joking. And so that's why I don't like when people joke about it like this and be like, I think it's a literal blight on humanity. I'm so intrigued as to why this blight in humanity exists.
It's annoying. Like it's a joke if people push back, but it's real if nobody challenges it.
I think what's the term? It's Schrodinger's douchebag.
Is it? Well,
it's like that, yeah.
It's I don't know if it is another word, but I'll call it the irony defense.
Yeah, that works too. Schrodinger's douchebag is the same kind of thing. It's if you're there's the commenter. The comment is just a meme if you get pushed back, but it's factually true and accurate if people agree with it, right? So it's the similar kind of thing. It usually comes up with conversations about Video Game Donkey, where he makes like criticisms of JRPGs and stuff, and it's a lot of bad faith criticisms of JRPGs, but it's all just a meme, right? You can't take it seriously because it's just a meme, and then when it's not just a meme and people all agree with it, and then it's suddenly actually true, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I have a problem with this, right? Because he's not even necessarily that he's like the jokes themselves. It's like he's going so fucking hard with it. Like he's so like he.
This was my problem with the best video ever made, the one I made on terrible writing. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Our
keeps getting views to this very day, like 25 a day or so.
Keeping the channel alive. Jake says anti-tubers that market themselves as a demographic of being representative of anime. The specific genres are more noise. Yeah, it's noise. Yeah. But yeah, so anyhow, let's
to go for the sake of a is what got us to click the next episode button. But viewer, I hesitate to publicly say that it is not what kept us pressing that next episode button. As time plodded forward and frame after frame crossed our weary eyes, we realized that a not insignificant amount of the joy that this program was bringing us was distressingly legitimate. The character
distressingly legitimate, Ellie. Like what?
Oh no, show is actually legit.
Oh no, how could I like the show with sex in it? What? How could this happen?
Kind of feels
how
like
will I get how will I get married now, Ellie?
It's kind of like Naretsu. It's kind of like he's seeing the light that communism is the greatest, but he doesn't accept it yet.
Sure, Ellie. Sure, Ellie. Sure. All right. Calm down, fucking Marx. All right.
I was going the other way, but that's too often.
No, I know. That was it. I know you're trying to trigger me. It's okay. But communist Ellie. Oh no. Oh no. No. I hate it. I hate this shit. I hate it so much. Let's keep going.
Characters were eminently charming. The jokes landed more often than not, and even some of the superpower design was really cool, despite the fact that the things those powers were being used for were often so off-color that H.P. Lovecraft could write a short story about them. For those of you who know nothing about the series, just...
Yeah, exactly.
The only remotely I feel is either Utana's making things alive, or... I forget her name. The shadow. She lives in shadows and stuff.
I don't know if you know this, Ellie, but sex bad.
Oh, sex is inherently a horrific act of trust and flesh. So
yeah,
I assume
the joining of the flesh. Yeah, it's bad. Can't. It's Lovecraft. It's a love. When the pussy, the vagina, your dick go into vagina, that is Lovecraftian horrors beyond your imagination.
Beyond his imagination.
Exactly. Yeah, beyond his imagination. He couldn't possibly be able to. He would look upon like the porn and go insane, like you would if you looked at Cthulhu. Has to roll a sanity check. Oh god, I don't want to be mean, but it's like, oh
it's
god,
funny.
I hate it. It's fucking.
It's punching up, right? It's punching up until
we're punching up. Yeah, we're punching up, guys. Totally punching up. But anyways, keep going.
Know that it's one of those completely indefensible hentai shows about a gang of girls whose ages.
Completely indefensible hentai shows about
which ones?
A gang of the underage girls, like. Oh, this moralistic bullshit, man. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just more guilt tripping. It's just how could you like the show with the little girls, Ellie?
How could I like the show? And how dare you like the show also? I don't know.
How dare you like the show too? That I like how could this happen? Oh no, I like seeing the little girl show where they get fucking Okay, I'm gonna be real, right? I'm gonna be real here for a minute, right? I think that if we're gonna be doing this moralistic argument shit, the guys that got into My Little Pony back in the day are significantly more fucking creepy than anyone that likes gushing over magical girls. And now I don't want to knock my brony brethrens, right? I mean, I never watched it. I didn't really care about it. But I knew a lot of people back then, right, that got into that brony stuff, right? I'm going to be honest, like, those guys were Digibro. Digibro. I knew someone was gonna say Digibro. But not just him, but people personally. Like I knew a lot of people in my friend groups back then that got super into that brony shit, right? That shit came off as significantly creepier because even though like My Little Pony in of itself isn't suggestive, right? Of course, right? But it's the fact that all of these like 30, 20, 30, 40-year-old men are getting into something that's clearly made for little girls, right? And I think there could be some questions. There could be some questions around that a little bit. But the thing is, you know, I don't know. I feel like this moralizing is like weird to do when the show is directly about sex and porn. Like, I wouldn't view Gushing Over Magical Girls as a kid show, right, Ellie?
No,
I don't
it's
think
very
it's a
much
kid show.
at most it's a show about the same age.
It's a teenage show. It's like I mean, like probably R18, maybe R16, right? Like at the least, right? Something like that. It would probably be R18, depending on where. Depends on what rating board you use, I guess, but probably be like R25 in America.
That's kind of the problem, right?
But yeah, like I don't know. I feel like you could make the argument. I'm not going to moralize about the Brony thing. I'm only bringing it up because I feel like if I was going to make the same kind of arguments this guy is making, right, I would be directing that at something that is like how are you getting sexual stuff out of My Little Pony, right? Is kind of what I would say. I'm not going to, make that point because, quite frankly, I don't care what you're into. If you're into that, you're into that, right? But just for the sake of argument, I guess, right? I think there's this really weird. I mean, you've mentioned before, Ali, your hypothesis around sex, right, and how sex is more accepted than the ecchi stuff, right? I feel like this kind of falls into that, where there's this weird kind of thing where the show being about sexuality is kind of what triggers people like this, in a sense. I had a thing on Twitter about this because I was talking about the whole it getting taken off TV tropes, right?
Before
I was talking. Yeah, they took it down from TV tropes. I mean, I don't care if they took it down from TV tropes. Quite frankly, that's a net. It's a net win to me, right? But I made a little mini thread in reply to Tempar about how, like, I feel like the problem is it's a lot harder for people like Explanation Point to play the whole, oh, I'm just critically consuming it angle that they do with other shows because of the fact that it's specifically about the fan service and the sexualization and all of that. It's not just like subtext, it's directly the text, right?
Yeah.
Because with some, and I'll finish my point and then I'll let you respond, right? With something like Made in Abyss, right? Because that was one of the examples I think Tempar used in his tweets about it, right? Made in Abyss and Dragon Maid, right? In those shows, yes, those shows have fan service in them, right? And they have that sort of sexual element in them, but it's not the whole, it's not the whole thing, right? You can watch Made in Abyss, and sure, you'll have to deal with the lolly fan service, but you can still watch, like, Made in Abyss is, like, there's still more to it, which ties into the point you've always made about how people could be into things for different reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Gushing Over Magical Girls, it's harder to do that, I think. It's harder to kind of be like, well, I'm only watching Gushing Over Magical Girls because I like magical girls, right? Or something like that, right? Like, it's a lot harder to justify that critical consumption stuff, right? When Made in Abyss is more brutal. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, and that kind of ties into my point, right? It's not sexual in the sense, right? So, gonna walk one hell of a slide. Oh, am I? Jake's hyping it up. All right. Well, I'll let Ellie because you need to. Yeah, because I ramble too much.
This time I looked at the video and how much the video the our greatest hits is one react kind of thing to High Guardian Spice, and the other one was the next one is the terrible writing video.
The terrible writing, yeah.
3,000 views, amazing.
But no, I want to, because you need to be able to speak.
Yeah. No, because I think I already mentioned this a couple of times, and you were so gracious enough to include my points in your what you were saying already. But yeah, I mostly agree. You said a lot. Some things
I agree. I agree.
Some things I wouldn't agree with, but it's been a lot of words. No, I think you have a point with if it's just fan service on the side, you don't like it because you are there for the fire action. But here, indeed, the main subject is sexual development, discovery. You can't not. you have to enjoy that part of character development to watch the show almost.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, you can't do the whole I'm just critically consuming it because I like so and so aspect.
I like
right?
my main character to be evil, and that's a side thing. Instead of kind of Overlord,
Instead
where
of-
it is the main thing.
which is kind of my point, where it's I feel like that's why gushing has been getting so much flack, right? From these kinds of people. Because
Also, kind of this weird praise because it tackles the subject matter that it's actually about is good. So
yeah, it's very hypocritical and it's very weird. And,
but anyway, the next scene was being hyped.
Yeah, let's see what he's gonna do.
Are very conspicuously left unsaid, being explicitly sexually tortured by a BDSM-themed villain. It is a pornographic pastiche of magical girl shows, and it is not okay. Nothing about it.
It's just not okay, Ellie.
Nothing about it, but he liked it. He wanted to watch every episode.
He liked it. He liked it, but it's not okay. Fucking Christ.
Is okay. And yet there I was, the guy who made this video here.
Oh yeah, there's the one that I think Natalie.
Didn't we go over that one? Oh no, it was
no,
half an hour long.
I don't think we watched that. No, we didn't watch that one.
It was too long.
I know now. Yeah, I think we. Yeah, well, I mean, it's 30 minutes. I think we did consider it at some point. I think we might have gotten rid of it. It's not in the queue, so I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll come back to it. Maybe we'll do it ourselves. I think maybe I opted not to put it in the queue because Natalie covered it, and I was like, oh, people could just go watch it.
Yeah, you're already completely spoiled and corrupted by her.
Yeah, I'm already
influence.
completely spoiled, and Natalie probably did a better job than we did because she knows so much about Mushoku Tensei. So, go watch her video about it. But yeah, let's continue.
Eagerly waiting week after week to watch another 20 minutes of high school girls getting their clothes torn off in new and creative ways. This is not like me. This is not like any of us. Talking with my wife about the show between episodes, I heard her say that gushing over magical girls makes her feel like she's betraying herself.
Fuck, can you imagine living like this?
Weird.
Can you fucking imagine living like this, Ellie?
It's almost like you I don't know. It's kind of like they trip over their superficial morals when there's a message there.
Yeah, it's so fucking
They're tripping over the surface when there's a thing.
It's one of those things where there's such a fundamental disagreement, right? Like, it's such a fundamental disconnect we have between people like this, right? That I just can't. I don't want to say I can't empathize, right? But it's really hard for me to consider, like, watching something like Gushing Over Magical Girls and feeling like I've dirtied myself, right? Like I've committed a sin, right? Because that's what this is. This is.
Yeah.
She feels guilt, right, over the fact that she enjoys this, right? She feels bad about it because she's been, like, I mean, I can't, psychoanalyze or make assumptions or whatever, but there's just this guilt, right? There's this guilt angle going on.
It's a semi-spiritual guilt over it. It offends the morals, but it's still good.
How could I like the thing that's a sin, Ellie? How could the sin be enjoyable? I can't. I've dirtied myself with this filth, right?
Yeah, Davey,
God, I swear I'm not weird. I watched it on accident.
Davey, I've read stuff that disturbed me, but it's more of a emotional and
yeah.
My morals were very just like a horror movie that makes you scared. That makes you scared of sleeping.
This feels different.
I've been watching this true crime channel on the YouTube. And
that's always fun to get into.
I don't really like true crime as a active discovery and harassing the people that have a mystery death or murder or missing person or something. I think that's kind of very objectionable. Going after.
Oh, David's read Wolfsmud. That one's fucking. That's good though. That's a good read. I've read that one. That's really good.
Wolfsmund.
I hate to pull a fucking Kanye West and take the mic off you, but I saw David be like, he read. I don't know how to pronounce it because I think it's Pole. I can't remember what. I think it's Scandinavian. Yeah. It's hang on, let me need to uncourse my throat a little bit. Oh boy. It's about this border crossing between these two countries or something, and it's got a lot to. It's set in it's like a historical piece about like the history of. I don't think it was Sweden. It's Switzerland maybe or something. It's one of these countries, right? It's one of those countries. Yeah, David will know. Yeah, the liberation of Switzerland from Austria. Yeah. And it's brutal. It's really brutal. It's very gory. People die. Lots of big creative torture and death and all this other stuff that's semi-historically accurate. But it's a very compelling story about this period in history. And yeah, it definitely is not for the faint of heart if you get squeamish about,
Yeah, but this true crime channel, right? It's about fathers killing their families. The latest one was about a mother that tortured their autistic child and blaming their being suspicious and annoyed about autism things, like oh, the boy that's autistic likes to have a thing, take it apart and put it back together, and that's annoying. So the mother put on motion trackers on the child, so if the child moved, an alarm would go off, a loud flashing alarm would go off for the autistic child, and for punishment he was not allowed to sleep, he was not allowed to eat, he was not allowed to
and that shit definitely gets the blood boiling, especially.
Yeah. And I don't like true crime, like I said, when it's an active mystery, because then you're just harassing the victims, the people that's the father of the child who was missing. That father will get 100 calls every day or so, either from people that say, "Oh, I am now going to investigate this," the thousands, the hundredth YouTuber, or worse, if somebody says, "I know who did it, it was the father." Now the father gets 1,000 harassing calls that, "I know you killed your son."
Right.
When maybe there was not then the father gets blamed for killing the son. And there's more issues of, if you collect all the evidence online, the actual the actual person who did it can gauge and maybe influence where the investigation is going. So it's a whole lot of moral quandaries, moral objectionable things going on with true crime. So I limit myself to the finished
the finished crime stories, yes.
But even in those finished stories, like that's child with autism that got tortured and died of just being neglected and not fed, not happy, like
it doesn't make you feel good, does it? No. Yeah, but like I said, I don't know. I feel like this feels different. Something about this feels different.
All right, let's do one off-topic, Jake, and then move on.
Yeah. Off topic slightly, but that one kidnapping case with the murder, showing the pic of the body of the woman with her eyes stitched open as proof for a ransom. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind a lot of that stuff. I mean, I haven't watched it in a while, but I did have a period of time where I was also quite into the whole crime stuff. But I get what you're saying though. I think that there's definitely something there, but I don't know, this Puritan stuff with the sex, it feels
back to sex. It's fun.
Back to sex. Back to sex. We're gonna move away from gore. back to sex.
Not just that she's putting her morals aside for a minute to enjoy the silly comedy show.
Oh look, she even brought up the morals. Look at that.
But that it's violating important ethical precepts that she should not be able to look past.
You see what I mean, Ellie?
It's
that feels so different. That feels so different to what you just described with the true crime stuff.
Yeah.
Like, are you like, oh man, watch it. This true crime thing is I like it, but I have to. It's getting past my moral.
Well, it's a little bit, right? That's why I object to true crime in general, but I can set aside my fragile morality for finished argument, for finished stuff. But
right. But I don't know if it's this extreme.
No. Also,
like,
I mentioned this in one of the. It's in the supercut, of course. But
yes.
The nudity is fine for 9-year-olds. Don't be weird, America. Don't be weird about it. Nudity is not sex. Nudity is not porn.
And
it's
Alice
fine.
even like mostly looks away or isn't really into a lot of the stuff Utena does anyway. So it's kind of like, all right, there's not like. Again, I think we mentioned like there's no real like instances where Alice is directly the focus of any of the fan service, I guess.
And
outside
even if
of her,
she's, even the naked singing, right? She was looking at the naked girl, but what's the big crime in that? Seeing somebody naked.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you talk about her episode with like the infantilism or however you pronounce it, the baby stuff, right? Like that wasn't really. Again, it's like it's not sexualizing her, right? So
yeah, it's more of a
that's a bit more of an argument, I guess you could make. But I think that outside of that instance, Alice is not really like her ability is obviously used to facilitate some of the sexy stuff, but she isn't like a super active participant. Is probably what I'm saying.
She does her own stuff, and infantilism is a fetish for adults, but for Alice it's playing house. So you could, if you want to make a bigger argument about that.
This. And I think I might have talked about this either in the supercut or when we were covering another video on magical girls, where I feel like Alice is meant to kind of represent the innocence, like how the innocence of children
and the cruelty at times.
Yeah, the innocence of children can lead to cruelty, not necessarily cruelty in this sense, but it can lead to stuff that's even more. What's the quote from Utena or whatever? I think she might be more fucked up than any of us combined, right? And it's because of that childhood innocence.
I'm not agreeing with Utena in that one. I think Alice is kind of normal, actually.
Yeah, well, no, I agree too. I'm just saying, that I think that's the point, right? Is what I'm saying. I think that's what's supposed to be showcasing.
Also,
but
don't freak out about nudity, Alice.
Yeah, don't freak out about nudity. It's fine. But anyways, continue.
And she felt that the fact she was having a good time with it regardless made her a worse person. I posted...
Jeez! I don't want to pause every 2 seconds, but fuck me. Okay.
All right, Twitter. All right.
So he posted on the site that's not real. Consistently baffled that gushing over magical girls continues to be a show that brings me the most joy. What's up with that? Let's see what
on Twitter X about how much I was enjoying the show and how surprising it was to me.
Oh no,
he's banished to the shadow realm. Anyway.
That was the case, and got probably rightfully eaten alive by people whose comments I am not going to show here, because I am just now starting to get my mental health to a place where I can consistently make content online again, and nothing puts that in jeopardy more than reading what people on the internet have to say about it.
So this is kind of disingenuous. We're bullying him. Yeah, we're bullying the mentally unwell. Oh no. But I don't like this, because it's like, okay, I posted a tweet about it. I got a bunch of reactions, but I'm not going to actually show you those reactions. I'm just going to straw man those reactions, and you're going to have to take my word for it. That's what I get from this, right?
he'll talk about one in particular, or
Maybe.
general sentiments that he thought.
Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, I don't like this. Like I if it was me, I would actually show, hey, here is some actual examples of what I got. Because this is a really common problem that I have with people, because they'll be like, oh, Ellie, I'm getting harassed, big harassment, oh no. And then you naturally go, where is the harassment? Where's the harassment, Naritsu? Who's harassing you? I want to see the harassment. And you just go, and I would just go, oh, I'm getting harassed, Ellie, you have to believe me, right? They don't actually post any proof of harassment, right? They just keep saying they're getting harassed, and they don't actually like post any of it, right? And I don't like that. I think you should have to post, because here's the thing: if I was receiving like death threats or whatever in DMs, I would 100% post that shit, because that would be funny. I'd be like, look, I got fan mail, Ellie. I got fan mail. Look at this crazy person in my DMs telling me to KYS. Right? I
don't know. There are always limits and variants in how much you care about. If they start posting addresses or whatever and whatnot.
Well, yeah, obviously you don't show that stuff, but I mean, you can censor posts and get rid of identifiable information or whatever, right? Obviously, but like, I'm just saying, like, just some proof, I guess, right? Just listen and believe. Listen and believe.
Let's him address the general point in his view.
Yeah, let's see what he got cooked with. Let's see what he got cooked with.
About me is they are both right and intentionally rude. So
they're right, but they're rude. Okay.
Seeing as how I am and will continue to be an outspoken advocate against exactly the kind of thing that I am apparently currently enjoying so much.
Yeah. So he's admitting that he's a fucking hypocrite. Yeah, because there was also that. So that one in the back there is a lolly one. Where
we did lolly. That one, I believe, right?
Did we do that? I don't remember.
It's been
if we
years.
Did that one. I don't know, but that was one. That was another one where he was like, I know I watched that one because basically I think it boiled down to, because it was about Made in Abyss and whether or not Made in Abyss was okay. And apparently I am very interested about what's this some future video 30 years from now. Like, maybe, I mean, I guess this is the future video, I guess. This is the third one in the series. But anyway, let's hear him out.
There is some personal reconciliation and self-reflection that has to be done here. Why is this show different? Is it different? Or am I not the person I thought I was? Is it okay to enjoy something on my own time despite the problematic things that it does, or...
You say Harry Potter? Oh. I wonder why Harry Potter would be problematic, Ellie. I wonder what's going on there.
Sorry, I'm going through our list to see if I can find.
You're like an ADHD squirrel. You're just like, oh, did we actually cover that video? I have to go stop the stream.
I can listen to the thing.
Okay, all right. Well, you do that while we keep going.
Does my enjoyment amount to tacit endorsement of the very things that make anime so inaccessible?
Inaccessible
and arguably harmful to so many people. And
wait a minute. I have to pause every 5 seconds because he keeps saying it's the most dumbest shit. Okay, not only is it the very typical, oh, this is going to stop people from watching the anime, Ellie, and people are not going to watch anime because gushing over magical girls exists. This is bad, right? Okay, all right. It's harmful. How is it harmful?
To his own moral.
Where's the harm? Who is getting harmed? Where on the doll did the magical girl touch you? Okay, where on the doll did you get touched by the magical girl? Oh, but wait, there's more. Oh man, Samu, please, I could only get so. Fucking. Oh man, okay.
As a reasonably popular content creator and not prominent internet personality, are the standards different? Am I personally allowed to express anything other than disdain for media that I know to be morally bad, even if it would be disingenuous to say that my friends and I didn't have a frustratingly wonderful time with it? When we say that media is problematic, what
Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm at a loss for words, Ellie. I'm at a loss for words. I
am
can't
happy
fucking...
that he actually is apparently showing a book or something.
Yeah, apparently he's well read and bullshit, I guess. Because I think his entire ideology is evil. I'm just gonna flat say it. I think this whole problematic media nonsense is flatly fucking evil. Because it leads to the censorship of art. There's no other fucking road this goes, right? Because if you're gonna start going, oh, this is wrong, this is bad, this is a detriment to society, this is harmful, Ellie, right? Because he said that. He said that he thinks it's harmful, right? What do we do about it if it's harmful, right? Something has to obviously be done about it if it's harmful, right? And there are plenty of things that are harmful that we still allow, such as, alcohol and stuff. But those things have been regulated, right? So is he suggesting that we regulate sexy anime, right? You can only have sexy anime if it's heavily regulated by the government to, certain watch times per day or some shit, right? Because it's apparently this dangerous substance, right? That's causing all of these problems in society, right? We're going to pin all of the issues in society on sexy anime titties, right? But then then they just leave it hanging after that, right? And there's not, they don't fucking explain, go, well, what do we do about it? Well, nothing, I guess, right? And that's why I think this is evil. I think it's actually fucking disgusting and evil. So anyway, I don't know if you... I'm getting hyperbolic now. I'm getting worked up. I'm getting really worked up because I'm getting... Ooh, man.
The only other video that we did was on Subaru and how to be a man or something. Or how Subaru was or was not a man.
All right, so come back, Elliot. I need you back here to ground me because I'm going out of control, right? I need you to be the grounding force to stop me from going insane. All right, come here.
He's actually quoting a book, so I'm valuing.
I'm dragging your ass back. Get back here. Yeah. He admits that he enjoys the stuff that he deems morally wrong. So does that make him a morally deficient person? Because what's the logical endpoint here, right? I know he's about to get into whatever the fuck this dumb book is, right? But let's now that Ellie is now, are you back in the seat, Ellie? Are you paying attention? Right? You're back in the seat? Right, okay, let's continue.
Is the problem? Well, there is no sensible ethical system where the basis of what's good and what's bad doesn't boil down to what hurts people, even...
Okay, alright, so... I want him to explain to me how gushing over magical girls hurts people. So, let's see what he has to say.
If the definition of hurting people is based mostly on vibes. So to say that a piece of media is morally questionable, there must be a chance that that media can cause harm. What harm? Well, anyone who's...
Holy shit, is he actually going to get into it? Oh boy, now I'm really excited.
He sounds smarter. It must be from the book.
Yeah, he sounds smart, yeah.
It can't be his own ideas.
Oh man, yeah, let's go.
Gotten on the wrong side of a Porygon knows that physical harm isn't off the table, but
is he seriously going to compare gushing over magical girls to the Polygon incident? Are you fucking serious?
Go watch Possum Point's Persona and TVs if you want to know everything about Polygon.
Yeah, oh no. Ellie, what? But the book that he was, he showed it on the screen before. Something about problematic media. I could go back and bring it up.
It's a way over there. Apparently, Vintage Carver.
What? Yeah, I don't know what that is, but what we talk about when we talk about problematic media, I guess maybe Vintage Carver is the author. I guess. I don't know.
When we talk. Oh, it's an edit. Never mind.
Wait, so is it not an actual book?
He edited it.
Is it not real? Does it not exist? Did he just make it up?
Never mind. Respect lost.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you're telling me that there is a real book which is called "We Need to Talk." What we need to talk about when we talk about Kevin, right? Which is apparently a real book, which I assume is about problematic media? Question mark.
No,
right?
I don't think so. I think it's just when we talk about X
or something, right?
And he switched.
The book is about a school. The book is about a school shooter. Okay, so what? So okay.
That's pretty
my
problematic.
My sources, I made it. My sources, I made it the fuck up.
School shooters are problematic. I'll grant Mr. Explanation.
Yeah, I'll grant him that. But my problem here is, did he really invent a book? Right. So he edited a book to make himself seem smarter than he is. Because he's putting it up on stream.
I think it's just another edit of thousands that he does every 5 seconds.
My sources, I pulled it out of fucking Nirvana. Oh my god. Okay, so it's a reference, but the way that he presented it makes it sound like he's talking about, like he's referencing a book.
Maybe.
Right? That's my problem, Jake. Right? Because my problem is that, like, when I first saw, he brought this book up, I thought he was referencing a book that existed that talks about problematic media. Because there are, books that talk about problematic media and media's relationship with people and all that stuff. I think a lot of them are garbage, but they do exist, right? So I thought he was actually bringing up a book that existed, right, in order to try and make himself seem smart. Like, oh, I've read books on the subject. I can talk about this, right? But him editing another book to make it seem like it's talking about the thing that he's talking about makes this incredibly fucking funny. Like, god damn, dude. Let's keep going.
Ethical system where the basis of what's good and what's bad doesn't boil down to what hurts people, even if the definition of hurting people is based mostly on vibes. So to say that a piece of media is morally questionable, there must be a chance that that media can cause harm. What harm? Well, anyone who's gotten on the wrong side of a Porygon knows that physical harm isn't off the table, but naturally we're talking about psychological harm here, and that...
Okay.
Not moral?
Alright. Not moral harm, psychological harm. That's a good point. But then again, I guess you could, like, you could interchange
it's
moral.
Like,
yeah, it's moral. Like, I think he uses psychological harm because that's like
if
not
you're
the
thinking
trad way to say
harm of your thinking.
Yeah, because that's not the trad way to... Because the trad way to say it would be moral harm, but the progressive way to say it would be psychological harm.
I don't think psychological... The left would say psychological...
Well, he has outed himself as a leftist by going on the whole J.K. Rowling thing with the Harry Potter, so I wouldn't put it past
that's a wider spectrum from liberals to lefties.
Yeah, I know. You've got to defend your in-group, Ali. I know. It's okay. But anyway, let's keep going.
Largely comes in two forms: the propagation of harmful ideologies and the exacerbation of personal traumatic issues. And
okay.
First one is still moral.
Yeah, one is still moral, and the other, like, he's literally just moral fagging. He's literally just being a moral fag, right? But he's being a moral fag, and the opposite. Like, this to me, if you replace a bunch of words, right? If he changes the context, you would be able to, like, this is indistinguishable from that Nori dude, right? The Nori dude we cover all the time, who's going on about how porn is like destroying your manly essence and shit, right? This is that, right? It's, the media is propagating these harmful ideologies, right? And it's causing psychological damage to people, right, by existing. So let's keep going. Let's hear them out.
Things can certainly do both. We'll start with the first. These are shows like Gate, which is Japanese military propaganda.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. My problem is it really causing harm? Is the Japanese military propaganda show really causing harm? Am I gonna go join the Royal Japanese fucking armed forces because I watched Gate. We're gonna reinstate the Emperor as the god of mankind or whatever because I watched Gate. Like,
there are
come on now.
small harms, but not
I don't
enough
think there's harms
to
at all.
start mentioning them.
Well, no, because is he going to talk about how Michael Bay Transformers is American military propaganda? I don't think so.
Gate is a little bit worse than that, but it's about.
I mean, I haven't. Okay, look, to preference, I haven't watched Gate, right? But I'm highly fucking doubtful that it is going that Gate on its own is going to cause
No.
any
I mean,
significant
I say
amount
Gate
of
is a
harm.
little bit worse, but because Michael Bay military is, the military is here to help us, and they're always good.
It's more no, because I would relate it because from my understanding of Gate is like, oh, the Japanese military is so cool, right? Look at how cool the Japanese military
but it's
are.
also
they killed a dragon, Ali. The Japanese military killed a dragon. They're so cool. And then you compare that to Michael Bay Transformers, right? Where Michael Bay Transformers was like, wow, the US military killed the giant robot. Look, they're so cool.
The difference is,
grenade launcher.
to talk about Gate a little bit, everyone who criticizes the army in Gate is either stupid or malicious. And the military is always correct and always put in a wrong light. They never... Every situation that they are in, they are the good guys. Everybody who says they are bad or overextending has a secret agenda, and to put them into a bad light.
That sounds a lot like the military people in the Michael Bay Transformers versus the higher ups in the military.
Yeah, but it's a little bit different because they paint everyone who criticizes the army has a secret agenda about it. And it's a little bit different from just...
I'm not gonna argue about a show that I haven't watched, right? I'm just saying that sounds very similar to Michael Bay Transformers. So I'm kind of like, if I view it the same way that I view Michael Bay Transformers, then I'm just my end result point is going to be, this isn't like what harmful ideology is being like propagated here. Like, oh, the Japanese military is cool,
it's a little bit
bright,
jingoistic,
never do wrong.
Thing going on with Gates, but it's like I said.
I wonder I wonder what he thinks about alcohol and tobacco and all that as well. That would be an interesting question to ask. But anyway, let's keep. He's gonna have other examples. So let's see what else he's got.
And this anime was made by an actual cult, movies that Jeff talked about a while back.
But that's... Oh wait, is he actually going to talk about the U.S. Army propaganda and video games and stuff? Okay, I guess that's good. But I think there's a difference between like an actual anime made by a cult to propagate the cult and Gate, right? I feel like these things are very different.
More editors before, but it's still kind of at its core a little bit of a...
No, I don't agree. I don't agree, right? Because the Gate is obviously made by the author of Gate, right? The author of Gate has his viewpoints. He has his ideology. He wants to, showcase his ideology, and that's one thing. The cult is literally a cult, right? It's literally something like... I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference between these two things. And I don't feel like they are even remotely the same level of, if we're going to talk about harm. I mean, I don't even know if the cult propaganda... I mean, you could argue maybe it caused harm or is harmful, especially considering where that cult, what that cult ended up doing, right? But at the same time, I don't know. I don't agree with this whole... Everything is just propaganda, right? Everything is just propaganda for some ideology or something. And so to argue that, oh, this propaganda is more harmful than this propaganda, I feel like it's just kind of like it's a useless argument.
The thing is, on that cult video,
the Lego movie is propaganda.
On that cult, on the anime from the cult, because it's such an insular thing, right? It's such a self-contained, doesn't really have a mirror or a gateway to the rest of society. it doesn't really it cannot harm. It's an internal memo more than anything else, so it can't do anything else to society because it doesn't really exist outside of the cult itself. Therefore, it can't really harm wider society because it has no basis in that. It's a cult. It's a delusional cult. Those delusions don't exist in reality.
Interspecies reviewers is propaganda, really. You see, this is why I think it's stupid, because obviously, if you want to, it's like the whole everything is communist if you squint hard enough, right? You squint hard enough, everything agrees with my ideology if I squint hard enough, right?
No, but I wanted to say, right, the cult videos have no basis in reality, therefore they can't affect reality as much. Gate has more of a basis in reality, therefore they can say more about it and therefore affect it more. Therefore, if we want to compare harm that Gate and this cult anime, the potential harm of the cult anime and Gate, I would say Gate has more potential harm in it. But that's a tangent on the cult anime.
I don't agree. I think it's bullshit. But anyway, let's keep. He's about to talk about your favorite topic, which is shitting on the American propaganda. Let's see what he says.
Or Japanese.
The problem with that they exist primarily or exclusively to advertise philosophical and religious frameworks that do real harm to real people. They are the animated equivalent of an Alex Jones podcast, doing
so. So this is what I mean, right? Like, I don't think Gate is comparable to Alex Jones.
No.
I think that's fucking ridiculous, right? Because Alex Jones, like, you can argue whether or not it's a bit or not, right? Whatever, right? I mean, and he is fucking hilarious, right? He is fucking hilarious. However, I think that him going off about there's a massive difference between, hey, the author clearly likes the Japanese military. He wants to promote the Japanese military. He might have some views about Japanese nationalism, right? I mean, the thing is, this only works if you already have the predisposition to think that promoting the Japanese military and nationalism is bad, right? You have to already believe that nationalism is a net harm. Like, because there are people out there that don't view nationalism as a net harm. They think nationalism is based and cool,
right,
and that's like.
So maybe to say
but the thing is,
the thing Naretsu about Gate is that I don't. The nationalism is a kind of a thing, but more important than that, the problem of Gate is that it hates criticism, it hates accountability.
Right. But let me finish my point though, right? Because I was going to make a point. My point is if you asked a communist, right, what's harm, what is causing harm, they're going to say whatever disagrees with communism, right? Whatever pushes ideas that lead people further away from communism, such as liberalism or libertarianism or any of those kind of other ideologies. Stuff like, you could argue. I mean, the Log Horizon author got done for tax evasion, so that might be might indicate where his views are. Possibly, I don't know, but would that mean that Log Horizon is libertarianist propaganda because it promotes a society where there's commerce and people live freely and there's not too many restrictions and rules going on in it, right? But then you talk to someone who is a libertarian or someone who is a right-winger or something, and they're going to tell you anything that promotes communism is harmful propaganda, right? So the definition of what's harmful propaganda is entirely reliant on where your worldview is. So this guy saying, oh, well, Gate is just like Alex Jones because I don't like nationalism because I'm a leftist, and leftists don't like nationalism, right? Because they view it as a step away from their communist utopia where, the cloud in the sky, everyone's fucking kumbaya, the utopia that will never happen, right? So that's why I think this is silly, right? I think this is silly because me and you, right? Because we're arguing about it right now, right?
Yeah.
We have different moral viewpoints on these things. We have different, you lean more leftist, I lean kind of more to the right in a sense, right? I wouldn't consider myself fully right wing, but I'm center, right? Essentially, we have different things about it, and we would consider things that push stuff in another direction to be good or bad. If there was a show that was, Puritan propaganda, right? Sex is bad. Don't have sex until marriage. This is what happens when you have sex until marriage. The sexual promiscuous characters are all demons and evil, and they hate, if you fall for if you fall into the trappings of sex or whatever, that would be a big sin, and you should never. We would view that as bad propaganda, right?
Yeah.
Both you and I would probably say that. So I guess to kind of cap off my point is whether or not propaganda is harmful is entirely fucking subjective on what your own worldviews are, and that's why I think this is just fucking noise, right? This is just noise. It's not actually making a very salient point. So what do you got a response to that before we move on?
I'm a little bit more curious. We talked a lot about already. I gave my general views on why Gate is a little bit more harmful than a cult video. There are a little bit of I think there is a somewhat of a measure you can put on when some propaganda becomes harmful, when it calls for the deaths and exclusion of groups and whatnot. That's a good point where you end and where you stop. Regardless.
I can necessarily agree. I do feel like it's obviously an extreme example, and we're not really. I don't think we're necessarily talking about that when we're talking about stuff like gushing over magic.
No, but when you start promoting like fear of the other, if it's the Jews are prime example of always being the other, the scary other, the schemer and whatnot. When you're doing that, you're in the wrong. Pretty simple. Alex Jones over here is a person that always was blaming the other. Never really saying.
They're turning the frogs gay, Ellie.
Yeah, who are they? And it's always the Jews. in
It's always yeah. Oh, God. All right. I've actually got to dip and get another. I'm gonna refill my drinks and stuff because I don't know what's up with my throat today. It's been very dry. So I'm gonna let you kind of read the chat and respond to the chat. And I'll be right back in a sec.
Alright, reading the chat. Big on screen. La la, they're making the children weeps. That's a good thing. Agree, we use people split tarps, hoax. Yeah, anime can be used for that. No, it's not for every anime. I think Gate does promote a little bit of don't listen to the haters and saying any criticism or accountability of journalists is bad. That's not a healthy thing to say. Filtering literacy levels. This video is harmful. Maybe in the sense of it still has a little of irony in it. It teaches perhaps people not to care. Cuties, I don't know. I've never watched Cuties, and I'm not going to start watching it, so I'm not going to talk about it. So it feels like it was a bad idea from the start. No, Davey, that's not propaganda, that's truth. See, the entire chat agrees with you. But yeah, you have a philosophy and religious framework that works to do harm to real people. And that's all. Is Alex Jones a philosophical and religious framework? Does he promote that? Maybe if he uses Christianity to say that the Jews are bad. But well, from what I know, he's completely bankrupt because he kept doing stupid stuff in law.
I have returned. My mute is gone, and I have returned.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with my throat today. It's very. I gotta have water and my my normal energy drink. Yeah, Alex Jones is funny. He's a funny man. Yeah, we don't have to get into.
No, and he's
debates
probably
about Alex
bankrupt
Jones.
for life by this point because he wasn't very smart in his lawsuits.
He was. I mean, he's not very smart in general, but you know, get to kind of cap off the point. Because I did want to kind of respond to what you said, because I do agree with you. I think that if it is overtly, because I think the issue is a lot of the stuff we're talking about is not overt, right? And you're mentioning what I would consider to be like a very extreme example, right? Very, very extreme example of overt, you know, the other bad, right? No redeeming qualities, blah blah blah, kill them all or whatever, right? I think Goblin Slayer, funnily enough, got a lot of those criticisms from people that were like, "Oh no, remember the goblins are Jews, Ali? Do you remember? Do you remember that? Because I remember that. People thought the goblins were Jews."
In Harry Potter, maybe, but not in Goblin Slayer.
No, we did. I think we did cover that video. I recall, but I think it was Pedantic Romantic that made that point, and it was fucking hilarious. But I feel like there's a level where it just I think it's kind of subjective, like I said.
No,
like,
there are of course
what you think is bad is very much dependent on where you fall.
There are more subtle ways, right, to say like they don't belong here, or pure. We need to keep whatever pure, and pure is of course excluding whatever other, or our cultures are not compatible. That kind of talk.
This is why coding is fucking stupid. Yeah, Jake's right. I've talked about that before. But anyway, okay, let's see if we can get through this.
Their best to convince people that globalization makes the frogs gay, or that the ghost of Ryoho Okawa can make better use of your money than you can. The more popular this media gets, the more those messages spread to people who are vulnerable to them. So suppose you're sitting on your couch while Blue Lock happens, and you realize that you're having a good time watching all these young boys be manipulated by a charismatic strongman into sacrificing their minds and bodies to help bring their country to glory on the world stage. Considering I already made this video about how that's kind of a shaky thing to be into, is that a problem? Have you committed a moral sin by enjoying watching the pretty boys kick the football ball around?
What the? Oh, he's making a point about it. We see. We call it soccer down here. We don't call it football. Oh, actually, do we? It's interchangeable down here a little bit. Like, so I think sometimes we call it soccer, sometimes we call it football. Like, it depends.
Yeah, because it's a cultural thing, right? Because I play.
It's a cultural thing, yeah.
Right, so I play hockey, right? I played hockey. I have a hockey stick.
Oh yes. I know about the hockey. Yeah.
Yeah. It was on grass.
Yeah. I know that kind of hockey.
Yeah. See, so if somebody says hockey and says, "I played hockey," oh, did you bash somebody into the wall in your skates?
Yeah, did you bash someone into the wall? Yeah,
no.
Ice hockey. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I have a ball that I slam across the courts into the goal.
But anyway, let's find out if we've committed moral sins, Ellie. Let's figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, no. I think that one's a pretty unanimous no. Any discussion of the harm that something like Blue Lock causes to the anime community is done in terms of pipelines and radicalization and...
Does this man really believe in the alt-right pipeline? Does he really think that's real?
Maybe, but
because I don't think the I think that's been disproven actually that even existed. Like that it was a paper like years ago that some leftist came up with, and it was very much debunked because a lot of the channels that they were like, "Hey, this is the alt-right," but it was like people like Shoe on who were leading people to becoming alt-right.
There is a I believe there is some sort of pipeline, but it kind of starts with a distrust in general,
Yes,
right?
and this is funny because I actually got into a big argument with someone on Twitter about this recently because I made a point that I think that the tactics the left uses online, the shaming, the gaslighting, the lying, the harassment, going after people for liking certain media, kind of like what this guy gonna do, yeah, who are going after things that people like, right? Attacking media that people like. I think that causes way more radicalization in
No,
the opposite
I was
end
talking about
than
more of a
anything
distrust
else.
of they are keeping this a secret from you. Because,
Well, no,
say
well, my question is,
Naretsu
okay, I'll let you finish because I know you're obviously talking about something different, but I do kind of want to cap off my point that I think that a lot of distrust of leftists online and that stuff comes from these bad experiences people have had, where if you are on, like, let's say Twitter, or you're on Reddit, or you're on whatever social media you're on, and the people that are calling you a PDF file for liking gushing over magical girls all have pronouns in bio current year flags, right? That's regardless of whether or not all people with those identifiers are the same, right? People aren't rational, and they're going to create a negative association in their mind, and that's going to breed distrust and resentment to that particular side, right? And that's the kind of stuff that radicalizes people
yeah,
and
so
makes people more susceptible to, let's say, becoming a trad, right? And because I've seen it fucking happen to people.
well, no, I question that because being a trad also makes you hate sex. So I don't how get
I think it. I mean, it obviously takes a while, and not everyone goes down that far. But I do think that it makes it people more, because I view it as a self-defense mechanism. I think because
also
people want to be in a tribe, because people want to be in the tribe, right? They want to feel safe and secure within the tribe. They don't want to be alone, right?
yeah.
Which means that if, let's say, the other tribe, the leftists, are the ones attacking you all the time, calling you a PDF file, going after everything you like, trying to get it censored, trying to get it attacked, you're going to get pushed more and more to that other side of the fence,
Yeah,
because you want to find
so
solidarity. You want to find solidarity, and there are a lot of right wingers, right, who disingenuously
Naretsu, I
will
want to
say,
address chat because chat.
"I know you want to just let me just say." There are a lot of right wingers, because this is important. People need to be aware of this. There are a lot of right wingers that are not actually pro freedom of speech and pro sexuality content and all that stuff, and live and let live and that kind of thing. They are actually trads, but they will use that discontent, right, that people have for leftists to radicalize people, right, over time into becoming more and more trad, because you want to be part of the group, right? You have to follow the dogma of the group. And leftists do the same thing, right? Because, obviously if you're an LGBT person and you're getting harassed by right wingers all the time, the left wingers are going to come up and tell you, hey, we've got all the answers, join our team, right? So it happens both ways, right? So I think that's way more what causes the radicalization of people to go to these extreme ends of the political spectrum than watching the anime Blue Lock about the pretty boys playing soccer. Right?
Naretsu, two things, right? No, it's not lacrosse. It is the field hockey, like David is saying. Very important.
Right, okay.
Second, the pipeline I'm talking more about is stuff like it's not really it's a little bit in the media in some points, but it's more of a say Naretsu, you're having a hard time in life. You have no money.
Oh yes, the big depression. Yes,
you have no money. Then somebody says, "Hey, I got this amazing trick, so you don't have to pay your rent."
Right.
This is a secret trick that everybody uses, but you don't. You've been cheated.
Hot life hack. Yeah.
You've been cheated your entire life, so now you don't have to pay rent. Then your landlord comes along and says, "No, you have to pay rent." But Naretsu, you have the trick, and he's not listening to you. So you blame the landlord for not listening, not complying to your trick, so you don't have to pay rent. Then the policemen come in, and you explain them, no, because of this and this and that and these difficult readings of this obscure law, I don't have to pay rent. What do the police do?
They arrest you for being a dumbass.
Yeah, but the police are wrong to arrest you because you have this trick.
So to cut this a little bit short, because I get where you're going with this, I think both cases can be true. I don't think this is a case of like one or the other. I think both forms of
so this is a wider. I have this trick. I have this clause. I have this law.
I have all the answers, and I will defend you from the people attacking you. Right.
Also, this is the second way. It's if you are falling into a obscure conspiracy, like pyramids somewhere or Atlantis or whatnot.
the ancient pyramid batteries. Yes.
And then then the professor of a university says no, that's dumb. There are no batteries in the pyramids. They don't shoot lasers or whatnot.
Don't shoot lasers.
No, the pyramids don't shoot lasers. And then, no, but I have done the research and discovered they have lasers. You and your university are lying. But then the university is funded by the government. So the government is lying. But not just this government, but all the governments.
Like I said, I feel both forms of radicalization.
And then you start, kind of a. I think then you have flat Earth and big.
My problem is I don't think watching the pretty boys play soccer is going to lead you down a pipeline where you end up firebombing the government or something.
No,
I don't think that's how it works.
It feels kind of more of a, I don't know, that Helldiver thing of you're fighting for the fascist dictatorship, but that's kind of the point of it, to show how terrible it is.
Well, I think most people understand the thing. Like I don't think a lot of people are playing Helldivers and suddenly becoming actual like Nick Fuentes watchers, right?
No.
But I think there is a much more higher likelihood of somebody being ostracized by the left and then going down a sort of spiral where because of their resentment and want to destroy what they perceive as.
By the same token, if you have any time of hey, gay isn't bad, and then you get pushed out of the right immediately.
Yeah, and then you go down the same spot. Like I said, it cuts both ways, right? It's a both. It cut. Yeah. It looks like 650's.
Oh no, 650 is actually Barbara, the grandma.
Barbara, yeah. Barbara,
it's
our biggest fan, Barbara. Yeah, that's not. But anyway, let's keep going because basically TLDR. We don't agree with this man. Just
Enough about pipelines and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't think it's a pipeline at all.
Victims. Not many people say that enjoying watching a pretty boy kick a ball into another ball makes you a bad person, even if the show surrounding that perfect parabolic arc is a bit off. There is a reason I ended that video with the phrase, watch things wisely, and not, don't watch things. The important consideration on a personal level is recognizing the messages that the media you enjoy are trying to spread and not letting them impact your opinions of the world without examining them first.
That's a lot of words.
But it still contributes to a culture of gross sexualization of young teenagers and hopefully isn't the start of a new trend where ecchi and fan service and comedy shows are replaced with outright porn.
He's lame.
He's lame, yeah. So lame. It's like I said, that sentence, right? 100% could come out of the mouth of that Nori dude. This is horseshoe theory in full effect, right? You have a progressive guy, right, who is clearly leans to the left side of things, right, spewing the same kind of shit that I would expect from an Andrew Tate, Chad, oh, liking women is gay, right? right? If you guys know about the Andrew Tate stuff recently, right, where he's like, being promiscuous and having sex with shitloads of women is gay, because you should be settling down with a family and having 12 kids, right? That's the manly thing to do.
He's such
right?
a grifter.
He is, but that does again. That's
Yeah.
not. That's not. My point is, these two pictures are the same, Ellie. It's the same fucking thing. It's literally the same thing.
I do
He's
have to
making
say,
the
I'm not
exact
detecting
same
any
point.
real lefty energy from him.
Well, like I said, my lefty detector is that one. He's talking about problematic media, which typically tends to be a left-wing argument. The other
Also
thing is that
Puritan.
he obviously
The
other thing is that he directly went, did the J.K. Rowling Harry Potter bad thing in one of his memes, right? Which is typically also a leftist thing. So I'm 2 for 1 on my leftist thing right now. So I think it's safe to assume that he leans left, right? It isn't a trad, Andrew Tate loving degenerate man, right?
He loved capitalism from that last video, right? So I don't really think.
Well, maybe, but I mean, there are left wingies that aren't commies, right? Even you would agree with that, right? There are left wing people that lean left progressively, right? That aren't necessarily full on communist, right? As much as I like to meme about it, right?
Yeah, there's still a spectrum in the end.
So what I'm saying is this is clearly a very similar argument, right? The argument that it contributes to a culture of gross sexualization of teenagers, right?
I feel Puritan way more than any left.
But the left wingers say this stuff too, though, Ellie. They say the exact same thing.
Maybe, but
because it's probably yeah, they do. They fucking do, Ellie.
Like straight up. Nori was it? Nori is also very
Nori isn't a left winger. I know that for a fact. But I do know for a fact that left wingers use these exact same arguments because they talk about normalization and how like this would normalize the that is basically his argument. It contributes to a culture of gross sexualization of young teenagers. He's making the argument that gushing over magical girls is normalizing the sexual abuse of teenagers, essentially, because of its existence, right? So, and that is a left-wing argument. Because the right-winger would call it degenerate and say that it's degenerating society by making people, view... like the words being used matter, right? But even though the words being used can tell you which side it is, the end result is the same, right? It's the same argument, just with different words. Problematic is basically the left-wing version of degenerate at this point.
Yeah, let's continue.
Apparently he's gonna go off about stuff later. But I need to highlight how fucking stupid this is. It's so fucking dumb.
It's lame.
Let's take my personal favorite anime as an example. Ouran High School Host Club is basically perfect. Except for that one episode where one character sexually assaults another in order to teach her that girls are vulnerable and weak little creatures and that she was naive to think that she could ever protect herself against a big strong man if push came to shove, but we don't talk about that one.
I can't imagine living like this, Ellie. I can't. I can't imagine living like this. It's so fucking bad.
This thing that we don't talk about in the episode that doesn't exist is not cool, but it's portrayed as cool. This is supposed to be a character building experience for Haruhi, and one of the foundational moments that establishes that Kyoya actually cares about her and doesn't just see her as a source of money for the host club. It's an important scene, and Kyoya is unambiguously supposed to be the hero of it, but it's very clearly bad. This is not a case of a character making a moral misstep because of his sheltered upbringing, although I do like that read. It's a case of an author creating a situation wherein a woman is practically raped into believing that she is fragile and demure and incapable of defending herself against strange men, any one of whom could be a predator just waiting to strike. And the fact that it works and is never brought up again is tacit endorsement of the tactic and the underlying mentality that it represents. So
is it though?
I'm not going to hate on this reading. It seems fine enough because I have my slime reading.
Yeah, okay, but I think it's fucking really gay and dumb. and lame. It's just lame.
I appreciate more the effort of show says this is good, but I think the moral message is actually bad. It shows a little bit of fault in the scene.
I guess, but I don't think he's a big brain for thinking sexual assault is bad. I don't think this is like a fucking grand revelation, right? And I feel like the way that he's portraying it as being this like massive.
Well, the thing, right? He said it, but in 1,000 edits on screen. But
yeah, it's hard to
the message of Harry, don't be protected by us or by me, instead of, hey Harry, do something about being so careless all the time. It's about the solution is to remain weak, basically, or don't be more protected yourself. Just let others do it. That's kind of a. There are ways where Harry could be more assertive or more careful, or being taught something like that. But in this case, the solution is to remain meek and not be able to protect yourself.
Mushroom makes a good point, emphasizing the power dynamics for sexual tension in a shoujo manga. Who could have seen it coming? Yeah. And Jake is asking why Haruhi's being brought up. In your point.
Because I feel in this case it's an example of show is blue sky, is clear skies and happy, but actually the moral message is beyond this bad. You know, the thing that I always do with slime.
Right.
To show that good
and
stuff
I get
can be
that.
bad.
I do get that, but I feel in this case it's just moral fagging. There's a point where you go from you making a critique of slime, right? And its messages about slavery, right? And articulating that message in a way, because you're not making the point that, slime is promoting slavery and that's going to cause the destruction of the West, right? Or something like that, right? You're not making like this is a moral detriment to society, the fact that I have seen this moral deficiency within slime, right? I feel like these two arguments are very different, right? Because he's it almost feels like he's not considering what he's actually implying, right? Because if he's making the point these messages are harmful to society, right? That there is a actual tangible harm that comes from the way that this is presented in the media, right? You kind of have to contend with, well, okay, what are we going to censor it? Should that scene not be in the show? Should that scene be removed from the show? Right? Do we have to protect society from these harmful messages? Right? Do we have to? Do we have to put the slime author in prison because he made a series about the Japanese imperialist slavery, turn everyone Japanese, recreate Japan in the fantasy world,
prosperity, right? Or something. No, the solution to this, right, is to basically retell the story in a new generation where you change the stuff to kind of reflect more.
No, but the problem is in the new generation, they're going to have complete, if we're going to talk about like the future, maybe in the new generation, they're going to view anything that doesn't have sex in it as being morally deficient, right? Like,
you can only really make it work.
It's an absurdist example, right? It's an absurdist example, and I understand that. But my point is, like, moral considerations change, right? Like, there used to be a time when we were hyper-religious, hyper-puritanical, anything sexual is bad. Pornographic material is, the literal incarnation of the devil or whatever, right? And over time, we have progressed as a society to be more tolerant of what would be considered back then degenerate sexual behaviors, right? Such as the LGBT group, right? We have slowly progressed to a point where we don't necessarily demonize people for their sexual proclivities. However, people like Explanation Point here and other progressives actually want us to regress back just in the opposite direction, right? They want us to go back to shaming people for enjoying, this kind of media. And you should feel bad about it. You should be critical of it. And you should, oh no, you enjoyed the Magical Girl show with the BDSM in it. That's, you got to remember this is harmful to society. It's perpetuating things that I think are harmful to the world, right? And I think that's where my core disagreement with it is, maybe.
There is a small.
I don't know.
The thing is, right, that media and the views that the media is now being interpreted as is always being rediscussed. Every generation, every new group that comes along has a different interpretation and message and criticism of it. Just like there are a million retelling of King Arthur, changing every time from being a straight up you should obey the king because he's cool, to no, only noble kings should be respected in any way, to no, the king has to serve the people. That's a retelling of every generation as the people around it change. And in that sense, people criticized why should the king be respected, and then just because he's king, and then the new stories are going to do something about that. So I'm not going to hate on him right now criticizing something that he doesn't like, because that's what happens basically. I can disagree with how he does it or his conclusions.
I just think that his ideology is going to lead to a future I don't particularly want, where sexual content is viewed as a moral.
That's
a
of
moral
course
problem, right? That's my problem.
Sex is a moral deficiency, kinda, or something like that, is weird to me. And I hope, in my criticism of criticism that does that, is that I hope that would change. But in that sense, I don't see the act of criticizing in this way. We are not doing really anything else from what he does right now to Organized House Club or Gushing Over Magical Girls. It's we are having a cultural discussion right now, and I'm not going to say he can't do that to Organized House Club as much as we can't do that to him.
Makes a good point that it's the allergic reaction to bad moral art is part of it. Jake also makes the point it's an attempt at making the case that people have to selectively remove bits of media in place of media for better consumption. It's like fly in the soup. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Pokemon gave the bad moral message that blood sports is okay, Ellie. So
yeah. That's video. That's the video
but
script.
But the real question is, does this actually harm people? Right? Does the existence of you can criticize this thing in Oron High School Host Club, right? But is it actually causing harm? Is the real question. I don't think it is. I don't actually think
it is in the only way in which it kind of reinforces behaviors, right?
I don't think it does, though. I just don't agree. I just don't agree that it does.
It comes from a time where girls have to be meek. That's how you protect them, and that was more the thing. Even in even more so in shoujo stories, where that's even more of a thing.
Yeah, but is that a bad thing though? Is it promoting? I mean, considering the fact that we've moved away from that, right? Was it a bad thing back then? Is it still a bad thing now? I just don't think it is. I don't agree with this normalization. It merely existing perpetuates these quote unquote harmful stereotypes, whether and we have to have, like, we could go on for hours about this, basically, about whether or not it's actually harmful or not. And I think, to cut it short so we can continue the video, right, I think I just don't agree that it's as harmful as people like Explanation Point make it out to be, because from my perspective, it sounds like he's saying the existence of this media is causing actual societal harm. And I just don't think it is at all.
It's more to me. So it's more of a mirror and reflection of, and to. It's not that then, of course, that Oran High School Host Club is the cause of it. It's more of a. It's more of a thing you can point to the behaviors that we should change.
To boil it down, we're basically having an does art imitate life or life imitate art argument, which is an argument that's been going on since the beginning of fucking art. So, no, Naretsu, it's the implication there is inherent harm, not casual harm. Yes, that's actually a good way to put it. Yeah. But anyhow, it's good.
Should we cancel Oran and anyone who enjoys it? Well, I gotta say, I don't think that second season is coming anytime soon, but no, of course not. That would be ludicrous. Every frame of Oran depicts the very best of humanity, except for those. It's a show about acceptance and love, perseverance, self-determination, class disparity, and the power of kindness above all things. And sure, it occasionally has very dated depictions of lesbians in it, but damn it, they're dapper. The important thing.
Again, he's so close. He's so close to he's so close. It's so far, right?
And my problem with him right now is that he puts these I mean, I like my grand statements, right? But they're always couched into a limited lens. I think you can say it. He's making these grand statements and leaving them as ground and filling as much of the room as possible. He should limit the criticism to what I think I do. I say slime promotes slavery, haha, that's kind of funny, but only in this instance and in this way, and that doesn't really reflect elsewhere in the show itself. I can see that you can make an argument that Oran High School Host Club promotes some dated and stereotypes about how male-female relationships work, and leave the rest of the show as is. That's not a really hard thing to do. Just like any story with a king. With a good king implies that good kings can exist, that a good dictatorship can exist, even though, they always fall apart.
Well, I think the issue is I don't necessarily think the existence of a good king in a story, especially if it's a historical story or a fantasy story, right? I don't necessarily think that's necessarily promoting monarchism. Or which is sadly enough something that I know that there is a few people trying to fucking push for, which is really fucking stupid. But I don't think that the existence of that in media is necessarily promoting that ideology, I guess, is kind of where my disconnect is.
Yeah, it's more of a thing, right?
It's in the same way, like you mentioned the Oran High School Host Club thing, right? I don't think that Oran High School Host Club is promoting this idea as much. Like, I liked your way, you saying it's like a reflection, right? Because Oran High School Host Club is obviously quite an older anime. It's probably I don't know if it's based on anything.
I think it was a manga before that.
Yeah, like it's based on an older work and you can use the excuse of, I guess, it's a product of its time or whatever, right? But I mean, that is an excuse, to be fair, right? It's a product of its time. That doesn't necessarily make it good or bad, right? But I don't think that if somebody watched Oran High School Host Club now in 2024, they're going to walk away from it thinking, oh, women should be weak, right? Women should stay in the kitchen and not try to be strong, right? I don't necessarily think that's going to be people's takeaway, especially considering what the explanation point's talking about here. It's like one scene out of an entire show, right? Like, I don't think that it's going to cause like a giant cultural shift to make people think women should be subservient to men again, right? I don't think that's going to happen. So I guess my problem is just how much gravitas he puts on the idea that this media is causing this grand effect on society, right? It's just like with slime, right? I don't think slime, slavery, we're not going to re-enslave the blacks because of slime, right? someone watched slime
Polish,
and all of a sudden we're going to regress back to slavery being okay, right? I don't think that's going to happen, right? So I think that's probably where my disconnect is.
To me, slime, and once I read somewhere or so, and maybe it was just a Twitter thing, something like the Lord of the Rings.
Twitter's not real, remember?
I completely forgot. The Lord of the Ring kind of ends when good people become king, and that's the end of the story.
Right.
So order is restored when good kings are back in their place.
So is this promoting socialism, fascism?
Right? It is a kind of a king, when the kings return, when was it, Aragon, because claims his birthright as king, things start going well again. So that kind of has some weird implications. So all right, so we have to have a supreme ruler who's good to solve problems. That's
but like I said, how many people have read Lord of the Rings, right? How many people are Lord of the Rings fans, enjoy Lord of the Rings? I don't see all of those people clamoring for the return of the monarchy, right?
Or a supreme ruler of any kind. No, it's more of a moral thing that you can examine and say something about, and maybe even say grand things about.
I think you also have to kind of like look at things in context as well, right? Like the context of the story, that the fact the world presented in Lord of the Rings is obviously not like our own. It's very, there's magic and shit, right? So there's a level of suspension of disbelief where, while you as a person that knows history can understand that kings and rulers don't tend to end on general, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's good kings, sometimes there's bad. Let's not be, totally dismissive, right? You understand that fundamentally having a king now in the modern era would not be a good idea, right? And is an outdated form of government that we've kind of moved past, right? But in the context of the Lord of the Rings and the society that's shown in the Lord of the Rings and the world that's being presented to you, you're able to kind of accept this idea of there being kings and rulers and stuff, and have it, just works, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
Todd Howard, right? It just works, right? And so that's kind of, I guess, another reason that I have problems with this whole idea, right? Is it kind of takes the media out of its context in a sense. Yeah.
It does. So it's more says of something about the author and whatnot, and maybe the culture in which it was written, and that's kind of what I'm more interested in than in general than. Because what it says about the time and the people, who it was written by, says more about that time than it actually says about what happens after.
So we'll do a quick little chat read and then we'll get back to it. I love incest anime, but I don't want to sleep with my sister. Or any non-blood related sister either, right? Yeah, like this is kind of, that's, I mean, I've talked about before how like people can have fetishes that they don't necessarily want to do. You don't necessarily want to do them in real life, or they're physically impossible to do in real life, right? It's like there's no way you're going to get eaten by a dragon, right, or something like that, right? So there's plenty of that going on, right? We're going to get World War III because of housing, yeah, definitely. So where is the line between a media that is morally wrong but okay to enjoy and one that should be condemned? Like that is my question, David, right? What do we do about this, right? And I'm interested to see if Exclamation Point actually has an answer to that outside of just putting his hands in the air and going, well, I mean, it's okay if you like this, I guess, but I mean, as long as you finger wave about it and remind everyone that it's morally wrong, you know, you put those asterisks next to your enjoyment constantly, right? So let's find out.
When it comes to engaging with Oron is being able to watch episode 8 critically, understand the parts of it that are not okay, and to thoughtfully and consciously reject them. Just to clarify, it does not matter how you react to this scene. It doesn't matter if you choose to ignore it when you watch Oron, or if you laugh at it, or roll your eyes at it, or view it with academic detachment. It doesn't matter if you like it, whether you find it hot, or narratively interesting, or if it just makes the good brain juice start flowing for reasons you don't really understand. As long as you get what the messaging behind the scene is, your conscious reaction to that is what weighs on your morality, not any instinctual and subjective experience of liking it or not. The main thing to
So, you're not smart. Everyone knows. It's going to be my new catchphrase.
Well, except him, because he always...
It's going to be my new catchphrase for the next few weeks, Ellie.
Yeah, with the Red Suit, there are people who just consume it as content.
Yeah, okay, but I don't... Even those people, I don't think those people are going to consume that episode and walk away with the idea that sexual assault is okay. I don't fucking think that's happening. At all.
No,
I just don't see it.
Like I said,
I just don't see it. I don't fucking see it. Where are all of these people saying, where are all the sexual assaulters, right? That watched High School Host Club and say that they sexually assaulted a woman because they watched High School Host Club. Where are they? Where are they, Ali?
I believe we mentioned this before. If there are people whose only measure of human interaction are the media, if they have no other social contact, but that's not becomes another problem.
Of those people, but how many of those people realistically exist, though? Right? Like, how many of these people do actually like? Because again, I am running under this idea, which is the idea that Explanation Point brought up, that this is harming society, right? If you don't look at this critically, right, it harms society. Well, where are all of these people that supposedly are not, at the very least, understanding that sexual assault is bad? Where actually are they, right? You know, because it's like Jake is saying, right? We can start playing with the thought of defining that line by reflecting on the intended demographics that media is catering to, and then assess the text on a case-by-case analysis or do a comparative study. But like, again, it's like, I just don't physically see the harm, right? I don't see where he's getting this idea that, that people are not critically watching something, that means that they endorse it, right? Just because I'm not gonna I don't have to put an asterisk next to gushing over magical girls to be like, listen, guys, Ellie, I don't know if you know this, but child abuse is bad. I don't know if you know this, but sexual assault is bad, right? It's really bad. Okay, I have to make sure that you know, right? Gushing Over Magical Girls is a great show, but listen, sexual assault is bad. You have to understand. I don't know why people like Explanation Point are expecting everyone to have to say the implied parts out loud, right? It boggles my mind because I don't. You don't have to do this. You don't have to buck break yourself like this. It's okay to enjoy it. You don't have to justify it to everyone.
Hey, let's move on.
Yeah, that's didn't you know, based on the channel's name, critical study of the study of power. But anyway, let's continue.
Watch out for when it comes to things like this is the harm that can be done by recommending these shows to others. After all, inviting your friends over to watch Gate means that you are intentionally exposing them to militaristic propaganda regardless of how cool it is to watch a tank blow up a dragon. The easiest way.
And those are the people who you recommended it to can't do this critical thinking by themselves suddenly. And,
yeah. So, listen, everyone but exclamation point is dumb. Okay, everyone's a dumb. He's super smart.
As soon as a piece of media is recommended, all critical thoughts stop in the person who got the dragon.
As soon as you see the tank blow up the dragon, brain stop working. Unga bunga.
But only if you
right?
watched it from your own. If you watch it by yourself and by your own, somehow it came to you in a dream void, then you have critical thought. But if you start recommending it to other people, they can't think for themselves.
Yeah,
or something.
This is a silly point. Let's keep going.
To avoid this is obviously just to watch something else, but I don't find that viable in a world where true joy is so scarce and we have no real control over what brings it to us. A more reasonable.
What? Wait, what? We
don't
have control over what we don't have control over what brings us joy. Question mark?
I don't know, some dumb thing.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Course of action is just to explain the issue before spreading the word. This isn't something you have to do every time with people.
Yeah, but you're making the point that you have to do it every time. Like every time you talk about the show, you have to say, "Hey, it's bad," okay, right? Understand it's bad. He's advocating for trigger warnings essentially. Just
I don't know, for spoiler warnings.
Spoiler warnings or whatever,
well,
which is
not
weird.
Even not spoiler warnings, mandatory spoilers, I guess.
I had I was looking into a study that apparently it's got some problems and they need to redo it with people that have mental issues. But there was a study that came out that tested people that don't have mental issues and found that trigger warnings actually cause anxiety in people. Because it essentially primes you for a bad interaction with something, because it's basically telling you, hey, you're going to see something bad happen, right? There's this graphic violence or sexual abuse or whatever the trigger warning is for, blood and gore or something, right? It's basically causing your brain to be primed for a bad interaction. So that causes an anxiety in people, which was reported by the subjects in the test. Because I believe the way that they did the test was they had two pieces of media. They had the same piece of media, but one was accompanied with a trigger warning and one wasn't, right? And the people that read the version with the trigger warning reported that they had higher levels of anxiety while reading the book because they were waiting for it to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having it happen naturally and them reacting to it, as they would normally react to that situation, or if that would trigger them or not, right? They're now anticipating the trigger, which causes them to be actively waiting for it to happen so that it can happen and then suddenly they can be released from the anxiety, right? And of course, it is scientific, and I feel, but there does need to be more study into it. They need to do a study with it, how it might affect people that actually do have, because the whole point of trigger warnings is supposed to be to protect people from being triggered, right? It's supposed to protect the people that have like PTSD and issues like that. So they do need to redo the study with people that actually do suffer from those conditions to see whether or not that same issue occurs, right? And then we need to have a discussion about whether or not it's worth causing anxiety in the vast majority of people in order to protect a smaller minority of people from potentially having a triggering experience, right? Are we causing more harm than good, basically? And this kind of ties into to tie back to the video, he's talking essentially now about how you have to sit your friends down and directly explain to them, hey, we're going to watch something that's got all this
these
stuff
messages
in it,
and these story beats and these.
Yeah, it has all this in it. you're basically just priming people, right, for a reaction. And you, rather than letting them react to it on their own and come to their own conclusions and whether or not they think it's good or bad, or whether or not that media is, fine or whatever, right? You're essentially just you're priming the brain for a specific reaction, and now they're going to be watching the entire show, waiting for and anticipating those moments, right? And that can possibly be quite harmful. To it. So I very much disagree with this. Yeah.
Although it's
sorry, I'll let you respond, because I can't.
I mean, it's very banal, right? To do this, it's such a nothing. What if it's not even to a wider public? It's to his friends, and presumably to we should do this to our friends. That's such a minuscule thing. It's not worth the effort.
And is it really thinking critically? Because I don't think this is thinking critically at all. I don't think this is thinking critically about it at all.
We talked. We had big expectations for Metallic Rogue, where we wanted a big.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
we wanted slave uprisings, the entire the half of the show.
We thought it was gonna. It was building up to something, right? It was building up.
And
to,
even
to
there was
stuff.
there wasn't a trigger warning deal telling what's the deal with the story. No, that was what we were expecting.
That was our natural reaction to it, right? That was our natural assumptions and our natural critical thought process as we were watching it. Wow, this show's talking about some big subjects. Does it have the
free
guts
will
to actually...
and whatnot? And
does it have the actual ability to tackle these subjects in a proper manner? And obviously the answer was no, right?
But so are we now going to have to say if we're going to recommend Metallic Rogue? It talks about slavery and it doesn't really commit on that in the end. So but people can find out on their own that it doesn't commit to the slave uprising.
Yeah. It doesn't say slavery bad every 5 minutes. Right.
It doesn't kill the masters, so it's kind of lame.
We don't get the masters beheaded in the guillotines. Yeah, so it's bad, right? It's morally Ellie, did you know that Metallic Rogue is morally deficient? Because
I knew, because
massacre all of the slave owners, because slave owners are bad, right?
Yeah,
and they should be killed, right?
Yeah.
Did you not? I'm thinking critically, Ellie. I'm smart. I'm smart, right? I'm so big brain, right? Like, this is what I hate. People like this. I hate this like pseudo intellectual. Oh, I'm so big brain because I think critically. I see the things that other people don't. It's fucking
nothing you
know. But if you're sharing a cool GIF on Twitter of a tank blowing up a dragon, then you should probably include a disclaimer that this GIF comes from a show that's also cool with tanks blowing up the Chinese. Ranking of.
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. So he's like, every single time you tweet a GIF from Gate, you have to do a reply tweet, right, with a disclaimer that says, okay, listen, guys, I know this GIF of the dragon that you just saw getting blown up by a tank was so cool, right? It was super cool. But did you know this show promotes nationalism?
Also, it wasn't a tank. It was an F-16 or something.
Ellie!
It was a plane.
Well, yeah, but that's the same. It's the same point. It doesn't matter. It's the same point, right? Like, he actually expects people to be like this, right? Like, every time you post a GIF from Gate, you have to put the disclaimer. You have to put a million disclaimers on every single statement you make about a show, right? If you even talk about Gate, you have to remind everyone that it's about nationalism. Like, oh my god, how can I've said it so many times. How do these people live like this, Ellie? I can't fucking imagine
they don't
what
actually
it must
do
be
this.
like.
That's how.
Yeah, and they don't. I don't think he actually does this either. There's no way. There's no way he's tweeting out like gifs of like, oh man, look at this cool Sakuga or something, and then having to be like, well, just got to remind everyone that this show has incest and pedophilia in it. So just Just what the fuck is he on about? What the fuck? All right, let's hear about ranking. I don't know. I've heard that ranking of Kings is pretty good. I haven't watched it myself,
me
but I've heard
neither.
some good things. Yeah, I've heard good things about it, though. Apparently, it's got some nice animation. So let's see what's he got to say about it.
Kings is what beautiful fantasy stories in recent memory, and there are so many people who can be helped by the series' depiction of overcoming disability, dysfunctional families, the price of ambition, and any number of other things. But recommending that series to others without mentioning how heavily it leans into harmful stereotypes about Koreans kinda just means...
Koreans specifically?
I haven't watched the show. I don't know, right? I'm not gonna say one way or the other. I just think that, like, seriously? Does it actually have harmful stereotypes about Koreans? Is that actually a thing? Is that real? I almost want to watch the show to find out now, because that sounds fucking funny.
I don't know. If I'm to believe what he's saying and with these 2-3 screenshots, maybe, justifying oppressing a people for a very long time because they're mean when you're not oppressing them. Yeah, that's...
So our boy Jake in the chat is giving us some context. He says, yes, because the argument was that the village in the side here depicts pre-industrialized South Korea before Japan invaded and industrialized it. So I'm guessing the point is, I guess, the kingdom invades the tribe or whatever, and then is like, hey, we're going to turn you into, bring you up, right?
No,
use big colonization to bring you up to our level or something, right? Like, I'm assuming that's what's going on here.
From what I get from Jake and these images, it's not really that. It's more of, hey, these people, we oppress them, and that's good because they're mean.
Maybe.
And it's a different group, just like the Japanese and
the point
Koreans.
Was that the Koreans are ungrateful for the Japanese colonialism.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, yeah, that's bad. I mean, the Japanese did some pretty fucked shit when they were colonizing both Korea and China, right? I mean, don't even have to fucking, like, there's no justification for some of that fucking shit. They basically treated the Koreans like subhumans, right? It's fucking big racism, right? Big racism, massive racism, right? So I can understand criticizing that, I guess, but I don't know if you really need, like, a trigger warning for that. Like, what even would be the trigger warning? Like, Japanese nationalism trigger warning?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Naretsu, I think I would be very able with my big...
Yeah, where is the proof that these characters represent Koreans? Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, you'd have to...
Yeah, apparently the villages were styled after industrial Korea. But Naretsu, as I said, if I have big criticism of royalty, I think I'll be able to say, oh no, they're different people, and when they rebel, they don't like the king. Oh no, what a terrible thing!
Yeah,
people that rebel against the king, they are mean.
People are not
bad.
happy with the way the king is treating them. Oh no, how could this have happened, right? Black people are orcs all over again. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, again, I don't know the full I could get criticizing this, right? But I don't see how that is something that needs to be, like, because here's another thing. Like, here's the thing, right? Are we going to make the point that, okay, this is the author putting his own views into the work, or is it, hey, the author looked at history and was like, hey, this was something that happened in our history, I'm going to use it as something in the work to try and make a point about how bad it was or good it was, right? Like, there's some stuff going on here. Like, again, I lack the proper context to kind of
but the small thing that I get from these images is that it kind of says, oh no, these people were right to be oppressed, And
maybe.
And if it's styled after Korea, it kind of says,
But I
well,
guess,
the Koreans were
it would
right
depend.
to be
It would
oppressed.
depend. I guess it would depend on the outcome of that plot line, right? Like, what's the outcome of it? Is it
Yeah,
genocide
so
happening,
let's
or
move
is
on,
it,
because
you know,
we
is it the
realize-
genocide happening, or is it they realize, hey, sure, we're like, is it? Yeah, again, I don't know. I would have to. Yeah. Jake doesn't remember the episode either, but like I said, I need lacking necessary context. Please, please more context necessary to kind of judge it.
Means that you're spreading those stereotypes, and that's not a very cool thing to do. And then there's the issue of financial support, going to people and organizations who are less than good, and this is something that everyone is going to have to work out for themselves. There's a famous bit of wisdom stating that there is no
way to see or play
something.
Oh
yeah, he's totally not a leftist, Ellie. He's totally not a leftist. He's totally not a leftist. There's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism.
Such a boring liberal
totally
thing to
not. Totally not a leftist.
They say that, but don't do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've made that point through the whole video. It's like, speak with your wallet. Like, if you don't like the messages being promoted by whatever it is you're watching, then just don't fucking buy anything.
Emphasis on don't buy it.
Yeah, just don't buy it. Yeah, just don't. There's your ethical consumption under capitalism, right? Yeah, but I always hate this argument because, it applies to like basically everything, right? It's like you went to like a Walmart or something and you brought like a fucking chug of milk, right? Like a carton of milk. Your money went to the cashier that then goes to the company, and then the company uses that money to buy food from a supplier, and that supplier gets their food via some other supplier that's enslaving the local population in Africa to produce this material or whatever to make the plastic bottle. Also, like the web, just like So I get the idea of there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, but I do think that people use that as an excuse to just be like, I can buy whatever the fuck I want and it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, there's a difference between acknowledging that it's true and actively helping it still continue along.
Yeah. Stop giving Sony your money. Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. That's So
6 degrees of exploitation.
Didn't you know it's labor? It's labor to be entertained. Oh god.
6 degrees of exploitation, Aretsu.
Yeah, 6 degrees. Yeah, 6 degrees.
As ethical consumption under capitalism. Every single purchase is, somewhere down the line, an endorsement of evil. But there is still an appreciable difference between a direct financial donation to the clan and the purchase of a live, laugh, love sign whose
so he's basically making my point.
Yeah.
So let's keep going.
Proceeds will eventually be used to fund a Mesopotamian artifact smuggling ring run by ISIS. How is that a real thing that happened? How straight of a line you are willing to draw between your wallet and the armies of Avernus is a matter that you're going to have to grapple with personally. There is no objective right answer here, just a sliding scale of harm that needs to be considered every time you make a purchase. Can you...
Does it, though? Does it really?
It's only...
Does it really need to be... Like, again, if I'm going to the dairy and I'm buying like a carton of milk or whatever, or I'm buying a fizzy drink from the dairy, do I really need to have in the back of my mind, oh no, what if this thing I'm purchasing was made with materials mined by the cobalt kids in Africa mining the cobalt or whatever, right?
In the smallest way, you could take the slightly more expensive but free range or local farm milk.
I mean, you could, right? And
in that sense, every purchase that you do, even as you're buying milk.
But Ellie, what if the farmer of the free range milk is a pedophile? What then? What then? What if he's actually a mass murderer who's murdering people that come onto his farm? What then?
But
what are you going to do?
What's the difference? But is the CEO of the mass-produced milk any different?
Well, I mean,
is he not a mass murderer and a pedophile?
Maybe. Well, that's why. This is why it's silly. This is why it's silly, right? Because I feel like you could probably, like, no matter what you do, that's why it is no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's a zero-sum game. You literally can't win, right? And that's why it's a dumb point, right?
Although not every purchase is a capitalism. Of course, but that sometimes gets lost.
Well, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm saying the overall point is dumb because it's a zero-sum game that no matter what you do, right? If you live under that ideal, right? There is literally nothing you could do. The only way to actually live by that ideal is to go out and be self-sufficient in the woods, right? And make everything yourself and farm your own animals and get your own food, make your own firewood, do your own stuff. No electricity, like you would literally have to live as an whatever the fuck that branch of anarcho, whatever fucking shit is, right?
Anarcho-cap.
There's like a green and a black one that's like fucking return to nature monkey shit, right?
I don't know.
You'd literally have to return to monkey in order to fucking like live by this nonsense. So it's, while I can understand, like, if there is like a direct through line, right? Like the Sony example, right? Sony is censoring games. You know, Sony is doing that horrible shit to the Helldivers devs right now. That's really bad, right? Don't want to support Sony anymore, right? Perfectly understandable to boycott Sony and not give your money directly to Sony, right? That's fine, right? I get, yeah, that's great, right? However, does that mean, oh, I should never buy a video game that's on a Sony platform, even if it's multi-platform, because there's a possibility that Sony could get money through the marketing deal that they made with those devs, right? Like, for instance, if it's a multi-platform game, even if you buy it through Steam, those devs still gave money, might get money from Sony or give money to Sony. It's still pushing it around, right?
That becomes your own personal, and of course, how much of the which harm.
Yeah, and that's the part that I'll agree with. Explanation point here. It is a matter of that sliding scale. You have to decide for yourself, kind of what you want to do about it. However, I don't really see, again, it just feels like a null point to me. Like, it just feels like a null point. Yeah. And again, we're meant to be trying to prove how this is causing harm to society, I guess. But I guess the point is that, oh, you're buying stuff from Gushing Over Magical Girls, therefore you're financially supporting it, and therefore you're supporting the exploitation of kids or whatever because it promotes the sexualization of kids or something. I suppose that is the through line here, I guess. But yeah,
I don't know. It's still very vague.
Yeah, it's vague, and that's why I don't like it. So let's continue.
Stomach the thought of J.K. Rowling getting $3 richer so that you can spend 100 hours playing Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah,
I really don't fucking.
Just pirate the game.
Just pirate the game. Yeah, just pirate the game. It's not hard. Just pirate the game. See, he keeps bringing up J.K. Rowling constantly, right? Again, he's a leftist. I'm sorry. He's really ass mad about J.K. Rowling, right? And it's, whatever.
Yes, some people will say that makes you a bad person. Some people will not. I am not here to make that moral judgment for you.
Bullshit. Bullshit. You are making the moral judgment. Don't fucking play this dumb. This is gaslighting, lying bullshit. This is why I hate leftists. Okay, you are making a moral judgment. Just own it. Just fucking own it. Don't try and play this whole centrist. Like, he's mentioned J.K. Rowling being a transphobe and being evil like at least 3 or 4 times in this video. He clearly doesn't like J.K. Rowling, right? And would most likely be on the side of the people that would say you're a bad person if you financially supported Hogwarts Legacy. So don't fucking piss on my leg and tell me that it's fucking raining, you disingenuous piece of shit. I'm so fucking tired of leftists doing this shit. Like, no. Just own it. Just call me a transphobe. Just call me a fucking transphobe, okay?
Don't
fucking... Well, I mean, theoretically, if I did actually buy Hogwarts Legacy, I didn't
right.
because I don't give a. I didn't because not because I give a shit about J.K. Rowling's views or whatever, but because I don't care about fucking Harry Potter, so I didn't buy it, right? But theoretically, if I did buy it, just call me a transphobe, right? Just fucking own it, right? Don't play this dumb moral bullshittery, right, with me, right? I'm tired of it. I would rather you be upfront about it than whatever the fuck this is. It's so dumb. I fucking hate it. Oh, I gotta breathe.
Yeah, let's move on.
See, that's the kind of Naretsu triggering people come here for. That's what the. Are you not entertained, audience? Are you entertained by my ranting and raving about the leftists? But anyway,
only to point out that it exists. That said, things get a little bit less complicated when your purchase goes directly to support organizations who will use the proceeds of their artistic ventures to do harm in the world. It's one thing for you to decide that Orson Scott Card is not enough of an insufferable homophobic prick to keep you from buying a copy of Ender's Game at the struggling local bookstore that you love. But it is quite another to pick up Battlefield Earth directly from your local Scientologist, knowing that the money will go straight into the kidnapping and brainwashing fund. But everyone agrees that giving money to evil organizations is bad, even if we disagree on what organizations are evil, so let's get straight to the second type of problematic.
So, again, this didn't really, what's the point here? What actually is the point here? He hasn't actually made a point. He hasn't proved that any of this is causing societal harm. He hasn't proved that, the media is influencing, to me at least, he hasn't proved that the media is influencing people
it's more of a,
to such an extent that
it's really
it's a massive
offer.
problem.
It's don't support the offer thing, but it's
but the author being a bad, again, if we're gonna the author, does the author being a bad person mean that Ender's Game is suddenly persona non grata and is a horrible book, right? I mean, I haven't read it, but
I don't think Ender Game is, but he
does Ali? Let me use your own example. I'm going to use your own example against you. Get ready.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Lord of the Rings a bad, morally deficient story because it promotes monarchy, quote unquote, right? Even tangentially promotes monarchy, and does that mean that Tolkien is an evil person, right? That shouldn't be financially supported, or I mean, the estate shouldn't be, because fuck estates, bro. But you get what I mean, right? Should people not support?
Yeah, all right. In this example,
because okay, let me finish and then I'll let you go. Right? To make it clear what I'm actually asking you, right? Should people continue to support the Lord of the Rings even though it supposedly promotes something that is possibly morally deficient, and that says something about the author? Go.
All right, so in this example, supporting monarchy is evil because I personally think that it's more of a careless thing, right? So in this example, supporting monarchy is evil. Should I still buy the book, or even though it supports that message of monarchy? Because my nation has a terrible history with monarchy, and they terribly suppressed the nation for 1,000 years. And that's, I think in such an example, it's more of a. I think
it's difficult, isn't it?
I think there's a good argument, because I'm thinking of stuff like the Japanese don't like atomic bombs. If somebody else does atomic bombs, movies about Japan being hit by an atomic bomb.
There was issues around Operenda or whatever in Japan for quite a while. I think it came out eventually. And people apparently it wasn't as big of a deal as it was made out to be, but.
Still, it kind of feels a little bit like that, right? That if you make a culturally sensitive thing, then you're kind of still very much in the right if you don't want to support that culturally insensitive message.
But I guess this comes back around to the problem that that's entirely dependent on your own personal worldview. It's entirely subjective, right? Like, if some people might not view J.K. Rowling's views as being as deplorably evil as the exclamation point supposedly believes they are, right? Some people might even agree with those turf-y ideas. I don't particularly, I don't really particularly care about that, really. I do think that J.K. Rowling's a bit insane for other reasons, and
I see random tweets go by and damn, you're crazy.
I don't particularly find what she has to say to be very interesting or informative, right? But I don't really have, because the whole trans debate is its own fucking issue that we can get into, but I don't think is worth it, right? But I can't say I hate J.K. Rowling enough to I'm not a massive Harry Potter fan.
Yeah,
anyway, so it's easy for me to sit.
All right, so
it's easy for me to sit here and be like, yeah, I won't buy Harry Potter because I wouldn't have bought Harry Potter in the first place, right? So it's kind of a null and
all right. So
point.
the big opinion on J.K. Rowling is let her be cancelled in the way that she's being stupid for a while and then don't care about it anymore.
Yeah, the problem is people keep making a big deal out of her, and I think that just it goes back into my whole idea that the left creates their own enemies, right? And the left is creating more resentment to making people resent them more, which is counterproductive to their own messaging and their own goals, right? Because if they had just been like, okay, J.K. Rowling is a bad person, all right.
Well, enough about how
they just moved on, right?
But
they bring it up. They keep bringing it up. They keep bringing it up. They keep talking about it.
But you also keep bringing it up, Narat. So move on from that.
Well, no, because these guys are bringing it up. He's brought it up like 3 or 4 times in this video.
But we need to finish the video watching.
Yeah. Well, no, you're just mad because I'm saying that the left is bad.
I'm mad because we have like
you want to shove that under you? Okay. I know we got to move on, but we haven't actually finished this point yet, right? But I think so. To loop it back to the video, right? I don't think, right, that this entire section has been compelling. Would you agree with me on that?
No, it's kind of weird because it ends with some don't give money to evil organizations.
But he admits that what is evil is subjective, right? So,
but then it doesn't really come back towards something like magical girls because, are you giving money to an evil organization by buying the manga for magical girls, gushing over magical girls? It's kind of
exactly
odd.
It feels to me like he's kind of gotten lost in the source, right? He's drifted so far away from the original thesis statement that he's kind of going into these massive, broad arguments about ethics under capitalism and does this media cause harm or not, yes or no, but let's not actually address that. We've got to move on, right? It feels very disjointed to me, right? And I think that he's doing a very poor job at making the argument about is gushing over magical girls and other media like it actually bad, right? Is it actually a problem? Because obviously you know my stance on it, and I'm pretty sure I know your stance on it, right? So he has to prove to us that it is actually bad and wrong. And so far he hasn't really done that. So let's get into the next section, which I'm guessing is just going to
actual be harm to your own
harm to people that have mental issues or whatever. Let's see what he has to say.
Like media, the kind that affects individual people. There are varying degrees of severity to this, but nearly everyone has some kind of topic that they don't want to hear too much about. About a year ago, I was involved in a pretty bad car accident. No injuries or anything, but I was badly shaken up for about 6 months to the point where I always got nervous being in a car, and seeing wrecks on TV was just about the last thing I wanted to have happen during my quiet relaxation time. But vehicular collisions must have been having some kind of renaissance, because it seemed like everything from Death Parade to Dawson's Creek featured cars making out at high speeds. Now, even at the time, seeing a bit of twisted metal on a television screen wasn't going to make me dissolve into a sobbing puddle, but I did always come away from those scenes with a nice, unexpected reminder of the fact that I would probably be dead if the woman driving that giant truck had run that red light just the tiniest bit more slowly. And that's...
So, my question here would be, is it actually that there is tons of media with car crashes in it, or is it the fact that his trauma is causing him to be more aware of car crashes happening?
I think
right?
It's maybe
because
I'm not discounting I'm not discounting the possibility that there's a year where it's a little bit more prominent, more featured more often.
I mean,
the
normal. Problem is because this is the reason I make this point is I personally haven't really, because we're not looking for it, right? We're not sitting there like consciously or unconsciously really thinking about car crashes in media and how many car crashes we see in media and whether or not there's an uptick or not. But because he's had that traumatic experience, he obviously is, right? Which actually kind of goes back into my whole trigger warning thing where you are expecting the thing to happen, right? And that causes anxiety, right? Like, maybe he's going in wondering if that's going to happen or possibly expecting for that to happen. And therefore, he's more conscious when it does happen. And that's giving him the false perception that it is actually happening more frequently.
Yeah, but
right?
Maybe it's
that's what bias is called. Yeah, exactly.
What's that bias called again? Yeah,
I think it's just that's what bias.
I think it's just a bias. But
I think it's just a bias too. Yeah, I think it's just a bias. Yeah,
it's called just a bias. But I am kind of. How does this relate to something like gushing over magical girls, though?
I'm gonna make the big brain future sight prediction that he's going to say that if someone was sexually abused, they're going to not have a good time watching gushing over magical girls. Right? That's where I think he's gonna go. But my counter to that and my counter to this is we're not he's not. I don't think he's dumb enough to make the argument that we shouldn't have car crashes in media because of the fact that people were in car crashes and it could make them have traumatic PTSD episodes or whatever about it, right? I don't necessarily feel like that's something that that would be a weird argument to make, so I hope he doesn't make it. But let's see what he says.
All right, Samu, I have a neat trick that may. Oh, sorry, yeah.
You respond to Samu and then we'll continue.
All right, Samu, I have a neat trick. If you can, later, go into a mirror and look at the rim of your lower jaw, the inside, beneath your teeth. There might be big bulging growths on your lower jaw on the inside of your row of teeth. You may have never ever seen them, but they have been there for a couple of years.
They've always been there.
They've always been there.
And now Ali has pointed it out. You're now conscious of it happening.
And now it's all these years and I haven't noticed it. It can't be. It's always been. They have to. It must be a cancer that has come like last week.
Right.
But no, so they've been slowly growing for years.
So let's continue.
For anyone. Abusive relationships and suicides can also stir up a lot of bad associations for me, so whenever I see these kinds of things depicted in media, there are often times when I think I would rather not have, and my day usually gets a little worse. But naturally, nobody is saying that we can't have suicides and abusive relationships and car crashes in media, so where is the line that takes depictions of things that could upset people and turns them into problems?
So that's
the question.
Kind of the problem, isn't it? What is the line, right? Where do we have to start censoring things? Because I mean, I have my own things. I suffer from. You might not know it because I'm on the stream all the time, but I have the social anxiety sometimes. So sometimes when I see socially, watching Watamote was a bit of a traumatic experience as a teenager. Like watching socially awkward situations. I sometimes get a little bit kind of like I cringe, right? I have a bit of a but I've never really felt like it affects me, right? Like in the long term, like I might have a feeling of discomfort, but that feeling of discomfort doesn't because he's talking about it like ruining his day, right? Like I can't say I've had those feelings of discomfort, but I can't say it's like ruined my day to have that discomfort, right? So yeah, I don't know. What about you, Ellie? Do you?
I don't know. I've been unlike Naruto, I'm completely normal.
Yeah, normal man. Yeah.
I have no. Although I'm. Well, one online quiz test said that I am ever so slightly. What was it? Schizoidic?
Some random
something that means
nonsense.
I have a slightly lesser need for social interactions.
Introverted.
Well, it makes me less susceptible to group peer pressure and whatnot.
Right. Schizoid.
No, I think it's actually that.
Yeah, no, he's joking. He's joking.
It's something like schizoidic or something.
Yeah. Whatever.
A lesser social drive to conform, etc., etc. But anyway, there was an online quiz. I don't place that much stock into it.
The amount of stock you should put in that stuff is very low.
Yeah, very limited. But no, I don't suffer from big social anxieties. I've never really empathized with Watamote in that sense. And I haven't really got into a big traumatic experience. Sometimes I have a nightmare or something, but it's been a while since the last one, so no, I've not.
Yeah, so there hasn't been like, I don't know, something in media that makes you kind of like your skin kind of crawl a little bit when it happens, like maybe some particular, I don't know, type of content.
No, my only phobia is the ever so slightly irrational fear of addictions, so I avoid coffee and whatnot.
Yeah, so, I mean, but the thing is if you saw people drinking coffee in a fucking, TV show or whatever, it's not like you're going to have your day.
No, it's more like from, oh damn, they're drinking beer or whiskey or whatnot over there.
That's bad. Yeah,
I'm not going to be there or maybe even think less of them.
So that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Is I don't necessarily think that it's this, like obviously there are probably people out there that do have actual PTSD and have issues watching certain things that might relate to the thing that caused them PTSD. It might cause them some discomfort, but I do think that it's really overblown, right? And I'm interested to see kind of where explanation point goes here with, okay, what is the line? And he didn't get into it in the first section, but what needs to be done about it? Like, is he going to advocate for trigger warnings? Is he going to advocate for
I think it's kind of more
stuff?
of when he did both. But Samu, no problem. Glad to help. Also, now you can feel it with your finger for the rest of time. Those growth on your inside your lower jaw.
I think some of those are saliva glands, actually.
No, they're bone.
Oh, yes. But anyway, let's continue.
Seeing the word problematic as an uncrossable barrier like that invites the kind of pointless moral hardlining that my fellow well-intentioned leftists get
My fellow well-intentioned leftist, Ellie. I was right!
Damn, I know. He's not part of my club.
Damn, got ya. Gotcha! I knew it. But, I mean, he's criticizing his own well-intentioned leftists, I guess. So, always assume malice. Aha! I've had my celebration. I want to hear his criticism of his fellow well-intentioned leftists. Right? Let's hear it.
Constantly made fun of the internet. There are times when it is appropriate to use racial slurs in media or to depict.
Okay, I know he's not. I know the point he's making. It's just out of context. Out of context. That is a fucking quote.
There is a temptation to isolate that part.
There's a real temptation. There is a time when it is okay to say racial slurs in media. Explanation point. 2024. Quotation. Okay. I gotta calm down. Calm down. All right.
Picked sex crimes or torture, Nazi symbology.
Okay, wait a minute. He has to be putting torture there as a joke, right? He has.
It's the first and latest thing you can animate torture, and it's time for torture.
Yeah, that has to be a meme, right? But anyway, sexual assault, Eva, whatever, Nazism. Okay, let's continue.
Or all manner of things. That's why I tend to think of this more as a bartering system. If a creator wants to put potentially sensitive media into their story, that's fine, but they have to purchase it with something. That can be...
What?
You have to have the good morals to have the bad morals.
I guess that's what he's saying. I gotta. Okay, I want to hear it again because I have to. I'm still trying to recover. From that bombshell. But anyway, all right, let's listen again.
That my fellow well-intentioned leftists get constantly made fun of for on the internet. There are times when it is appropriate to use racial slurs in media or to depict sex crimes or torture, Nazi symbology, or all manner of things. That's why I tend to think of this more as a bartering system. If a creator wants to put potentially sensitive media into their story, that's fine, but they have to purchase it with something. That can be character development, emotional payoff, thematic meaning, or even comedy, but the more extreme and sensitive the issues you want to include, the greater the cost, and the harder it's going to be to effectively pay it.
I think that's fucking nonsense. I think that's absolute fucking nonsense. Like, the idea that, you're not allowed to show morally dubious content in a work unless you... Again, it's this idea that you have to put the asterisks, right? Like with slavery, right? You can't have slavery in the world unless you put the asterisks there to remind everyone watching that, no, I totally understand that slavery is bad, guys, okay? I know it's bad. Slavery is terrible. You can't, it goes right the fuck back to that video we did on slavery where the chick is like, this idea you can't have slavery in a story unless you have a plot line where you completely destroy and dismantle slavery because slavery is bad, right? If you don't have that, then you're being morally deficient, right? You can't just have slavery be part of the setting and have that be the, maybe not necessarily unchallenged, but just recognized as a part of the world, right? Similar to how Rudius views it in Mushoku Tensei, where it's like, he understands slavery is bad, but he doesn't want to necessarily interfere with the world and how it, operates and runs. He doesn't want to, his goal is not world domination in a sense so that he can destroy the fucking institution of slavery, right? That's what this sounds like. That's what this sounds like to me. It sounds like you can't have... All right, I'm almost done and then I'll let you go. You can't have anything problematic at all unless you have that counter, thing such as character development. Like, there's that good thing at character development that, stuff. I'm interested to see what he says about Goblin Slayer, but I'm going to let you respond to that.
Yeah, I don't see Goblin Slayer on screen right now, so maybe just slightly missearch. But yeah, I don't... Chat says good stuff about, alright, what is morally dubious and what is the sensitive parts. That's always, of course, a subjective thing. Also, does he want explanations for that, or in some way?
Yeah, what does he mean by, because he's talking about it as if like some of the examples he showed, like BoJack Horseman, right? Like, I haven't watched BoJack Horseman, but I know people that have and have talked about it, right? Where BoJack is very much about this flawed character, right? And he's a bad person that does bad things that are obviously shown in the show to be morally dubious, but part of the show is about his character and the developments that he goes through and the spirals of addiction and stuff that he goes under. Like, is he saying that it's okay for that show to predict the bad aspects of BoJack because it is specifically about how bad they are? But what does, Maidens in their Seven Season have to do with this, right? Because you've watched Maidens, you like Maidens, you've talked about how you like Maidens. Like, do you feel like Maidens is showing a morally dubious thing, but contrasting that with something else? Like, what was, okay, what did he say when he talked about Maidens? I want to hear what he
It's appropriate to use racial slurs in media, or to depict sex crimes, or torture, Nazi symbology, or all manner of things. That's why I tend to think of this more as a bartering system.
Okay.
If a creator wants to put potentially sensitive media into their story, that's fine, but they have to purchase it with something. That can be character development, emotional payoff, thematic meaning, or...
Thematic meaning. So, does gushing over magical girls not have thematic meaning?
Or character development?
Or character development?
Yeah, but I wanted to go back back forward slightly about that BoJack Horseman. I don't. You've told me way more than I ever knew about it, but it reminds me of Disco Elysium, where you are.
Yeah, it is. I would argue, like, again, I haven't watched BoJack. I've just heard people talk about it, and I think I watched like one YouTube video about it one time, like a year ago, because it ended or something, and it does very, like, because you've told me about Disco, and we've, there's been a lot of talk about Disco Elysium. It does. The two characters sound very similar in a sense, where they're both like man failures, or something. You know what I mean? Like, in that sense. So, and again, you could make the same argument with Disco Elysium, because Disco Elysium obviously has a lot of, like, there's fascism and communism and all these ideologies.
And libertarian.
It both promotes and criticizes these ideologies in some respects, right? And all this type of thing. Like, does it make it okay that it's doing it, right?
Yeah, because like, in Disco Elysium, it's kind of it's a big story about, and it's not even about Harry himself. So I can't, and I have no frame of reference at all for BoJack, so I can't speak to anything.
It's hard to talk about things that we haven't.
But Harry is a very complex character who has done everything, and has taken, at some point in his life, has taken every political and philosophical point in his life to either distract or deal with his problems that he had, his drug addiction that he had. He has been a staunch, fascist at one point, and then a radical feminist, and then became a super money hustling libertarian, and then when that didn't work out, he became whatever else. So, and the Disco Elysium is discovering every single part of Harry, and basically kind of picking out what you are going to become of it. Which parts are you going to leave behind? Which parts are you going to pick up brand new? And which parts of his past are you going to keep?
Right.
And so, you go through a lot of character traits and a lot of history in the end of Harry, and you can cast judgments on those past on his history and how you're going to carry that forward. And that's a big thing that he does, and the game actually.
Thematics. Yeah.
And with his drug addictions, he did in fact held a woman hostage for a good while because he wanted to, and that's very bad of Harry. and that's something that he has to live with, for example. And that makes him a flawed character very much, and dealing with lots of drug addiction. How are you going to become racist to help with a problem, etc.? I don't know if that's trading in some stock.
Is that transactional? Like, is the okay? This feels so arbitrary to me, right? Like, we're like, at what point, at the point in which you decide suddenly it's not okay, like obviously Exclamation Point has problems with Made in Abyss, right? Like, clearly, because he's bringing that up quite a lot.
Yeah,
in
weird,
this section,
because
right?
the thing Made in a 7th season is about, big sexual development.
Yeah, but so is Magical Girls, though. That's the thing. Like, so what is the like, I guess maybe because you've watched Maidens, I haven't, right? Maidens obviously isn't as overtly sexual, I guess, because like it's not like the girls are running around in like bikinis or whatever, right? At least from my understanding.
No, it's very much about the emotional trauma of being sexually active.
Right. So maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe it's being overt versus subtext, maybe. And that's where he's drawing the line. But again, that's such an arbitrary line, because you could argue that Magical Girls, even though it might not delve into that emotional aspect as deeply as Savage Seasons, it still does, and it's still there, and it's an important part of the series, and probably what I would argue to be a core part of the series. So Savage Season gets a pass because it's not as overtly sexual, but Magical Girls somehow doesn't.
Because sex is the theme and an actual vehicle instead of emotional trauma of growing up.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like this is just, our boy Gouda is like cope. Yeah, it sounds like a cope. It sounds like he wants to make exceptions for things, but not for others. It's very arbitrary and subjective, and I'm not.
And so how much worth is a character development to warrant something else?
Yeah. Versus how many panty shots is character development worth, right? Like, when we're talking about it, like, in terms of a transactional thing, right? Like, quantifiable currency, right? Like, what? How many big emotional deep moments do we need to have to allow the show to be a hentai, right? Like, what? How? It seems very silly. But I'm interested to see what he says about Goblin Slayer, because he was about to bring up Goblin Slayer before we backtrack, so let's see what he says.
Or even comedy, but the more extreme and sensitive the issues you want to include, the greater the cost, and the harder it's going to be to effectively pay it. When Goblin Slayer first aired, the internet got up in arms about it opening on a rape scene. The website currently known as X was a Twitter with fury about how crass and vulgar and misogynistic and downright ungood it was that Goblin Slayer decided to do such a thing with its opening minutes, and they were right.
We've debated about this, haven't we? We've debated about this. We had a big debate about this when it happened. We covered the Mother's Basement video. We got very heated. It was a time when I was much younger and I was much more animated than I am now. And that same fire still burns within me, and you can see it show up now and then, right? I let the hound loose, right? let the fire reignite, right? But I remember when that happened, and I think that the problem is a lot of people were missing the forest for the trees and not understanding the reason that it opens on that rape, right? It opens on that rape to create the establishment of the series, the setting, the theme. Why are the goblins bad? What do the goblins do, right? And it explicitly shows that to the viewer, right? So that you understand this is what you're getting into, right? This is what Goblin Slayer is getting into. This is what the people that fight goblins are getting into, right? And I feel like that is necessary for the series to, create that establishment. And I think it's very telling that obviously as the series goes on, it doesn't really get to that I think there are some parts, I guess, now and then where it, it's as gory or sexual or whatever, but it never really gets that vivid, right? Again, right? And I think that's because it used that as its initial hook and its initial establishment of, yeah, goblins are fucking a menace. They are irredeemable creatures, right? There's no negotiation with the goblins. There's no, ability to kind of reconcile this. They have to be exterminated, right?
Yeah.
Because they do these horrific things to people, right? And I think a lot of people at the time didn't really recognize that because they get so caught up in the mere existence of that kind of content, right? That the rape existing becomes the problem, not how that was executed in the story, right? Because I think you could criticize, okay, is showing the rape effective in creating this scene versus a fade to black? Is there a, possibility that it could have been more effective if they left it to the viewer's imagination, right? There's a lot of debate that we could have around that we can't even get to because we're stuck on this hang up about it existing in the first place and the moralization about it.
I am wondering how much currency was lacking to him, right?
Yeah,
because
and
we already had
that
big debate a while ago, and perhaps our
we already did that. And I'm not here to rehash that debate.
Yeah,
I just wanted to kind of say where I sort of stand with it, I guess.
Also, our opinions have probably changed since then because
maybe
been 4 years.
It's like I said, I was a lot more of an asshole. I was a bit more of an asshole back then. So it's kind of but I do still believe in what I probably believed in back then, which is that people got more mad about the existence of it rather than the execution of it. And that was my problem, right? That, he's talking about how, it was misogynistic. How is it misogynistic? Like,
I know, I had to keep it in.
No, but anyway, let's continue.
The scene is horrendous. Graphic, intentionally lewd, and largely unnecessary, with little emotional resonance and no place in the narrative aside from showing us just how nasty these dang old goblins can be. It was a...
He's so close. He's so fucking... he's so fucking close, but he's still... I hate leftists. I don't want to pin it all on leftism and the ideology of leftism, but it feels like he has to make it clear that yes, it was horrific and it was bad and it was quote unquote unnecessary and they didn't have to show it and they like all of that to me is just moralizing bullshit, right?
Yeah,
but then
and
he turns
also,
around and he's like,
season 2 was fine.
Yeah, season 2 and 3, yeah, because I've continued watching it, right? Like it's nothing past that really compares, so it's kind of like mute. But anyway, let's keep going. Also, yeah, don't do Chinibro season 2, dude. I haven't gotten around to that one, but it's different. The movie was damn peak yet.
Never watched the
real
movie.
Mess that left a stain on what is otherwise a relatively okay fantasy adventure.
But did it really leave a stain, though? Did it really?
Left a threat, I guess.
Like this is my problem. This is just subjective bullshit. It's subjective moralizing bullshit. He has a problem with it because of his leftist morals, not because of, not because of, was it actually well executed or not? No, it's the fact that it exists at all, right? And that it only existed for this particular purpose, right? And I hate it.
The rape Psycho-Pass opens on is much more visceral, violent, and upsetting than the one in Goblin Slayer, but it didn't get anywhere near that amount of internet backlash, and you certainly never hear about it today. That's because the scene in Psycho-Pass was bought with atmosphere and world.
And Goblin Slayers wasn't? Goblin Slayers didn't have atmosphere in the cave. It didn't have foreshadowing with the sword and the length of the sword and the guy's sword. It didn't have them talking about the goblins and not treating them with proper caution and them going in unprepared. It didn't like, what is he talking? Did we like? This just feels like thing I like good, thing I don't like bad, right?
Yeah. Also,
it's all nebulous, subjective bullshit.
Also, of course, Goblin was a sexual assault, and a guy just died in Psychopath. So,
yeah,
Psychopaths.
Yeah, like I don't. Again, let's keep
world building and establishing the characters of Shinya and Akane, while the scene in Goblin Slayer left a debt that most people felt never got repaid. But suppose
didn't it though? Like, just again, that's subjective. That's it doesn't fucking. Is the cowgirl okay? I'm pretty sure the cowgirl's okay.
Yeah, she's fine.
I think she's good. But anyway, let's continue.
Suppose you like Goblin Slayer anyway, or Mushoku Tensei, or gushing over magical girls, or whatever it happens to be. And suppose you don't.
Yeah, in the same breath, yeah. Okay, I'll let him start again on that one because we interrupted him. Let's listen.
Felt never got repaid. But suppose you like Goblin Slayer anyway, or Mushoku Tensei, or gushing over magical girls, or whatever it happens to be. And suppose you don't just like these things in spite of their problematic elements, but because of them. Suppose you can look at the rape scene in Goblin Slayer and put that right up there with Frieren and Brotherhood and 5 different iterations of Gintama on the upper part of your My Anime list. How bad of a person does this make you, and how many hours of volunteer work do you have to do to make up for it? Well,
yes? How much? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is one, he's constructing a person that doesn't exist. I don't really think like I mean, look, I love gushing over magical girls, truly, I do. But am I gonna say that gushing over magical girls is like better than Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood as a show?
Maybe
not.
Maybe Mushoku Tensei, but apparently
Mushoku Tensei is a bit more of an argument, right? Because that's got more going on, right? But
it's the same level as gushing over magical girls in its moral objection.
I guess, but the problem is it's like how, again, I can't wait to see like, oh, does this actually make you a bad person if you just enjoy these things, right? Like, again, this is all such subjective nonsense. Like it's all about him and his morals and what he thinks is moral, right? Like, not even considering that other people can have different moral systems and think about things differently to him, right? So anyway, let's
well, hold on to your soup kitchen, because I honestly think it is a very, very small subset of people who would claim that this is any kind of moral failing on your part. Like,
well, he says that, but my personal experiences would beg to differ. Our personal experiences covering AniTubers that have said that it is a moral failing on people would beg to differ.
None of them actually are that. I don't know. They're kind of wishy-washy about it most of the time.
I don't know, Alan. We've covered some fucking pretty moral faggy people.
Yeah, Nori would.
Come on.
Nori would very much say.
Nori probably would. Yeah, come on. And I would say left-wingers too. You can't. The lefties are not absolved from sin. They will 100%. Like, I see lefties partaking in. Yeah, become so. I see lefties partaking in all manner of harassment and doxing and going after people over fiction that they like. The whole fucking anti versus pro ship fucking nonsense around fan fiction and whatnot and shipping people and like it's absolutely like, I think that downplaying that is very dumb. I think that it's 100% going on. There is totally this fucking, maybe not a large, but a very vocal subset of people that are going to fucking judge you and treat you like shit because you like something like gushing over magical girls, right? So, I mean, there are people that think it's literally the same as fucking, PDF file shit, right? Like, you can't get any more, like, morally judgmental than that, can you, right?
But then they show it still. And then
yeah, I know. There's a lot of hypocrisy and stuff about that. But my point is, right? I think he's downplaying it a bit too much here. So let's see what he's gonna say.
Sure, give yourself a bit of a once-over, make sure this isn't indicative of some kind of deeper issue that needs to be addressed, but enjoying something you know you shouldn't enjoy is something that everyone goes through. And I'm just now thinking of this as I record this script, so I'm not going to go into it, but it's kind of what gushing over magical girls is about. It does not...
So he gets it, but he's still being an ass about it.
Alright, but so Utena knows what she's doing is wrong, but it helps her in her life, and
I don't. Oh my god. Oh god. All right, let's keep it.
Not make you a bad person or even a necessarily irresponsible one. Because just as there is a divide between media I like and media that is of high quality, there is a similar divide between media I like and media I morally endorse. Getting enjoyment from Eromanga Sensei does not indicate a lack of morality any more than getting enjoyment from cake indicates a lack of knowledge about nutrition. So long as you understand that sugar is bad for you, you're an adult and you...
This actually reads like the fucking sexy armor. Like, because remember the end of that where it's like, you know, people know that the fast food is bad. Yeah, Samu, keep your dick in your pants. Let us go at our own pace. We know we getting there, right? But I have to make this point that I really do feel like this is a "you're not smart, everyone knows" kind of thing. Like it is very much a, he is pointing out, hey, all these shows have morally deficient things on them, and everyone else is looking at him like, yeah, we know, mate. We kind of know. Samu, calm down. It's okay.
Also,
we're going to watch the whole video. We're going to watch the whole video. Calm down. It's okay.
His examples of the bad stuff is very questionable because it's still like, Eromanga Sensei, oh no.
Yeah. It's so bad. It's so detrimental to society, Ellie. It's so detrimental. All right, let's let him continue, and maybe Sammy will get to have his ejaculation in the chat. All right, let's listen.
You are capable of making your own choices regarding how much cake you can eat without harming your health. The problem comes from making that cake easily accessible to people who could be hurt by it. I have said repeatedly, though never in a video, I don't think, that I don't have any problem with shows like Gushing Over Magical Girls existing. My problem comes from them being advertised on the front page of High Dive like they're harmless comedies when they are literal fetish porn featuring high school girls being sexually assaulted.
I'm not judging you, right? I'm totally not judging you guys, but I'm fucking judging you guys. Right? Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, Sammy's right. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Like, I've mentioned this on Twitter. I know I say that a lot, but I do talk about this stuff a lot on Twitter, right? These kinds of people do this all the time, where they go, listen, Ellie, I love fan service. I don't have a problem with fan service. Fan service, like, look, I love boobs, right? I like the boobs. I like the women in the I like the sexy things. But, big capital letters, bold, italics, but, I think that it's a massive problem with society. It's causing the detrimental destruction of the entire fabric of our existence as human beings, and is causing all these massive problems that need to be 100% addressed, and it's going to cause a downfall in civilization and the fall of Rome.
Yeah,
and
he's being a weird Puritan.
Let me finish. There's this massive fucking problem with it. But I'm not saying that we should ban it, though. And I'm not saying that we should do anything about it. Right? Like, that's what I don't fucking get it, right? How can you, like, his entire first quarter of his video is, this is a problem with society. This is objectively evil. This is objectively a mess. It's causing people to think that rape is okay, right? It is so horrifically bad, and I hate that it's being advertised and promoted and so and so. But I'm not being judgmental.
Yeah.
Right? It's bullshit. I'm sorry.
He's being a weird Puritan.
He is. He is being a weird Puritan, right? Like, because again, he has not explained, like, he just makes the statement that gushing over magical girls is promoting the sexualization of kids, right? He just makes that statement as if it's a factual statement, right? And runs with the assumption that everyone agrees with him. When, I mean, do you think that gushing over magical girls promotes the sexualization of children, Ellie? Because I don't.
No.
Yeah, so he has to prove to us. He has to prove to us how it does actually promote the sexualization of children, right?
So like, it only is allowed to exist in a small corner out of view.
Yeah, you have to. You can only enjoy the gushing over magical girls behind.
If you know the
closet
shame.
door. Yeah, you have to stay in the closet, right? You can do your little gay bum sex stuff, right? But you have to do it behind closed doors and in the cupboard, right? You're not allowed to come out of the closet, right? You stay in the right. You know, and I know it seems silly to kind of relate it to that, right? But it is a very similar argument, right? Is it like, because I can guarantee you, if you went back in time, people that were anti like homosexuals, right? Like really like the big evangelical types, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would be saying the exact same arguments he's saying here. Look, guys, I'm not trying to be judgmental, you know, you gay people, you know, you can do what you want, but look, just don't kiss in public, you know? Why do you have to kiss in public, right? Why do you have to show affection for your gay lover in public, right? Like, couldn't you just do that at home, right? You know? Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, it's right. It's very Puritan, and the fact that he doesn't really recognize this is a big problem, right? With, I think, leftism. to be an asshole, right? I think that the left has a Puritanism problem right now, right? And they really need to fucking do something about it, because it is causing so many issues. I've gotten into some arguments with people because people will counter you and say, well, I mean, the left doesn't have any institutional power, right? The left don't actually, you know, have the ability to influence anything, right? Despite the fact that the left basically controls culture right now, that most higher education, you know, places lean leftist and cater to leftists and have leftist teachers and all of this stuff. I can agree that right-wingers have their own forms of power via, you know, focus groups and PACs and, you know, influencing groups
companies.
that are doing credit card companies, you know, putting pressure on credit card companies to do certain things and whatnot. I 100% agree with that, and I think that's bad, and the right-wingers should be called out on that. But to make the argument that the left is not also contributing to that by allowing culturally that Puritanism to continue to fester, I think is a failing of the left.
All
right?
Let's continue the video.
Kind of, let's keep going.
Know what this show is. I am capable of making an informed decision about whether or not the content in it is going to be harmful to me. Someone browsing High Dive looking for a cute magical girl show to pass the time would not be in the wrong for clicking the first link they see on the homepage and thinking that it's going to give them what they want. That is not making an informed decision.
But you could say the same thing about a lot of things. So why isn't he making the same argument about Change Soldier or any of the other shows?
What was it?
Here?
Ray Zero?
Or Slave Soldier, Ray. Like, Psychopaths or whatever. Like, he's
Madoka.
like, listen, I can agree to the extent. I think that, you know, age ratings, maybe the site should have a toggle for adult content or mature content, you know, that kind of thing. That's fine, right? Maybe that setting should be on by default and you have to opt out, right? Like, I can compromise, right? I am willing to compromise and say that High Dive should have, and I don't use High Dive, right? But High Dive should have maybe a mature section toggle thing,
Peggy,
right, to stop the kids.
Things that are in the stuff, because I believe that I haven't watched TV movies
in a long time,
but Peggy shows, all right, this movie
yeah,
has
Peggy's fine. Yeah, Peggy's fine. Right, PG, G, R16, right? You know, you look at the box, and
it doesn't work with
the box has
those.
got sexual content. I'm willing to bet if you click on Gushing Over Magical Girls, right, on High Dive, right, and you look at it, it will have an age rating with a content description on it. I can guarantee
Well,
you.
just
right?
put on a sexual content included, and on whatever else it has. All right, drug use and language, basically. That's that you put up. I don't know. Language and sexual content on Gushing Over Magical Girls, and you're golden. You're fine.
So I am on High Dive right now, and I'm not logged in because I don't think I have an account. So I can't even click on it if I'm not logged in. So you have to have an account to actually view, I think, the pages, right? Because I'm on the same page he's on. I'm literally looking at the same thing he is. I can't even click on it because I'm not logged in. So you would have to have a High Dive account to even be able to view Gushing Over Magical Girls, right? So you can't just browse the library unless you like have access to High Dive already, right? So I don't really see what, because if someone already has a High Dive account and they already have a High Dive subscription, right? I'm highly doubtful that they wouldn't already like at least be familiar with anime, right? Or be in the know, right?
Yeah, High Dive is it's kind of niche.
Yeah, so I don't see his objection here. Like, if a kid like stumbled upon High Dive, right, and saw Gushing Over Magical Girls on High Dive, I'm like, you hear that? You hear that? That's me trying to click it. I can't see it. I can't get into it, right? I'd have to sign up and go through the sign up process, and I don't know if you have to have a free trial or not to be able to view the content pages, right? Like, it's not like because on Crunchyroll you can like view, because you can watch stuff for free on Crunchyroll, right? So you can view the content descriptions of things, right? So yeah, so I'm kind of like, this point seems null and void to me, because I would have to. So I'm not going to go through the process of signing up to High Dive just to like own this man on the internet. But I mean, does High Dive have a content filter? Does High Dive ever? If you click on High Dive, does it show?
Says it has TVMA, so I assume mature. Something?
So it does have age ratings and stuff listed on the page of the show, right? Like it does actually like have the content.
I don't know what
basically
TVMA stands for.
I think that's I don't know if that's American or British. It's one of them, because we use Piggy, right? Like, you use Piggy. I think we have New Zealand has its own New Zealand has its own ratings board, but New Zealand has this thing where if something's not rated in New Zealand, it defaults to whatever the other country's age rating is, right? So if it's like Australian age rating or Piggy, right, we'll just use Piggy, right? So it's not, it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, Jake says it's material. It's TV mature, basically, right? So
also,
again, this argument that some 4-year-old is going to stumble upon, or some impressionable young lad is going to stumble upon Gushing Over Magical Girls when it's he's too young to be able to, have that content, right? I think that's invalid. I don't know about you.
Yeah, let's continue.
I think that's. Yeah, you think we've spent too much time? Yeah, that's
to watch literal fetish porn, and making it so readily accessible to anyone who happens across the platform is incredibly irresponsible. And I'll be damned if
well, I mean, I just proved that we can't. I literally just proved that if you don't sign up for the content, the account, you can't access it. So that's null and void. He's. I don't know whether or not that is could be ignorance, because perhaps he has an account, so he's just assuming everyone else has an account, right? Which is a bad assumption to make, right? Because, you know, what if it's just someone who's like browsing.
I think there's a small thing of no, maybe he assumes that people pirate it, but you can't.
Maybe
you can't.
But he's
say
specifically
that.
talking. But he's specifically talking about high dive though.
Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't make sense. Yes. Never mind.
Yeah, it's a silly argument to me. So yeah, this is null and void. This is a dumb point.
Going to one of the most popular anime streaming services and seeing this right on the front page isn't going to really sour an outside.
Well, the thing is like, again, you'd only see that if you logged in, right? Because I'm looking at it right now, and it doesn't look like that at all. It looks like what I see is like the bit at the bottom. Actually, you know, fuck it. I'll just if I copy, right? Because I just typed in high dive into my search engine and just hit enter, right? So I just typed in high dive and let the web engine do its thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just going to link you the website, right? I'm going to just link it to you, right? That's the link I'm on, right? So you bring that up and you just you tell me, or you bring up your web browser on the stream, and you just show what we're looking at, right? Show us what we're looking at, right? This is what we've got. I'll wait for it to pop up when you. Because this is important. Because this guy is literally spreading misinformation. Like, this is straight up just lying, right? Like straight up. The chain soldier ad, which is less. Yeah, so chain soldier is less of a big deal apparently, even though that's all about I guess it's not a big deal because the man is the subservient one. I guess, right? Like, I guess it's fine because leftism. All right, here we go. We're transitioning, right? Transitioning over. Yeah, so this is what you see, right? So if you go to highdive.com and you don't have an account, this is what you see. You see, right? There's a list of anime, right? And you can flick through them, right? You can flick through those little animes, right? But you can't. If you click on them, you can't like look at them, right? And it's just, hey, start your free trial. Look, there's another anime. Start your free trial. None of this is straight up porn or anything, right? It's just normal anime. Like you've got dungeon, pick up girls in a dungeon. You've got the romance show with the kid and the big titty girl. You got Oshinokoi, right? You got Shadow, right? And you can flip through the animes, right? You can see gushing there, right? But you can't watch it, you can't open it, you can't do anything. You have to click sign in and actually sign in to get anything else. There's no other thing you can do on this page, right? So you either have to sign up for a free trial or you have to log into your account to be able to view it. It's literally just images, right? So what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah. That kids or whatever are going to stumble across high dive. Unless you actually have a high dive account and you go into high dive with an account, you're not going to see this stuff. So I actually think this is really disgusting. I think this is like I'm gonna be a bit of a moral fag myself for a minute. I think this is incredibly disingenuous and disgusting, right? Because if he wanted to make this point, I would agree that yes, maybe we should have some level of as a compromise, some level of protection and age rating and mature content filters and all that. Because some people don't want to look at, mature content, and that's fine. That's someone's subjective thing. If they don't want to see it, that's fine. And there are plenty of content filters on places like Twitter and other websites where, if you want to filter out all of that stuff so you don't have to see it, go right ahead. There's no problem with that. But to make it out that you can just go on to high dive and be just blasted with, the sexual content is quite frankly absurd. And I hope we've demonstrated good enough that he's completely wrong. And this is probably one of the most disingenuous things I've seen in a while. Like this is like he should actually fucking address this, right? In my view, because this is just bad. It's just bad video making.
Observers' view of the anime community, and they'll probably.
Oh yeah. What does it all come back down to, Ali? What does it all come back down to?
The community.
it all comes back to, how do outsiders view the community?
Oh.
How would my mum feel if she knew I watched Magical Girls, right? Oh man, how would the poor what would the normies don't fucking care, dude. I hate to break this to you, but like the normies don't fucking care. Right?
The normies watch anime on Netflix, and whatever is on Netflix,
the normies watch anime on Netflix, and they watch shit that's like vastly got worse content than fucking anything that fucking anime can give you. Like we're talking about, like, people watch stuff like Game of Thrones, they'll watch stuff like Reacher, which is very violent. There's a lot of violence in Reacher. There's a lot of fucking other shows I could think of that have mature content in them, that, like, even rapes that happen in it, right?
There's
so much.
We got Cyberpunk, Evangelion here. This is this
oh yeah, look at this. Yeah. Yeah, you're on Netflix. Yeah, look. Yeah,
this one looks scary.
Pluto. Yeah, it's scary.
Well, that's face.
Baki is on there. People get their faces smashed in on Baki. You know, like Baki's a fucking big one. Yeah,
there's
like
there's
tons of anime on there. Yeah, not Tokyo Ghoul, right? You know, there's tons of shit on Netflix.
That has some rapey, murdery things going on.
Yeah. So again, like, what is it? The normies don't act like. I think there's a problem here that he thinks that the normies care about this stuff as much as, you know, they just complete, like, the only people that actually care about this stuff are the woke scold people that he is trying to be friends with, right? The fucking lefty, oh, I hate sexual content because it's misogynistic and you know, problematic and evil and whatever, right? Those are the people he's trying to impress here, right? Not like the normies don't fucking care.
He cares what others think of him.
He cares about the public perception of the anime community and his hobby or whatever. And I've been on record before saying I think a lot of that's bullshit, right? Like, just like what you fucking like. Like, why should I give a fuck about what some random dude on the street thinks about fucking gushing over magical girls? I don't fucking know him, right? I don't know random internet fucking weirdo on Twitter, right? Who is gonna be crazy. Like, I'll call him a dumbass or whatever because it's on the internet, so who cares? But, like, you know, I think it's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. I'm tracking back to hours ago. Yeah, it's being performative. Yeah, he's being performative right now. He's trying to appeal to his group, right? To his in group. But anyway, let's continue.
Be right for it. Just like before with shows like Gate, the problem with shows that could be harmful to individuals is not individual private enjoyment of them, but thoughtless propagation. This is where I messed up with my gushing over magical girls Twitter fiasco. With Twitter being just about the worst place in the world, it was incredibly irresponsible for me to simply say that the show brought me joy. I made this
Holy shit! Wait, so I thought, right, he made a post about gushing over magical girls being, like, woke scoldy like he is now, right? Okay. And I thought that he was getting attacked by people like me, right? That were calling him a cuck, right? That's what I thought it was. But he talked about how he enjoyed gushing over magical girls, and he got attacked by his own fucking side.
I don't...
He got attacked. Like, what the fuck?
Can you go on? Because I wouldn't... There's nothing.
Yeah, I want to know, what did he actually, like, what was, again, because he didn't show, like, the responses, right? So I just assumed that, oh, he made, like, a woke scoldy kind of, you know, irony cucked tweet about how he loves gushing over magical girls. Yeah, but it's so wrong. Oh, God.
Statement assuming that anybody who cares enough about my content to follow me on Twitter, X, it's called X now, Twitter would understand all of the complicated feelings and caveats that go with a statement like that, but there is an enormous percentage of the population that has no idea what gushing over magical girls even is, let alone that there might be anything wrong with it. The responsible thing to do when recommending, sharing, or tweeting about the series would, again, be to add some disclaimer about
Such a fucking cock.
Doesn't even say what.
Yeah, he didn't even say, like, again, like, I thought that he made an irony cucked tweet and he got shat on for it by people like me. I didn't think that he made, like, a tweet saying that, you know, gushing over magical girls was good, and then he got a bunch of responses saying, how dare you enjoy the child rape show? Oh, so bad. Oh, you're evil. Oh, why didn't you tell me this was a child rape show? How could you possibly do this? So bad. Like, and again, even now, I don't actually know if that's what he's talking about. Like, what was the backlash, right? What were the points of the people arguing with you, right? Why do you feel like you need to put a disclaimer on your fucking tweets to remind everyone that, yeah, no, it is bad, okay? Sexual assault against kids is bad, right? It's bad. Didn't you know, Ellie? It's bad. You need to change your ways. change your ways.
Weirdo.
It was weird. You can tell Ellie's starting to run out of energy because he's like, weirdo. This is the only thing he's got to say. Oh, man. All right.
What it is and the kinds of issues that people are going to run into if they choose to engage with it. Going back to the cake metaphor from before, it's the same principle as putting an allergy warning on cake that has peanuts in it. Most people aren't going to...
Yeah, but okay, but that's not what you're doing, though. That's what Piggy is for, right? That's what the age rating boards and Piggy is for. That's the disclaimer that there's peanuts in the cake, right? That's not what you're suggesting people do. You're suggesting that people like constantly have to like reaffirm that they understand the stuff that should be implicitly implied, right? So again, what is he going on about?
Some people don't tend to like peanuts, but they'll have a slice if the rest of the cake is really good, and a small but significant number of people will choke to death on their own swollen throats upon sniffing the tiniest sniff of legume. There is also another problem with sharing media that doesn't pay its debts, and that is the issue of normalization.
Oh yeah, here we go. my favorite shitty theory that is absolutely fucking bullshit. All right, go on. Explain to me how it's going to normalize.
I was actually looking the small site engine.
Oh, you were doing something. That's why you were being silent. I thought you were about to go to sleep. That was.
Well, that too, but mostly I was looking for the tweets Naretsu.
Oh, you were looking for the deets.
You
were looking for the deets. Did you go Twitter advanced search exclamation point gushing over magical girls or something?
Naretsu, he deleted the tweet. There's no evidence anymore.
Oh, that's funny. What a cuck. He can't even stand up for his own fucking words. He has to delete the tweet.
We'll never know.
But anyway, Ellie, normalization. You love normalization, right?
Oh, it's the favorite thing.
Alright, let's go.
At first, I thought it was silly to think that literal porn was contributing to the normalization of anything, but the fact that we're even having this conversation shows that that's untrue. Gushing...
What the fuck do you... What?
It's porn.
Not everyone...
So the
not
thing
everyone's
is, right,
a fucking... What? Okay, well, I'll
the thing is... he says, oh, it's just porn, somebody disagrees, but the fact that somebody disagrees proves that society is already corrupted.
Yeah. That was kind of what I was going to get into. It's like, oh, people don't agree with my dumb, woke, scoldy views. That means that society has fallen. Billions must die. Society has fallen. Billions must die. They think they like gushing over magical girls in spite of it being porn, right? Like...
over magical girl in the zeitgeist in a way that no outright hentai has been for as long as I've been on YouTube, maybe...
Because it's good! What do you want?
Maybe because it isn't porn.
Yeah. Maybe because it isn't porn. Yeah, like, what is he saying that porn can't be good, right? Like hentai can't be good. This
Oh no! Can you
idea
go
that
back like 5 seconds? One.
Alright.
Yeah.
There you go.
Chat says
Alright, let's
its
listen.
audio is being weird
Oh, is it? Okay.
on the
alright, well, I'll
video.
play it
Maybe not us.
Okay, well, I'll play it again.
There is also another problem with sharing media that doesn't pay its debts, and that is the issue of normalization. At first, I thought it was silly to think that literal porn was contributing to the normalization of anything, but the fact that we're even having this conversation shows that that's untrue.
Okay, let me go back in the stream and listen to for myself. I will confirm the chat's
1
suspicions.
second, I can also, but I have to mute the other.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it is. Oh, that's kind of funny because it's not popping for us. So
I can do a quick switcheroo.
yeah, maybe do a refresh or something. Maybe we should start using like the built-in YouTube fucking watch together thing on
Is
Discord.
there a built-in YouTube?
Yeah, you can do like watch parties and stuff. Maybe we should start doing that instead of doing what we're doing here. I don't know. I think you get ads through that though if you do that. So maybe.
1 second, I'll do a quick transition to particular account. Then I do a refresh on thing.
Oh yeah.
And
even the video wants it all to end. Yeah. I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there. We've got like maybe a little quarter sliver.
Let's see. Where was the tweet?
Oh, so you can't find the tweet?
I found it. I mean, I found the tweet here. Said I deleted the tweet here.
Yeah. Oh, right. Why did he delete the tweet? I'm interested. Can you read it?
People can't understand the difference between I enjoy this on my own time and I support and endorse everything the show does. That's what he says.
So yeah, so again, he got fucking ripped apart by his own team. That's hilarious. That's fucking funny. What a fool.
His Twitter is like minuscule, like free. I mean,
yeah, he's not getting a lot of interaction. Yeah.
So I don't.
That's fucking hilarious.
Anyway,
this is something. Okay, Jake's got something critical to say, so I'm waiting for him to say what he's got to say. He's having a fun time in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. This goes completely in the face of the video. Actually, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Oh God. Yeah, he says in the tweet it's endorsement. Yeah. So that's the word. Yeah. Oh no. Oh God, I hate it. It's so funny. But anyway, all right. So let's see if the video's still popping.
Yeah,
he is a cuck. Yep.
Press play Naretsu and then listen to the on the stream.
Let's listen to let's see if it keeps popping. We're almost done anyway, so if it's popping too bad, we'll figure it out. So he's making kind of this point that I made.
Oh damn.
Oh, now it's muted. Oh, you've muted it. You've muted it, Ali. Good job.
Oh, back 5 seconds. This is the new part.
Okay.
Oh, so there's more than 5 seconds.
Are we good? Okay, guys, can you hear it? Can we get a confirm in the chat? You guys can hear it? You're all good?
Oh, the audio is terrible.
Silly think the role porn was contributing to the normalization. Anything but the...
Maybe you need to do a refresh or something.
I did refresh it with
Did you? Oh, that's weird. Maybe it's an OBS issue or something. We might need to figure out a different method. Maybe disconnect it and reconnect it. I'm not sure. I don't know. Stop the yeah. No.
Window capture. I can throw some properties on it. Let's do a thingy. Try it out for 1 second. Press play.
Yeah, I have.
Oh. Isn't playing for me. Oh, it's frozen.
Oh.
The
I think.
there it is.
Oh, yeah, it's yeah. I think it's because we desynced. Maybe it's because we desynced at some point.
1 second.
Yeah,
I'm assuming direct
engage with
control.
it. Going back to the cake metaphor.
Right?
Yeah,
I'm assuming direct
yeah.
control.
Going
That's
back to
playing.
the cake.
Yeah.
All right, audio is fixed.
Okay. Audio is back. I'm gonna skip forward. Right. I'm gonna retake control. Right.
Yeah.
And now let's see if it works.
That doesn't pay its debts, and that is the issue of normalization. At first, I thought it was silly to think that literal porn was contributing to the normalization of.
All right, we good? Are we good, guys? We're all good.
I check. People in chat says it's good.
Okay, good. All right. Let's continue.
Anything, but the fact that we're even having this conversation shows that that's untrue. Gushing over magical girls is in the zeitgeist in a way that no outright hentai has been for as long as I've been on YouTube, maybe for as long as I've been an anime fan. There have been ecchi that have gotten popular, but usually ones where the ecchi is a side element.
Yeah, and also I don't think gushing over magical girls.
This is just like Nori. When that Nori guy said also porn has to be in the shadows away.
Yeah,
shame.
Yeah, it is. It's like I said, it's the exact same thing, right? And again, first point is gushing over magical girls actually a hentai.
No.
There's no actual penetrative sex, I guess. And I mean, unless you count maybe the Yuri scene with the two characters.
That was actual sex, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think but here's the thing: even if it was hentai, what's the problem, right? Why is it being hentai a problem, right? And he talks about the ecchi thing, right? Like one of the points I've made is I think the reason that people are so mad about gushing is because it's so overt about it. It's so up in your face. It's not that little part of the show that you could just kind of push in the corner and be able to play your little I'm critically consuming this thing, I can like it for different reasons type deal, right? Like you cannot do that with gushing over magical girls. It is explicitly about that aspect, right? You can't just say, oh, I like it for the animation or whatever. It's like, no, everything about it, even the animation itself, is sexual, right? So I find it like this weird distinction he's making between ecchi and hentai, and how for some reason this is the fact that this show.
It just bothers me more that.
I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's just more that he's all right. Ecchi is okay, but only when if it's not on the main stage or something. It's a weird ass Puritan thing. Let's continue.
Well, yeah. All right, I'll make one point and then we'll continue. It's a weird ass Puritan thing, and I feel like he's mad about the thing that he thinks is getting normalized is
sex.
the exploitation of kids, right? Because it's all about the sexualization of children with him, right? He thinks that that's what's being normalized, but I think what's actually being normalized is the whole sex and hentai and that becoming more acceptable, like what you've talked about, where explicit sex becoming more acceptable as opposed to ecchi type content, which I don't know if you could argue that's a good or a bad thing. Like if you're a Puritan, you'd argue it's a bad thing, but I don't know why a progressive would argue that being more open about sexual content and sexuality in general is a bad thing.
That's
right?
why I don't get really much lefty vibes from him.
Well, I mean, he self-describes as a leftist, so I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't really hide behind that no true Scotsman argument in this case. At this point, he's very clearly a leftist using leftist arguments, but he's using them in that same puritanical way that Nori does, right? So, yeah, so let's continue.
Element to an east or harem comedy, not where it is the point. And now that it's popular
sex
and
can
contributing
only be a comedy. Oh no.
Yeah, again, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. And again, this isn't like I'm sorry, but this comes from the left. This is leftist puritanism. You can't just push can't push all the blame onto the right wingers at this point. It's 100% on the left allowing this stuff to perpetuate, right? So let's continue.
Culture of anime, it's worth it to ask where off-color comedies are going to go from here, or even where hentai is going to go from here. Sure, it's easy to say that you personally enjoy Rising of the Shield Hero despite Naofumi owning slaves, and even to say, as I have done, that his treatment of human beings—
Oh look! The capitalist hero! Look at that! 4 years ago!
Hey, that was a video, I think.
That was the one we did, yeah. We did his capitalist
And we said he was the hero of the people.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. But anyhow, let's keep going.
as objects of commerce is thematically appropriate for his character. But knowing that it's contributing to main character slave ownership becoming an increasingly common trope in the genre—
yeah, oh no!
Shield Hero inspired Mushoku Tensei. Oh no.
God, look, this video's got everything. It's got everything. He's wrong about sexual content. He's wrong about ecchi. He's wrong about high dive. He's wrong about isekai. Like, fuck. He's got everything, man. Maybe he's going to become the new wrong man, Ellie. He's the new wrong man.
If he starts making videos.
Yeah, he's picked up the title from the classic wrong man. But anyway, let's continue.
Is a lot harder of a thing to grapple with. Aspiring creators see popular isekai give the main character a nice slave girl for his harem, and they throw that in their story because they think it'll help it sell. Or even because they legitimately like the idea and think it will improve their story. This cycle of stories gaining inspiration from each other compounds on itself until it becomes tired, and then people twist it into even worse shapes to grab the audience's attention again. We can't deny the fact that stories continue to put these elements in there because they get views, and views come from individuals, which means that individual enjoyment is indirectly responsible for the popularization of
Shield Hero came before Mushoku Tensei.
Oh.
Actual checking.
Well, I still think this is a dumb point. Right?
It is.
Like what? Like this idea of like, oh, like because this whole thing falls apart when you consider that, hey, maybe they just enjoy that content. Right, and he's kind of making that point, right? But he's pointing it out as if it's a bad thing, right? Like, oh, this, like, because he's going under the presupposition that this content is harmful to society and that it's bad and that it shouldn't exist, right? And he'll say otherwise, right? He's going to say like, oh no, I know it should still be allowed to exist, but that's just a lie. That's just bullshit, right? So, you know, he's going under that presupposition, which is causing him to be like, man, look at all these people doing the thing that I think is not normal because I'm the normal and well-adjusted one, according to me. Right? You get where I'm coming from?
All that. There's a thing. There's a saying that it's like, no, it doesn't really translate well. Never mind. It's a thing. Experts. I mean, it is. Amazon recommends Amazon for fast deliveries.
Right.
Kind of deal.
Right.
That like.
Right.
I am the one who is recommending me.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got 3 minutes left. Can we survive, Ellie? Can we survive 3 minutes? Can we do it?
Full story tropes. Except that fans have very little control over the things that they enjoy, and I would wager that the popularity of, for example, Rising of the Shield Hero or Ari Ferreita has much more to do with their respective advertising budgets than it does.
So people don't have free will, right? Apparently, we don't get to choose what we enjoy, Ellie, right?
Only in the sense that you have to be aware of it in the first place to be able to go watch it.
Because I mean, I don't know what. I think I've heard some stuff about this other show. Like I've seen some clips here and there, but I haven't watched it. I don't really know anything about it. So, again, I can't say whether or not I would enjoy it or not because I haven't seen it. Like Shield Hero, and I mean, I thought Shield Hero was okay at the start, but I've criticized Shield Hero. I've talked about how I think it's fallen off and how it's not good anymore. I've actually been very critical of Shield Hero, right? So I don't know what he's trying. Like again, like is he saying that people just don't have free will and we're all just kind of these robots that just enjoy the slop that we get told to enjoy, right? Like
only in the sense that. like I said, if they somehow crowd out the good and moral and upstanding shows, and you don't know that they exist, you only have your only option is to watch the things that you know of, which are
so
apparently...
it's an issue of the so-called good and moral shows not getting enough advertising, which is
I
causing
guess he's being
which is causing a perception problem, because he thinks that because people like Shield Hero or this other show, right? And those shows get talked about, I guess, in his circles, right? That means that there's a perception issue going on here where he thinks that's the only thing people are talking about.
Yeah,
Because
also,
quite frankly, I didn't see a lot of people really talking about Shield Hero season 3. I mean, I talked about it on the show obviously because I was watching it, but I don't on Twitter I didn't really see anyone really talking about it. The other show as well, like, again, I've seen some clips here and there, but I haven't really, at least in my circles, right? I haven't seen really anybody like gassing it up or talking about it or saying that it's good or any of that, right? So and I mean, gushing over magical girls, I came across that manga because I was specifically hunting for manga that have that kind of content, because I do, I like sexual content, obviously. So I came across it, I read it, I really liked it. The anime came out, I really liked the anime, right? It's not.
yeah.
I don't think the advertising of the anime really influenced how much I liked gushing over magical girls at all, because the advertising for me had nothing to do with it. It was just because it had a specific tag on Manga Dex, right? And it showed up on that specific tag, and I thought, oh, that sounds interesting. I'll give that a read.
For me, it was like was that this season, right? A Ranger Reject, Go Lose a Ranger.
Yeah,
It was a kind of a dark horse. It's not on the any. It's not on subs, please. So it's kind of harder to find. But it's my favorite show.
Yeah, because it's on
because
it's on Disney Plus. That's why. So,
yeah. Also, just for Jake, no, it's not necessarily the dentist. It's more of the actual commercial is wij van WC Eend adviseren WC Eend, which is we of name a product, Naretsu.
Tissues.
Which brands tissues?
No, I don't fucking know.
All right,
I've got a pack of tissues
useless.
Here.
Xbox recommend Xbox consoles. That was once a commercial, and that became a saying of, oh, so you are from company whatever, and you are conveniently recommending the stuff from your own company.
Yeah,
like that opinion matters.
Yeah. So Mushroom makes a good observation in the chat that the show in the middle there, that's got it's 286 in Mao, but never heard anyone talk about it. Yeah, so like it's I feel it's kind of weird, like this point that he's making, that supposedly people don't have free will and can't, like, the advertising is the reason why these shows are popular, when I don't
maybe
really
he's just he's salty that these shows got third seasons or something.
I mean, that could be it, but it feels more to me like he doesn't think people have free will. So
yeah,
let's anything you can find between the OP and ED. Yes, fan endorsement is what allows these shows to succeed, but fan endorsement is something that's relatively easily manufactured as long as you have enough gold in the coffers. Anime studios choose which shows get made.
Yeah, I was like, is he trying to say that YouTubers are getting paid to promote? I wouldn't be shocked, right?
Oh yeah, I love Ranger Reject so much.
Yeah, Disney.
You go watch
we love Disney on the show. Yeah, on Disney Plus. Yeah, go watch
it
Ranger
on
Reject.
Netflix right here.
Yeah, so I don't. So hang on, what was he saying about anime production here?
Find between the OP and ED. Yes, fan endorsement is what allows these shows to succeed, but fan endorsement is something that's relatively easily manufactured as long as you have enough gold in the coffers. Anime studios choose which shows get made.
Well, No, I'm pretty sure anime production committees decide what shows get made. They
it's
hire anime studios to make those shows. So he's missing a. I mean, it's a little bit of a pedantic point, but he's still wrong, I guess. Because
he
be
has
accurate about
A1
that.
Pictures as a culprit, and that's not right. That's not true at all.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm fairly certain the way it actually works is you have like a production crew, like you'd have Katakawa, right? Like a publisher. The Katakawa would have a production committee, and that production committee would go, okay, we'll hire A1 Pictures to create a 12-episode anime.
Or even like A1 Pictures starts, hey, look, we want to animate this show. Is there enough money for it?
Is there yeah. Like, I mean,
yeah,
I guess that could happen, but I don't know.
Maybe for original anime, I'm not.
Original anime is different. Yeah, original anime is like a different thing, but I mean, we're particularly talking about like
adaptation.
You know, adaptations here. So I feel like that's an important piece of information that he's leaving out. That I don't think it's like, I don't think A1 Pictures is like, yeah, we're gonna make the Sword Art Online or whatever, right? Like we just do it, right? It just happens.
Yeah,
we get to pick. I think it's more they get hired as contractors to do it. And then Disney Plus here, he's talking about advertising again. So let's hear what he's got to say about that.
Advertisers choose people know about. Streaming services choose which of those shows we have access to. Yes, there is a degree of personal responsibility to minimize harm and to choose media that doesn't perpetuate stereotypes or casually disregard the damage that can be caused by being careless with sensitive issues. But we shouldn't act like this is a problem that's going to be solved through individual action. That's the same kind of rhetoric that hurts environmental activism. Everyone should do their best not to let their cooking oil seep into the local watershed, but that doesn't mean we should make a person feel like it's their fault that their local fish population is dying when there is a chemical plant dumping hundreds of gallons of industrial runoff straight into the river. It would.
Ellie, this is a fucking leftist argument. I'm sorry, but it's straight up just leftist arguments here. I'm sorry. This man is a fucking... This is the most leftist of leftist arguments, right? Like, okay, yeah, personal responsibility isn't going to solve any problems because there is a external big force that we have to tear down and start the revolution so that we can get rid of the big toxic plant.
He's advocating
we have to protest the big. We have to all come together as a collective and protest the big plant so that the big plant can stop poisoning all the fish. Right? It's not the fault of the individual because individuality doesn't exist. Right? He'd probably be against nuclear. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, and I'm lost too. Like he's like, what again? What is the solution here? Is it we need to...
what are I don't know.
Because here's the thing. If okay, but no, but I want to run through the logic here, right? If the argument is, which we'll find out when we play the video, we can't do anything individually because it's the big studios that make all the decisions, right? Then what even is the point? Like, why even choose to make the individualist decision to be moral in the first place?
I assume he says you have to protest the anime committee studio.
I mean, I guess, like, what is, like, call for censorship? Like, what is the actual, like, solution, like, proposed solution? Because right now, he hasn't even proposed a solution yet. And he hasn't through the whole video. There's been no solution that's been posed. He's just saying, oh, this is a bad thing. We should do something about it. But it can't be up to the individual, right? So yeah, let's continue.
It would be helpful if everyone turned their eyes away from the Rio's work is never done and pretended it didn't exist, but systemic problems require systemic solutions. And this kind of...
Oh yeah? Oh
Wait,
yeah?
What are you going to do about the studios then? Yeah?
Yes, systemic problems require systemic solutions, right? Right? What do you... I swear to Christ, if he's just going to say start a communist revolution, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose my mind.
Change ultimately has to come from the studios and the companies who are creating the media landscape that we are all participating in. Problematic media is...
Okay, but if people want if people want the problematic media and like the problematic media of their own free will, then why shouldn't the studios want to give people what they want? Isn't that because that's the whole point of, supply and demand, right? People want thing. They want a supply. They want a supply of thing.
Weird to something that doesn't work. So I don't. He's losing as far as
make that Freudian slip.
More,
yeah.
Even more than possible before he's losing the entire plot.
Yeah, he has. He's like, because again, if there's a supply and a demand, right? Why should the anime studios like? This runs under the assumption that companies can be moral actors, right? Which is kind of weird. That's something that's in the US where like companies have free speech or whatever, which is kind of interesting to kind of talk about as a debate. I don't think we're going to get into that here, right? But I'm just saying, like, there's this weird thing where the companies are not viewed as individuals, right? As like individuals in a company that all work in a company. It's viewed as like a collective entity that does things, right? So he's like, oh, the anime studios are making a moral decision to provide these shows to people that want them, and that's somehow bad because he views that his morals are the superior morals and should be the ones that everyone, goes with, right? Yeah. Everyone needs to be like him.
A world without sex, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. So let's continue. Yeah, companies have morals. They invented. Yeah, ESG is part of that. Yeah. So, but of course they're not actually moral because that's all just bullshit, right? It's all just bullshit. It's all virtue signaling nonsense, right? Because they don't. I don't think they actually give a shit about any of that. It's all just like, oh, we have to make it look like we do, right? So it's
always going to be something that ties a complicated knot in the anime community, and everyone is going to react differently to it. The important thing when interacting with it is always to keep kindness in mind and to comport yourself in a way that you can be proud of. Do your best to minimize harm at every juncture, but remember that you are never going to be perfect. Be kind to yourself when you find your moral standards slipping, but don't use the unattainability of perfection as an excuse not to try to do better. Understand that someone enjoying violent media, for example, does not make them a violent person or mean that they endorse violence, but also remember that sharing violent content is not necessarily a responsible thing to do, and know when to keep your opinions to yourself. There will come times in
There is a massive fucking degree of difference between enjoying violent media and sharing snuff films with people. These are two completely different types of people.
I don't get him anymore. He's being very weird.
He is being weird, but it's. I mean, I'm sorry, but again, this is fucking pretty leftist. Fucking, I've heard so many leftists talk like this, right? Like, it's very common that they think that but again, okay. Let me recompartmentalize.
Let's continue.
So I'm not just no, because I do have a point here, right? I do have a point here, which is, oh God, you're making me lose it. Stop interrupting me when I'm trying to. I know you want to get done with the video because we've been here for 4 hours and you want to go to sleep, right? But I understand.
5.
I'm conscientious. I'm conscientious, Sally. I'm conscientious.
Are you?
But yes, I am. Listen, I'm a very humble person. But he's doing this thing again where he's like flip-flopping between like, okay, well, it's okay, but it's not okay, right? Like, it's okay, but it's not okay. So you got to make your mind up, right? And again, what are we going to do about it?
Your life that you enjoy something you know that you shouldn't enjoy, whether you enjoy that thing in spite of the bad things it does or because of them. This is natural and it's nothing to worry about. It doesn't make you a bad person, and it's not indicative of you becoming a bad person down the line. Just be conscious, always, of the messages being sent by the media you consume and how these messages could affect yourself and others. I've said it before, but it remains true. Watch things wisely. A very special thank you to all my patrons.
I
don't care about those.
Gonna go into Patreon. So, wow, that was a fucking video, wasn't it? that was a fucking experience. I man, I can't believe people pay money for this. I can't believe. Look, I'm gonna make an insane take right now. Anyone that gives money to Explanation Point is morally deficient. Because they're giving money. They're giving money to someone who has bad morals, so they're morally deficient.
I never. All right, so points.
Yeah, I'm joking, by the way. I'm not. I don't actually think that. I'm just
points on the video.
I'm mocking his bullshit, basically.
So
right, I'll let you go because you're.
Points on the video. He said, you know, watching Gushing for Magical Girls has a good story, good theming, good messages, etc., etc. But it has sex, therefore it's kind of bad.
Well, you say he thinks it has sex, but you've got to be more specific. He's saying that it is endorsing the sexualization of children because that's explicitly what he has a problem with. So it's good to be.
All right, that's what he says, but I'm tired and less charitable, so I think I'll just say because it has sex.
Ellie's good faith bar has reached its 0%.
And because he has, but he likes the story and things happen, but it has sex, therefore he's going to go for, oh well, right, oh, but I can deal with it because I can, I watch stuff wisely, and I'm sort of spoiling the entire plot of the entire runtime when I recommend things. And in the end, it's all wishy-washy justifications to
It's all wishy-washy justifications, and there's no real like point being made, I guess, right? Like it's all just cope. It's all just cope. He likes something that he finds morally reprehensible, and he's trying to cope with that by coming up with all of these wacky, wild, like justifications and asterisks. And oh no, guys, look, I know that it's bad, right? I totally understand that it's bad, and he has to project that onto everyone else because he thinks that everyone else just doesn't get that the sexual exploitation of kids is bad, and he thinks that if someone watches Gushing Over Magical Girls and doesn't explicitly say, right, he doesn't like the non-consent aspect too. Yeah, that's a good point, Marshall. But like, if someone doesn't explicitly say, yes, I understand that, you know, the sexual exploitation of kids is wrong and not dubious, and you know, consent is good, right, and all of these disclaimers, then supposedly they just don't they don't actually think any of that, and they think it's just perfectly fine because it was shown as fine in the show, I guess, right? So it really is weird, and I feel like, yeah, the first third of the video where he's talking about, you know, the societal harms and how it, you know, harms society, he doesn't actually fucking prove that at all. It's all just kind of him asserting that without any real evidence of it, and I've never seen any actual evidence of it at all to indicate that it is causing any actual increase in crime rates or any increase in actual physical, tangible,
or downfall of society.
The downfall of society. Like, where is the actual tangible harm that is being done by Gushing Over Magical Girls existing, right? I don't see it. The other half about capitalism is literally just basic bitch nonsense about ethical consumption and whatnot, which I think is just nonsense anyway, and a mute point. Doesn't fucking matter, right? And then, of course, the last part is, you know, talking about the psychological aspect of it for individual people, which, again, is entirely subjective, right? Like most of this video, it's entirely his subjective opinion as to what he finds to be moral and immoral. There are plenty of cultures and other people around the world that have wildly different morals and views about what they've deemed to be acceptable or unacceptable. And I don't think it's right on him to impose his moral framework on everyone else because he thinks that his is superior, right? I think that's a problem that a lot of people kind of fall into. I mean, even you could argue that even I'm somewhat being a hypocrite and saying that my leniency towards sexual content and problematic, quote unquote, content of this nature is me trying to impose that on other people because I think that it is better, right? However, I feel like, I don't know, that's something I kind of have to think about a bit more, but I do think that in terms of the video itself, he does a very poor job at articulating what the problem actually is. And I will kind of cap off my final thoughts by saying that he should fucking address that high dive shit, because that was disgusting. That was really fucking bad. That was really bad, to the point where I would argue it's borderline misinformation. And he should fucking address that. That's terrible. Absolutely bad. So anyway, do we want to talk about stuff that makes us happy, or are you gonna pass out?
A little bit, but let's go through it and then.
All right.
Because we have news, remember?
We have news, yes.
Like,
do we have news?
Our first show news.
Oh, really? What is that? Why didn't? Guys, it's fucking bad. It's really fucking bad, guys. So, Allie, I linked you a bunch of images, right?
Yeah.
From the manga. They cut out the fucking elf rape. They cut it out. They just glossed over it. They didn't even talk about it. They just completely cut out the funniest fucking part of the manga and just completely glossed over it because they're rushing so fast to get through all the content, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's very interesting to talk about this. This is probably the last time we're going to be talking about it, I guess, maybe, because I don't know how many times we can just say that it's bad, right? So this is going to be like the final Remonster talk of the series, of the season, right? Because it is fucking just the compare and contrast between this and Gushing Over Magical Girls in terms of how the adaptation is handled is like fucking insane, right? Because on the one hand, you have Gushing, which talks about how, which I mean, is a really good adaptation. It does make changes to the source material, but those changes add to it. They don't subtract from it. There is, all of the scenes are handled extremely well. Nothing is really glossed over. Some things are different, turned around and different and sort of, moved around, but it all helps the flow of the season. Remonster is like the polar opposite of that, where they are skipping a bunch of content, they're moving things around. I don't know if you can bring up those manga panels, right?
Yeah.
But those goblins, an episode ago, that left the camp, they left the camp before all of this stuff kind of happened, right? Or like in the show, but they actually leave after, right? So we've got some screen caps that I took because I went back and reread the thing. Now, sadly, Manga Dex is missing a chapter, so you don't get to see what our boy here actually did. But the general TLDR is he was spiking the elves' food with aphrodisiac using his blood, right? And he basically slowly mind broke all of the elves by forcing them to become extremely horny so that they beg to be raped, essentially. And and what ends up happening in some of the other panels, as we see here, is our boy is like, okay, well, I've made them all super horny, but they still have to consent to the sex, right? So it's almost like he date raped them. He date raped them essentially because he's like, look, listen, I've made them all super horny, so they're going to be more inclined to accept, sex. But you can only have sex with the ones that agree after being
drugged and
after being drugged and broken, right? Right, and this is like presented as like
a moral thing.
It's interesting, yeah, in a way, and it's really weird. And this is kind of interesting because it harkens back to the video, right? It goes back to the video talking about problematic elements. This is definitely problematic, right? And it's definitely not good, right? What he's done here. But it's fucking funny, right? It's actually really funny how he essentially, like, breaks these elves via fucking date rape, right? But the show just doesn't fucking talk, just doesn't have this. The elves just kind of are like, okay, we'll join you now. And then they have an orgy, right?
And that's the end of it.
Like, yeah, and that's the end of it. There's like no... it just doesn't get into it at all, right? Yeah, the consent loopholes.
Yeah,
right?
loophole.
And as 50 says, it's interesting, right? Yeah, it's and the thing is I can recognize that it's morally kind of fucking weird, right? And really, really silly. And I wouldn't advise people do it in real life, obviously. But it was an interesting kind of like moral thing to think about, right? And to kind of like an interesting method of getting these elves to kind of join his side, right? And it gives him that moral ambiguity, right? Like he's not just the good guy, right? He's a bit of an ass, right? In some respects. But then everyone ends up kind of liking him anyway, which I guess you could criticize, right? But you don't get to have that if you're just an anime watcher, right? If you're just an anime watcher, you're going to have absolutely no idea that that's an aspect of his character and the show, because he has to balance kind of like the needs of the tribe and the sexual needs of the tribe, because they're goblins and they have to, they want to have, like the horny old man, right? They're getting discontent with him because of the way that he's, not just letting them rape all the females, right? Both the humans and the elves. So he has to like find some kind of compromise to that situation so that he doesn't have a revolt on his hands and having to kill all of them, right? So there's an interesting kind of question there about whether or not, okay, yeah, this is definitely not moral based on real life standards, but is it, something that makes sense for him to do, right? And we could have had that conversation, but of course we can't, because the anime didn't fucking talk about it.
No,
so
it's also they kind of they left the group in the anime left the last episode before the elves did anything. The goblin, the old goblin, said, "Oh, I'll follow you, whatever you do." In the last episode, unrelated to any elf sex. So
yeah,
it was really just cut out the entire thing from the anime, which I somewhat expected, but it's still kind of weird. You feel the gap. You feel there's a whole.
You feel the gap, and because again, the motivation for those other guys leaving was because they were discontent with the way that he was handling the sexual situation, and not because those guys were older goblins, right? And they were used to just raping all the girls, right? That was what they were used to. So having this new guy come in and start, changing the way that things have been for like the way that when they were in charge, right? The older goblins, right? Changing the way that things are done, them being incompatible with that and leaving, right? That is an important part of the story, and it showed, it's an important, thing. And so I feel like the show has been made, the story has been made lesser by the omission of this and the rearranging of events in the way that it has. So that's why, we're probably not going to talk about Remonster again after this. I think we've both kind of agreed that it's a lost cause at this point, and I don't think it's going to really get any better from here. I'm still going to watch it and finish it, because I tend to try to finish the things that I watch usually, unless I get bored with them. So we'll see what happens, but on the show at least, we're probably not going to talk about it. Unless something like really crazy happens, then we'll maybe talk about
some really bad screenshots.
Yeah, something really bad happens, we'll come and talk.
All right, I'll rush through my shows real quick because I have a lot.
I'm gonna get a drink. You rush through your shows, and then I'll talk about my shows after.
Yeah, all right.
So I'll be back in a sec.
Konosuba, the hero, the party went to a noble's house that is at risk of being robbed by a mysterious thief. It's of course Chris. That was to be expected. What's interesting is that Chris assumedly has the mission to gather all the isekai cheat items that they get from Aqua. They're dangerous, they're overpowered, and they're a menace to society. So Chris has been tasked by somebody to collect them, even though she doesn't really realize why those people have them and why they all have weird Japanese names. But they have them, so Chris is after those items to gather them, or they can harm society. But before we know it's Chris, Kazuma is in a mansion, an absolute menace to everybody, just abuses his power of being a guest to demand the most luxurious treatment of all the maids who can't resist. If the great guest says, "Wipe my face for me," the maids have to do it, and he takes care. He very much abuses that
So it's
authority.
basically him doing normal things for him, basically.
Yeah, and of course, Aqua is drinking every expensive bottle of alcohol that she can get her hands on, completely draining the wine cellar of the noble who lives there, to much of his dismay. Megumin loves to tell stories of great she is with her great cursed eye and hidden power and all that stuff. Also, she blows up the entire the entire countryside with her explosions, scaring the capital the entire way. But after Chris is semi-caught, they leave the noble's house, and Chris meets Cosmo once again. But before Cosmo can sleep, oh no, the demon army is attacking again. Quick!
Uh-oh.
Aqua, come with me. Aqua doesn't want to go. She doesn't want to fight. Why should she fight? She wants to sleep. She's there for on a vacation, not to fight. Megumin wants very much to fight. Megumin wants to fight alone as a cool hero against the our demon army.
Big explosion, yeah.
We'll do a big explosion. Darkness is being the responsible one this season thus far. Says, no, Aqua, come here. No, Megumin, stay here. And Kazuma solves the situation by reasoning that if he just shoots 1-2 guys, demons, then he can get back to the castle. That's his actual goal. So his plan is to do a minimum effort, get rewarded to stay in the castle, and be called Big Brother by the princess for his own satisfaction. Fun times are afoot.
Yes.
Spice and Wolf. You've seen the GIF, maybe.
Yes, the fun ears. Yes.
Yeah.
Animated ears.
There's some big character development, realignment, respect, and boundaries drawn. Hollow was captured. Lawrence was supposed to rescue her, but it wasn't Lawrence that rescued her. That makes her a little bit angry. And they have a long talk in a cart about it and what each one of them actually want to do and how to do it. And this is kind of the end of this arc, I feel. And kind of the start of a kind of stable relationship. Trios X. I don't know Trios X at all.
Oh yeah, I saw Joshua asking about that before. I was gonna get around to it. It's an ecchi show. I like Triage X. I've watched it. It's pretty good. It's same artist as High School of the Dead, I believe. I haven't read the manga, but I watched the anime and I thought it was pretty good. So yeah.
But
it's
in
good.
other news, I think I'll also not talk about Spice and Wolf because it's a known story. So
yeah.
I can only talk about
it's like there's only so much you can repeat yourself every week. Really, it's good. It's good. It is continuing to be good.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, I'll just rush through all my stuff alone. Jellyfish can't swim in the night. We are getting introduced to the idol group that one of our main girls left after a scandal in which she apparently punched or assaulted another member. We also learned that her mother is the producer of the idol group, and she's still producing that idol group. And her thing is she's a big rivalry with the group that she left, and she kind of wants to do better in a semi-bit to outdo her mother. It's a big interpersonal thing going on. They all stay basically at her apartment, meet her sister, and try to finish a quick music video, mostly music, a little bit video, before the album of her former idol group comes out to get one up on Mother. So it's big drama, big interpersonal relationship going on. And more, again, boundaries are getting established. No, you can't rush anything for your own needs to one-up your mother. We have school, we have piano classes, we have stuff to do. That kind of deal. But we can help out at times, so don't worry about it. In that same vein, I'm going to Girls Band Cry. Our main character has done a concert and she very much likes it, and now she's fully in going into the band.
She's big band time. Yeah.
But our other member of the group, the drummer, is saying she's quitting the band. Oh no, we can't.
Oh no, drama time.
We can't have that. But she actually doesn't really want to quit the band. But she kind of needs to, in the sense that because she's in an acting school, and her grandmother is a famous actor. You know, the big TV star actor. And her grandmother very much would want to act together with her granddaughter. That's kind of her lifetime wish, since her own daughter, the mother of our character, doesn't kind of resented grandmother for being an actor because it meant she was away all the time. Granddaughter does want to act, so grandma does want very much has high hopes and high expectation and very much gratitude for granddaughter, our character, to act with her. But that would mean that she has to quit the band. And she's fine with acting, but it's not her passion. So she wants to tell grandmother she's quitting acting and kind of ruining her dream.
Go do band, go do bands.
Our main character is terrible, absolutely the worst, because whenever she has issues or she wants to do things or whatever, it's I can't help it, I have to do this. But it's when it's somebody else, it's no, you have to do what I want to do. Because when actor character or actor granddaughter wants to do less band practice because she has to do acting things, no, you can't, you have band. But then she herself doesn't also always show up to band practice because she has to study. Then when it's talked out, they have a talk and says, well, acting is cool, but I want to do music. I'm going to tell my grandmother. I'll have to tell my grandmother. She goes, yeah, you should, do what you want to do. That's her thing, pressured by a family. She escapes to the big city to get away from that pressure. So it's very much empathetic towards, yes, tell her, be free to do what you want. But then she hears out grandmother. Grandmother says, it's my lifetime wish to act together with my grandmother. I'm so happy that she is here, etc. So what does our character do that just told, no, you should tell her to quit, that you're going to quit acting? She stops her from telling that she's going to quit acting, essentially making her do acting more.
So much so, acting inception, acting within acting.
So she's terrible. First she says, no, you have to do band practice. Alright, you can do your acting. Then, oh, you don't want to do acting as much? Alright, go tell her you don't want to do acting. Work up that courage, do it now. Then, when now arrives, just before grandma hears, I don't like acting, she stops it and says, no, keep going. Isn't that the worst character ever?
It's a very, yeah, I don't know about that one. That's But it's entertaining, I guess.
It's very entertaining and it's very believable. All right, Norette, so it's your time to say something.
You need to rest. You're about to die. You need to rest. So, we got to play Payday 2 today on Blue Archive. They robbed a bank, Ellie. They robbed a bank.
I didn't get that impression from all those masks.
Yeah, so the general TLDR is they went to the black market to investigate the illegal tank parts from the tanks that they blew up in episode 2, right? And so they go to the bank, and they go to the black market, and that leads them bumping into the Trinity girl, the little girl who really she's there because she wants to find rare merch, Ellie. Very believable, right? Very believable. Rare merchandise for her favorite little show, right? And so she gets kind of roped in with the gang. She gets roped in with the gang because she knows more about the black market than they do. And then they see the bank, and the money that they had been giving to the bank is actually going to the black market bank. So the money they're giving to the loan sharks is getting redistributed to do big crimes, and that's bad, right? So, but they realize, oh, wait a minute, maybe the bank has records on who's buying these illegal items with the bank's money, right? So we need to get the records. Well, how do we get the records, Ellie? We rob the bank. We rob the bank. So they go in and at the same time, our girl Aru here is also at the bank because she's trying to get a loan because she's poor, super poor, right? But the bank's not going to give her a loan because she has no assets, and so she's very depressed. She's getting very depressed. But then these cool criminals, they show up and they start destroy. They're big revolutionaries taking down the system, and Aru is like, "Wow, it's so cool! It's so cool!" And they're taking down the system. So they go to the cashier and like, give us all of the records. And the cashier is like, okay, what do you? And then after they've robbed the bank, they're like, wait a minute, they gave us a whole bunch of money as well. And there's a little interesting kind of debate where they talk about like there's a little moral. Look, good moral lessons in my Blue Archive. Okay, Ellie, don't steal money. Money stealing is bad. How are you any different from the criminals that are stealing taking the money from you and using it? And if you steal once, what's to say that you won't steal again? That's bad. So they take the records out of the bag, and then Aru shows up because Aru was chasing them down. And is like, "Who are you? We are the." I can't remember what it is now because I watched this like at the beginning of the week. It's like some really stupid name involving swimsuits, or the swimsuit gang or something. Swimsuit gang. And the way Aru sees them is how like this JoJo thing where they're like they're super cool, defined. Super defined and super cool. Aru is seeing them like that, and they're like they have this like big speech about chaos and destroying the system, and you have to live your dreams and be who you want to be. And Aru is like gushing over them. It's so cool. And then, we have to do a getaway because we hear the siren, and then they run off and they leave the bag of money. And Aru is like, our money problems. God, please. And the best part is that the other members of Aru's squad are like, are we going to tell her that those were the Abydos? Are we going to tell her? Nah, it's more fun this way. It's more funny this way. They do end up telling her at the end of the episode, and that's where you get the whole... she's like, what? But yes, it's a fun little... Blue Archive is fun, Ellie. Blue Archive is fun. It's all good fun time. Fun, funny reactions, funny interactions. It's good. I've been having a good time. There's also obviously like hints here and there of like, the Kaiser Corporation is doing shady things. The big bad's getting set up. How are they going to solve the problem? Right. Let's see what happens. So yeah, it's fun. I've been enjoying Blue Archive.
Yeah.
I like the Blue Archive.
All right, let's
do.
What
do we?
Rangers.
Yes, big Ranger talk this week. very big Ranger talk. So what did you think of Rangers this week? Yeah.
All right, so I previously made the prediction that we wouldn't see Fighter D for a while. I was wrong because he appeared right again this episode. But I
had a feeling he was going to come back pretty soon.
was told this arc was skipped heavily forward. So presumably there was some adventure, at least one of them, that was cut to have Fighter D quicker this next arc.
Maybe things for later. Who knows?
Yeah. So to kind of go through, we see some gathering, banquet, dinner time together.
Yes.
We meet that other first junior,
the captains, basically.
First rank,
the second in command.
Second in command.
Shows up.
They all seem like fun characters, but one character might not be around anymore because he said like, "Hey Red, you suck. You suck so bad.
Yeah.
You suck so bad.
You fucked up.
You fucked up so bad.
You shouldn't be Ranger anymore. I should be Ranger.
You should fuck off right now. Go away. Fuck off. I dare you. Fuck off."
And Red Ranger's response to that was not quite not good. not great. Not a great, because basically, so Red Ranger was basically like, no, the strong should lead the weak. So are you strong enough to lead? And then he basically fucking smashes his skull open. So it kind of, I think that's really important for the character. I mean, because we saw a little bit of more of the characterization going on, because the Blue Ranger may or may not be a lolicon. We'll see what happens with that. Or maybe it's a sister complex or something. Who knows? There's something going on there, obviously, because the girl is like keeping him in line in a sense. So there's something going on there.
Yeah.
There's there was the fact that Red Ranger was the one that leaked, not the Red Ranger, but the second in command leaked the information about the divine artifact to the yellow girl.
Yeah, because she's also like the second in command. So
yes, she's the second of command for the Yellow Ranger, which begs some interesting questions. So there's some interesting character stuff going on where we get to kind of see, and I think it really emphasizes just how fucking unhinged the Red Ranger is, because he's like, I just smashed that guy's skull in, and he just sits back down and continues eating his bento, right? So
yeah, I did note that the Green Ranger seems relatively normal. He has the most moral judgments thus far, because he was like, let's not kill this Green Ranger. That seems. And he says, no, let's not kill this. Let's not kill this fighter with a divine weapon. Let's do something else. Then he is now again like, no, don't kill him. The rest was silent.
Yeah.
So he's been most objecting and most like, no, let's not kill everybody right now.
Yeah, so could that be because he is the more moral, or maybe he's the most immoral?
Maybe, because even like Pink Ranger is observant, noticing
the Pink Ranger's a little bit of a wild card, I guess, in the situation.
She never really comes across very aggressive, and Blue is aggressive, but not needlessly so. He just gets annoyed very quickly.
He's a bit of an asshole, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not.
Red Ranger is sociopath.
Yeah, Red Ranger is sociopathic, and I don't have a read on Yellow Ranger, but he doesn't seem abusive. So
there's some interesting stuff going on here, and I think so. The other part of the episode is obviously we got our White Ranger boy here. We got to know his backstory. I think the humor on this show is really good, because D is like, I don't want to hear your boring backstory. I'm gonna tell you anyway.
So you're actually going to tell me.
Yeah. So you're actually going to tell me, yeah. They just gotta go with it, and it's an interesting backstory though, right? Like, he's raised as like a hyper religious kid that believes in God, and God is going to come and save everyone, and all these humans have strayed from the path of God.
Also, just leave animals to die. It's not our place.
Yeah, leave animals to die because that's how nature intended type deal, right?
Which is not a terrible morality to have, but it feels like a little bit toxic.
Yeah, it's a bit. I mean, toxic when taken in the wrong way, right?
Which kind of felt like
the point. Yeah, that's the point, I think, because the whole thing is there's the conflict between the sister and him, where the sister is like, you don't have to listen. Maybe the parents can be wrong sometimes. Like, don't just believe in everything the parents believe because they might be wrong, and obviously that leads to the parents and whatnot getting killed, right? Because they believe in the God, and then the God shows up,
and
quote
it's
unquote
the monster
God, the
leader.
quote unquote quotations God, right? The quotations God, and that causes an incident, right? So, and he obviously has his own views, right? Because he watches the Rangers, even though he's not meant to watch the Rangers because it's it's too violent. But yeah, but he watches them anyway, and he is taking in the whole noble aspect, right? The good aspect of it. Maybe it has something to say about the propaganda type, thing, right? Maybe. So there's some interesting stuff with him. He's very interesting of a character. We also got introduced, obviously, to this Blue Ranger guy with the scythe, and the idea that supposedly the divine weapon power can be transferred or something
copied?
like that, or copied. Yeah, there's some kind of like chip or something that goes into the thing.
Cartridge that gives
activates it.
Divine artifact like abilities.
Yeah, there's something going on, and the man is obviously obsessed with bonds, and there's something about it's a bond between the Rangers and the comrades and stuff.
Yeah, that kind of that stuff kind of to me says that the Blue Ranger is not all angry and mean, because if unless it's only this guy that imagines it, if there is some brotherly camaraderie going on, then Blue isn't. I mean, because I don't see this camaraderie between the Red Rangers. They seem very. No, I am going to be the next. Very competition.
I mean the head. Yeah, they all seem to be like, I'm going to be the next Red Ranger.
Yeah, two of them.
I'm going to become stronger. I'm going to become stronger so that I can overthrow. Leadership of the strong.
The two like. The two, not the Red Keeper himself, but the two Rangers below him, both said, "I am going to be the next Red Ranger."
Yeah.
So
maybe there's something about like the range. It's a reflection of
modeled after their own personality. So maybe,
or perhaps the interpretation of those personalities, right?
Yeah. So the Blue Ranger might not be. This is one of my reasons why I think the Blue Ranger might not be all angry, smash everything.
We'll see. It's definitely interesting. I also thought it was quite intense that our boy here cut his own arm. Like,
bless that religious upbringing.
Yeah, far out. Like very intense. So there's some interesting stuff going on with this show. I think it's definitely still holding up quality rise. The animation was really good.
Mix of 3D is still on point.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a big hit of the season. It's only a shame that it's on Disney Plus, right? And it's locked behind, unless of course you find it via other means. But it's kind of locked behind. That I think that's going to limit its reach, right? And people talking about it, which is a real shame, because I think it's a show that I think more people should be talking about, because there's a lot going on. So yeah, so that kind of caps it off, I think, unless you've got anything else to say about it.
Yeah. Let's do Mushoku Tensei. I think it's almost the last one.
You disappeared for a minute.
Oh.
Mushoku Tensei time.
Mushoku Tensei time.
The daughters have returned. The daughters have returned.
The little sisters.
The siblings have returned, I should say, but the daughters of Paul. So the daughters of Paul have returned.
So the sisters of Rudy.
Of Rudy. So, obviously you have one that very much loves Rudy because Rudy saved them in the previous, arc. Obviously, they went to the thing and they saved them.
Aisha was her name.
Yep.
To
I think that one's Noir or Noir
Norm
or something like that. Norm. Yeah, it's an N word. Yeah.
So to skip ahead to to them first. I am still. It's been a while, but remember that I said I'm suspicious of Aisha, or did I ever mention that?
I think you mentioned something like that. Yeah.
Because
I vaguely recall.
She has perfect scores at her tests. It's not which apparently, and I assume that this is tests also for adults, or some aptitude.
It's basically just the school entrance exam, really.
Yeah, but I'm getting maybe she's also some reincarnated type vibe. Still.
I don't know. I haven't read enough. I don't know anything about content.
Well, it was once it was very early on one scene where Norm started crying. Aisha as babies, right? Newly born babies. Norm started crying. Then Aisha looked over to Norm, then started crying. Not like listening to some loud baby next to her and started crying because something loud was next to her. She had to confirm.
Well, could be an interesting angle. We'd have to see if.
Yeah, and also then it was like she was helping in the house long before Norm would do anything by herself. So she's just capable of doing loads of stuff at very young ages. That sounds a little bit like Rudy as from the outside, right?
Maybe.
And now she has perfect scores on her school thing, but she still doesn't want to go to school, but just help around the house. So I'm suspicious.
You are suspicious, big suspicion. But other than that, though, yeah, there's definitely some. We're being introduced to the characters. Obviously, Norm is probably going to be more of the focus of the next episode because she's
reclusive like Rudy, and he's going to be empathizing a lot.
She's a bit reclusive, and she's got some horrible mental things going on.
Just anxieties in general.
Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff happening there, I think. But other than that, fairly normal episode, I think. I mean, there was the funny thing with the bloody cat girl stealing all the panties and Rudy having to be like, no, it wasn't me.
It felt a little bit like an arc that was cut short somewhere.
Kind of, almost.
It doesn't really seem it doesn't seem to be a payoff of some kind. So
yeah, it just kind of happens, isn't it? It's like an event that just sort of happens, right? Like there's not really any build up to it or thing. It's just like the cat girls are like, oh, Rudy, you look sad, let us cheer you up. We'll cheer you. We know what you like the panties, we'll get you the panties, right? Or something like that. And then Rudy has to be like, no, stop, don't.
So either this was happening in the background like 5 episodes actually in the light novels, or something more was attached between the time that he got the bag, maybe an entire chapter of him walking around with that bag, bumping into people, and some new updates from how people are going to do
things. Yeah. I'm not sure. But we'll see what happens. This episode just kind of felt like I wouldn't say a filler episode, but it definitely felt like a kind of a chill, setting things up, kind of episode. So yeah, we'll see.
And now for the first part, saved for the last, Rudy having a talk with Richard.
Yes. Oh yeah, we can't skip over that. Yeah, that was very important. Which may or may not lead to the misunderstanding with Eris possibly being resolved at some point, because
it opens up the door to having a discussion, and the two of them having a discussion in the future, because Rudy, last episode, Rudy had no desire to talk to Eris ever again, really. Now there is.
Yes.
Maybe I should go talk to her.
Yeah, because what ended up happening was obviously Rudy thinks that Eris left because he wasn't good enough, and that's what caused the whole ED stuff, right? Because he felt like he didn't satisfy her, or he wasn't good enough, or whatever.
Trauma, etc.
He kind of misinterpreted the letter to be that, right? But the actual reason was that Eris felt like she wasn't good enough, she was lagging behind, she needed to go and be stronger for Rudius, right? So she goes out on her own, right, to try and become stronger. And yeah, I feel like there's kind of parallels there with like Sylphie, right, in a sense, where obviously Paul was the one that separated Rudius and Sylphie because Rudius was good. He was trying to be the big groomer man, right?
Yeah.
But it's kind of like a reverse situation in a sense, where instead of Rudius and them having to be separate. I mean, and Rudius eventually did agree with Paul, like on that. Right? It's the right course of action to take, so Sylphie could become stronger in her own right without being overly reliant on Rudy. Similar thing with Eris, but Eris came to that conclusion on her own, right? That she needs to separate herself from Rudy so that she can grow and become stronger and not be so reliant on him and his skills, right? So obviously Rudy has interpreted it differently. It's a miscommunication, big thing. Surely once they get back together, maybe argument will happen. Big emotional, big blah blah blah. Sort it all out, right? Sort it all out. It'll be fine. Such and such and such and such. So we'll see what happens from that. It was good to see Rudyard again. He's a cool character. I like him. He's cool.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy.
Also, this
interesting
interesting
little lore thing that he does have beef with the Demon King God Man dude. Bit of beef there, bit of world thing, maybe some stuff during the war, maybe some stuff. But anyhow, I'll let you cap it off.
Yeah, I would be satisfied if the beef was never ever explained, because
yeah, it's just kind of like a little flavor thing.
Like, I assume that the beef between the man god and the dragon god will get explained somehow, somewhere.
Maybe.
But it's fine if it doesn't, just like this beef. Sometimes people don't like each other.
Yeah, and I mean, the man god is a little bit of a fucking manipulative little shit. So
yeah,
because he does like push Rudy, because he's like, Rudy, go, you may find the answers. He's very vague about like, oh, you should go do this, right? I'm gonna
also
help you, right?
He does say,
but how? And sure, everything kind of does end up good in the end, but you have to wonder what actually is the man god's play here. Right?
Yeah.
Is the stuff Rudius is doing because the man god is telling him, hey, go here, right? And just do what happens. Like, how does that benefit the man god? And why would the man god want Rudy to do these things, right? So
if I were to, the thing of note at the moment is his connection to the princess. And she'll get back to that kingdom at some point.
Maybe the man god wants to use Rudy to influence the world in some way, like via his actions, right, or something. And that's what I'm thinking.
The biggest influence that he could have at this moment is to help the princess and the whole political world.
Well, I guess we'll see how it plays out during the season. And what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, I just want to mention something. Oh yeah, Man God. Oh yeah, I just wanted to say that Man God. I'm forgetting a little bit, but it was like, oh yeah, Rudy, you're kind of you're completely useless right now, right? You can't get even your dick hard. That's terrible. You're such a useless guy. Hey, maybe if you go over there, it will get fixed. Don't go over there. That's pointless. It's like, you're trash. Go that way.
It is there is like this kind of manipulative angle to it, right? This pushing him in directions, and
also not even for his own benefit. It's kind of he's demeaning him and then offering like, go there, you
Yeah.
You useless ass, go over there instead of, oh Rudy, I know something that may help you. If you go over there, etc., but you don't have to take it your own time. No, he has an agenda. He wanted Rudy there.
Yeah, there's something going on there. There's a subplot going on there. There's something going on. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It'll be interesting to talk about it as it unfolds. So, is there anything else we got?
That was everything.
We did everything. Yay!
Hey.
We did it. We actually got through the 5 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours. Yeah. I have a question. Question for Naretsu. Can you get Tempar on the next stream? I don't know if Tempar would be up for coming on a stream. I mean, if he's keen, I don't know if Tempar watches the streams or not. Might have to ask him. But if he's, I've mentioned that I do the streams. This is Twitter stuff, so it's not real, Ali. Don't worry.
No, I've never
Twitter
heard
stuff.
of this.
But I mean, if he's game and he's up for it, I wouldn't mind. We're pretty open to possibly having guests and stuff on every now and then. I just, because it's like 5, we've been here for 5 hours, right? You got to commit. You kind of got to commit or drop out when you want to drop out, right? It's one of those kind of deals. So yeah. If Tempar is keen, we don't actually know what we're going to be doing next stream because we got to figure out a better way to do long form content because going on for like 6 hours is not good for Ali. He gets a bit. Starts to lose energy. Yeah, I'm fine because it's only the afternoon for me. I get up in the morning for this, so I'm kind of, I'm fine. But Ali
no matter how early I can make it for Naretsu, at some point it's going to be starting at my time, or
exactly.
starting at midnight. Like I'm kind
of. Yeah. It's just because we're on the opposite end of the world, so it's how the time zones work, right? So it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, if you guys can find us some fucking 10 to 15 minute videos, that would be great. Because 30 minutes. To be fair, though, this one was kind of jam-packed, right? Because it was a bit dense, right? There's a lot of, like, I need to get better at not pausing every 5 seconds because it's like, gee, but it's like, God, there's so much I want to say. So much I want to fucking counter, It's like, I hate it. But yeah. Well, if Tempar's interested and there's a video he specifically would want to come on for, then yeah, we could organize it. We could figure it out.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a big deal. But anyway, I guess that'll do it from us. We'll let Ali go to sleep.
Yeah.
Time to search up anime problematic again. Oh God. Oh man. All right. Well, we'll catch you guys next time. Have a good rest of the week. Later. Bye. Bye.